Pirates, I'm just a passing Kamen Rider. Chapter 61. But it's dangerous there, with your strength. The naval officer hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. He was very optimistic about these two young pirate hunters with great prospects and did not want them to die too early. After all, the Grand Line is too dangerous, and there are too many monsters there. Although the other party is not a navy, they have been capturing those vicious pirates and are also partners of justice. They have also thought about how great it would be if such outstanding children could join the navy, but the other party always refused with a smile, and they had no other choice. Some people are destined to be free from any constraints. They are born to yearn for the clouds and the sea, soaring above the clouds, and will never be bound by a city or a place. Even if they stop somewhere, it is only a short rest to prepare for the next flight. And now, the other party is ready to spread their wings and fly again. It is a little dangerous, but their bounty is also high, Lu Cheng replied with a smile. Don't worry, dear kind Navy men. The naval officer wanted to say something else, but suddenly there was a commotion in the base. He frowned, and then heard a Navy officer shouting, oh no, something big has happened. We have two extremely dangerous pirates here. The Devil's Son with a bounty of 79 million and the Kamen Rider with a bounty of 99 million have appeared. The townspeople on OS Island have confirmed that it is indeed the flower fruit and the dragon of Kamen Rider. The two long-lost pirates have really appeared. Lu Cheng yawned when he heard this. When did he and Little Robin become pirates? Really, the navy is unreliable. Nonsense. The naval officer was stunned when he heard this. A flash of lightning suddenly flashed in his mind. He was shocked and his body began to tremble. He finally understood why the name Robin sounded so familiar. Because he had heard this name half a year ago. Devil's Son, Nico Robin. Reward 79 million. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Cheng and Little Robin, as well as the masks on their faces, with disbelief on his face. Lu Cheng smiled and nodded, as if to confirm his guess. Hiss! Such a dangerous pirate was actually so close to them. In the past 6 months, he had been going in and out of their naval base again and again, acting as a pirate hunter and earning bounties. And he had even thought about getting him to join the navy more than once. How did he survive until now? No, what kind of conspiracy did he have? Sorry, Mr. Navy, please forgive me for hiding this from you. After all, I need to support my family, and it is not easy to make a living by catching pirates. As a father, you should understand how difficult it is to raise a child, right? Lu Cheng looked at the navy officers who were shocked and even trembling with fear, smiled slightly, and explained. For these navy officers who could hardly deal with the pirates who were just worth tens of millions, the existence of pirates with a bounty of nearly 100 million was almost unimaginable to them. This place was thousands of miles away from O'Hara, and these ordinary navy soldiers at the bottom of the sea naturally didn't know the twists and turns hidden behind this. They only knew that the bounty represented the cruelty of a pirate, and Lu Cheng and Little Robin, who had such a high bounty, were undoubtedly real demons to them. You, what kind of conspiracy do you have, or what ulterior motive do you have? There is no conspiracy, Lu Cheng thought for a moment and replied, if you want to talk about the purpose, does it count as upholding justice? Stretch, justice. The Navy's voice trembled a little. To them, it was ironic that such a noble word of justice came from the mouth of a pirate with a bounty of nearly 100 million yuan. Yes, Lu Cheng waved his hand suddenly, his face full of seriousness. Although our paths are different, we are all partners in the pursuit of justice. The Navy felt that his face was slapped by the other party. When he had contact with the other party before, the other party talked about justice. He felt that the other party had this kind of thinking and was born to be a navy. But now, a big pirate with a bounty of nearly 100 million said such words, which sounded awkward. But, you are a pirate, is it appropriate for you to say such things? Really? But I don't think so, Lu. Cheng glanced at the familiar bounty order and said calmly, the bounty order doesn't say that I'm a pirate, and pursuing justice has nothing to do with identity, only with stance. The Navy lowered his head. The bounty order did have an amount, but he also noticed something he had never noticed before, that is, the bounty order did not mention that the other party was a pirate. It's just that they habitually think that all guys with bounties are heinous pirates. Chapter 62. Lu Cheng looked at the navy around him, with one hand across his chest, and bowed slightly towards them, like a dancer on the stage, leading the curtain call of a stage, or like singing a finale of a poem. As a righteous knight, thank you for your support for the cause of justice in the past 6 months. It is because of this that more justice will be served. After all, even the most righteous knights have to eat while doing justice. Although there are many walking berries on the sea, they will eventually be taken to the naval base to reform. The Navy looked at each other, not knowing how to answer each other. After all, such words from a big pirate made people wonder if he had ulterior motives. Moreover, giving money to a pirate with a bounty of nearly 100 million is too ridiculous. But they don't have to think too much. A set of red armor, the same as the one on the bounty order, appeared around Lu Cheng, confirming his identity as a Kamen Rider. Lu Cheng's voice passed through the mask and was heard by every Navy present. Dear Navy gentlemen, don't worry too much, and don't bother to bother me again. Believe me, it's just a waste of effort. For your justice, you might as well put them in places where they are more needed. I believe that there are many, many people who need your justice. He reached out and patted Little Robin. Little Robin bowed sensibly. Thank you all Navy uncles for your concern, goodbye uncles. Now, she is no longer the girl who was extremely afraid of the Navy. She also understands that good and bad can only be directed at individuals, not a group of people. Even whether a person is good or bad is a difficult thing to say clearly. Although O'Hara's nightmare still lingers in Little Robin's dreams, at least hatred has not polluted her mind. Whether it is the original work or the current Little Robin, she still treats this somewhat cruel world gently. This is also what Lu Cheng has always liked about Little Robin. There are always some people who are willing to be the light that illuminates although they are in the dark. Lu Cheng looked at the Marines who had begun to surround the base but were extremely afraid to take action, and his face under the mask smiled slightly. He took Robin's hand, ignored the group of Navy, and went to the reflective metal mirror on the side. It was originally a plaque engraved with the slogan of Navy Justice. Now, it is the main place where he can enter and leave at will. Goodbye, gentlemen of the Navy. After saying this, he and Little Robin disappeared into the mirror. Remove, disappeared. This is how the same thing. How could he suddenly disappear? Where did he go? The Navy was in a mess. The enemy disappeared in front of everyone, making everyone panic. But the Navy commander sighed slightly. Perhaps this is the terrifying thing about the pirate with a bounty of 99 million berries. For the enemy, the entire naval base is probably completely defenseless. He sighed and ordered, report this news to the headquarters. Kamen Rider and Devil's Son have appeared again. However, a Marine asked stupidly, Sir, is this just a report? Should we do something? Before he finished speaking, he saw his superiors and companions looking at him like a fool. He instantly realized that the other party was a pirate with a bounty of nearly 100 million. If he really went crazy, the navy of the entire base would not be enough to deal with him alone. Not to mention that the other party was elusive and ghostly, and was not an existence they could afford to provoke. Don't do those fearless things, inform the headquarters. Kamen Rider and Devil's Child have been hiding from us for the past 6 months, and their purpose is unknown. According to the information revealed by the other party, they should be planning to enter the Grand Line. He paused, thinking back to the past 6 months. Every time the other party came to the naval base, they would bring along those extremely evil pirates. What they talked about most was that they were doing it for justice. It really doesn't look like a pirate at all, he whispered softly. Long, sir. The Marine next to him didn't hear clearly and asked in confusion. It's nothing, it's just that pirates are becoming more and more cunning, and as sailors fighting for justice, we must never take it lightly. He looked at all the pirates from the shark pirates lying on the ground. Lock them all up. Yes. Sir. The Marines were refreshed, straightened their backs and shouted loudly. But in the distant sky, the last bit of sunset light was gradually fading away. Chapter 63. There were glowing lights on the sea surface. Dots of plankton were wriggling in the sea water, mixing with the starlight reflected from the sky, making the starlight on the sea even brighter than the stars in the sky. As the sky gradually darkened, fog appeared on the sea at some point, covering the sea surface with a layer of hazy mist. The outline of an isolated island in the distance was looming in the mist. Suddenly, a roar of a motor sounded on the calm sea surface, and a silver light seemed to rush out from the beautiful mirror-like sea surface, crushing the starlight in the sky, leaving a silver track, and rushing towards the isolated island in the distance. The top of the motorcycle slowly rose up, and Little Robin happily jumped out of the motorcycle. Mr. Knight, that's a lot of money. Little Robin was still immersed in joy. Lu Cheng nodded and got off the motorcycle. As he left, the motorcycle disappeared into the night sky bit by bit like a broken mirror. Lu Cheng raised the box in his hand and looked at the ship anchored in the distance. So, big pirates are really valuable, but they are a little too hard to find. But it doesn't matter, there are many such pirates in the Grand Line. Little Robin nodded, and she looked around with some nostalgia. Originally, this was just a deserted island that could be seen everywhere in the sea. Apart from some trees, there were not even many wild animals. But now the deserted island has changed its appearance. Not only has a house been built, but even the yard is full of her favorite flowers. A lot of the bounty earned by the two in the past 6 months has been spent on this island. In addition to the night, this is their second new home. Lu Cheng naturally saw what little Robin was thinking, and the reluctance was almost written on his face, but he smiled secretly and didn't say much, preparing to give the other party a surprise. After all, even after half a year of getting along, he still enjoyed little Robin's serious admiration. The two walked into the house, and Lu Cheng casually threw the box full of Bailey aside. There were already many such boxes in the house, and even the specially built warehouses were filled with several. Naturally, the two had replenished the supplies needed for going to sea early. Little Robin frowned, and his serious and worried look looked a little cute. Mr. Knight, haven't we prepared too many things? We can't take so many things away. Who said you can't take it away? Lu Cheng smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he asked another question. Where is that thing? Oh, little Robin took out a pointer from his pocket and handed it to Lu Cheng. After hearing Lu Cheng's question, Mr. Knight, this should be it. Lu Cheng flicked his wrist, and a watch-like object appeared in his hand. However, unlike a watch, the center of the pointer was not a dial, but a ball and a pointer. Is this it, Mr. Knight? Little Robin asked again. Lu Cheng observed it for a while and nodded. That's right, this should be the thing that replaces the chart and compass on the Grand Line. This is something looted from the shark pirates. They have been to the Grand Line and they really have this thing in their hands. Although it looks a bit old, it does not affect its use. Lu Cheng threw the record pointer to little Robin. This kind of thing, naturally, was kept by his navigator himself. As the captain, all he had to do was give orders. Finally ready. Lu Cheng laughed. On the one hand, it was to improve their strength, and on the other hand, it was to make good preparations. The two of them had been well prepared in the past 6 months. Little Robin had read countless books on navigation technology. Mr. Knight, can we see the island in the sky this time? Little Robin suddenly asked. It was obvious that the glimpse she got in the air had left a deep impression on her. Maybe there is a chance. Lu Cheng nodded. He looked around, patted little Robin on the shoulder and said, let's go. Little Robin was slightly stunned. Are they leaving now? But what should we do with so many things? But seeing Lu Cheng turn around and walk out of the house without saying a word, little Robin still followed him obediently. Mr. Knight must have his own plans. The two walked to the beach and looked at the shadow of the boat not far away. Lu Cheng looked at little Robin, who was still confused, and smiled. Let Mr. Knight perform a magic trick for you, okay? Magic trick? Little Robin's face was full of question marks. Lu Cheng did not explain. He flipped his palm and took out a blank card. With a thought, the card in his hand emitted an extremely dazzling white light. It illuminated the originally dark night like daylight. The island under her feet was shrouded in white light, as if ice and snow were melting. It disappeared little by little in little Robin's shocked eyes. Her feet were empty and she almost fell down, but she was hugged by Lu Cheng, who was prepared. He took a false step and floated in the air, looking at the scene below. A huge hole suddenly appeared on the sea surface. The entire island disappeared along with the knight's ship. The sea water poured back crazily, forming a huge whirlpool. It was not until a long time later that it was completely calm. The light faded away little by little, and the night returned to peace, but the island under her feet had completely disappeared. Only a dark sea water remained, reflecting the starlight in the sky. Chapter 64. Where is my island? Where did my big island go? Little Robin looked at the card in Lu Cheng's hand curiously. The originally blank card had something new on it, a crescent-shaped island quietly sitting in the azure waters. Little Robin recognized it as the Knight's Island at a glance. Mr. Knight, this is... Little Robin asked curiously. Lu Cheng nodded. That's right. It's a waste to use the seal card for another contracted beast. Lu Cheng thought about it and decided to use it as a space ring. He raised the island card in his hand, and a large sailing ship suddenly appeared on the sea. The two landed on the boat. The knight sets off. Yes, Captain. Little Robin replied loudly. This familiar conversation reminded her of her past memories again. Following Lu Cheng's order, the knight untied the ropes, set sail again, and headed straight for the upside-down mountain. The waves gradually became turbulent, and there were surging undercurrents everywhere. As the knight gradually approached the Grand Line, the weather and currents began to become unpredictable and difficult to understand. This is also one of the most dangerous places in the Grand Line. Only the best navigators can have the ability to sail here. Lu Cheng came to the deck and looked forward with Little Robin. In the distance was the endlessly magnificent red wall that seemed to stretch to the end of the sight. It was the Red Earth continent. Little Robin stood at the bow and looked at the Red Earth continent from afar. Mr. Knight, what a spectacular sight! Lu Cheng looked at the continent that was so impressive in his memory from afar, and felt his heart surge. After all, what he saw with his own eyes was different from the images in his memory. He looked into the distance. The upside-down mountain is very special. It is both the starting point of the first half of the Grand Line and the end point of the second half of the Grand Line. Raftel, known as the final island, is probably hidden in the deep fog. Lu Cheng retracted his gaze. As the upside-down mountain got closer and closer, the current became more and more turbulent. He did not directly steer the boat into the canal with the reverse current, but stopped the boat instead. He stretched out his hand and slapped the board, and the entire night disappeared with his slight movement. He turned his palm, and a card with an island drawn on the card disappeared in his palm. Lu Cheng held Little Robin and floated in the air with the moon step, with extremely turbulent water under his feet. The closer to the Red Earth continent, the more turbulent the waves. Now, the upside-down mountain is already in sight. The surging waves surged, but the highest waves only touched the soles of Lu Cheng and Little Robin's feet, and were hit hard by the next wave. The moon step is really useful and handsome. A set of red armor silently climbed onto Lu Cheng's body. He looked at Little Robin and smiled. Mr. Knight, can you experience the fun of surfing? If Lu Cheng said, the experience of racing here is the best in the entire One Piece world. How can riding a boat be as fun as racing? A streamlined motorcycle appeared on the sea. The turbulent waves calmed down silently when they approached the sea surface under the motorcycle. The motorboat quietly opened its cover, and Lu Cheng held Little Robin and sat in it with ease. Hold on tight. The engine emitted a low hum, which turned into a silver light, like an arrow shot from a bow, breaking through the waves and shooting forward in an instant. Only Little Robin's crisp laughter floated in the wind. Red Earth continent. Upside-down mountain. A silver-white motorcycle was speeding across the sea, its wheels spinning rapidly, creating water columns that soared into the sky, and it was speeding from afar. The speed of the motorcycle was much faster than that of the slow sailboat. Lu Cheng had already put away the windshield of the motorcycle, and the howling wind and turbulent waves were rushing towards him. Lu Cheng slightly turned the throttle, and with a violent roar, the speed of the motorcycle increased again, and it plunged into the surging waves in front of it. Like a real dragon attack, it completely pierced through the walls formed by the waves. The sea water wet Little Robin's clothes, but Little Robin didn't notice this at the moment, and was only concerned with shouting happily. With Little Robin's laughter, the masked motorcycle broke through the waves without any danger and came to the entrance of Upside-Down Mountain. It was really unscientific. It was even more unscientific than me racing on the sea. Lu Cheng looked ahead at the entrance to the Upside-Down Mountain, where a wide, turbulent canal rushed upstream, rushing straight to the top of the Red Earth continent. There is actually a canal going up there. It is worthy of its reputation. The grand route is indeed interesting. Lu Cheng sighed and shouted, Little Robin, hold on tight, I'm going. The masked motorcycle plunged into the canal of the reverse current of the Upside-Down Mountain, and climbed up along the reverse current without slowing down. Little Robin didn't sit firmly, and fell backwards, crashing into Lu Cheng's arms. Mr. Knight is really, still so clumsy, he really hasn't changed at all. Feeling the solid chest behind him, Little Robin's mouth unconsciously raised. Chapter 65. It's really ridiculously high. The motorboat kept rushing upwards, with towering crimson stone walls on both sides. Little Robin sat in Lu Cheng's arms, curiously observing the two sides of the motorboat. This mountain, which was famous all over the world and stood majestically like a miracle, was a red earth continent that had existed for who knows how many years and had been forever shrouded in thick fog. The Grand Line and the Red Earth continent divide the world into 4 seas, east, west, south, north, and north. The ocean currents from the 4 seas converge here and finally flow into the Grand Line. Is this the starting point of the Grand Line? Lu Cheng looked at this spectacular scene and murmured to himself. Divided the world into 4 oceans, little. Robin also stopped laughing, looked at the spectacular scene, and murmured to himself, is this the Red Earth continent mentioned in the book? It's even more spectacular than that. What you learn from books is always shallow. The description in the book is not enough to describe the majesty of the other side. Only when you really stand here, within a few feet, and look up, can you feel the shock. Go, Grand Line, I'm coming. Lu Cheng roared, his heart surging. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound. The passion that Lu Cheng had finally raised was completely annihilated. Damn, system, are you kidding me? Lu Cheng took a little time out of his busy schedule and looked at the system prompt. Oh, it turned out to be a mission. Ding, dear knight, please accept the mission. Mission name, the first island. Mission requirements, enter the Grand Route and successfully reach the first island. Mission reward, 500 justice points. Task status, waiting for pickup. Do you want to accept the task? The probability of this kind of passing task refreshing is really not low. Lu Cheng clicked to accept it. He checked his panel and found that he had more than 800 points of justice points and he only needed 200 points of justice points to win the lottery. This task came at the right time. The turbulent canal was rushing endlessly, and little Robin noticed that the upward water was not only turbulent, but also mixed with some irregular undercurrents. If you sail on this river, you may be swept by the turbulent undercurrent and hit the red soil continent on both sides. This is the first danger of the Grand Route. Without a good navigator, you don't even have the qualifications to enter the Grand Route. The water flow of the canal extends to the direction of the top of the inverted mountain like a backward waterfall. The turbulent water flow did not affect the motorcycle at all, and it still rushed straight up. Mr. Knight's things are really not normal, little Robin thought silently in her heart. In the past, she read most of the ancient literature knowledge such as archaeology. After following Mr. Knight, those strange and bizarre knowledge of great navigation also became a great pleasure for her. But the more you know, the more you will understand how abnormal Mr. Knight is. However, little Robin doesn't care about these things. As long as he knows that he is Mr. Knight, it is enough. As for what Mr. Knight thinks, it doesn't matter. Lu Cheng naturally didn't notice the other party's thoughts. He slightly turned the throttle, and the masked motorcycle roared towards the top of the mountain. He took a look at the towering upside-down mountains, and his heart moved. Little Robin, do you want to go up and take a look? The top of the upside-down mountain. Little Robin was slightly stunned, and nodded hurriedly while curled up in Lu Cheng's arms. At the top of the canal current, the currents from the 4 oceans in the southeast, northwest, and northeast converge here, and converge into a turbulent Tianqi at the top of the peak. Lu Cheng drifted on the water handsomely, and the masked motorcycle drew a gorgeous arc in the Tianqi, and stopped steadily at the intersection of the 4 ocean currents. Lu Cheng exhaled, lowered his head, and looked at the sea. The clear sea water reflected the clear blue sky, and the floating clouds gathered, and the sea and the sky were almost connected. A long red dragon was surging in the sea of clouds. Lu Cheng's mouth curled up slightly and he snapped his fingers. A loud dragon roar seemed to come from another world. In the reflection of the sea water, the red dragon above the clouds swooped down, like a long red shuttle, rushing towards Lu Cheng. With a bang, the water waves exploded. With a long dragon roar, the unparalleled dragon broke through the sea surface, rushed up in the surging waves, circled around the sky, and then quietly floated beside the two of them. How come Long Long looks a little bigger? Little Robin asked curiously. Lu Cheng looked at it and it seemed to have become a little thicker. Although it was not too obvious, if he looked carefully, he could still find some slight differences. Maybe it's because the food has improved. Lu Cheng replied uncertainly. The aquatic products in the One Piece world are very rich. Those fish that are smaller than humans are embarrassed to say that they live in the sea, not to mention the large creatures like sea kings, which highlights the richness of the products. Wushuan has always been in a free-range state, and he, as a breeder, does not need to be responsible for food. He can solve it himself. In addition, he hides in the mirror world most of the time, so there is no need to worry about causing any trouble to him. It can be regarded as a model in the pet world. Hey, you didn't eat anyone, did you? Lu Cheng reached out and knocked on the other party. Wushuan roared in dissatisfaction, saying that he would not take the blame. In this case, Lu Cheng believed it. After all, he was a righteous partner, so he was quite relieved. Come up, he held out his hand to little Robin. Chapter 66. Wushuan let out a loud dragon roar, carrying the two people on his back and rushing into the sky, heading straight for the top of the upside-down mountain. Lu Cheng lowered his head, and the 4 upstream canals from the 4 seas below merged into the sea, and then, from the other side, the river leading to the direction of the Grand Route came down at a very fast speed. We can ride the water slide later. Lu Cheng said casually, and little Robin's eyes lit up. Lu Cheng smiled in his heart. After all, he is a child. Even if he looks like a serious little adult, he only needs to make a slight move to break the other party's disguise and burst out the child's nature. This little Robin who suddenly becomes cute from time to time is the cutest. Thank you for your hard work, Wushuan. Lu Cheng jumped off Wushuan's back and landed steadily on the top of the mountain. He spread his hands and steadily caught little Robin who jumped down. Lu Cheng put little Robin down and looked around. It was as if he was standing on the top of the world, with the whole world in his sight. There was only a vast white sea and an endless sky. Grand Line, here I come, ha 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 ha. Little Robin tilted his head and looked at the knight who was becoming clumsy again, and couldn't help but smile. But when he saw the knight tilting his head with ill intentions, he immediately took a step back, sat on the ground, spread his palms, and refused. No, I don't want to do this. Ah, it's too embarrassing, even if only Mr. Knight sees it. Seeing that little Robin couldn't experience this kind of happiness, Lu Cheng curled his lips helplessly. If he didn't howl a few times, wouldn't the fun of climbing the mountain be reduced by more than half? Wushuan howled in the void and gave a thumbs up. Lu Cheng looked down at the vast scenery, his heart surging. There are probably not many people who can see such a beautiful scenery. He thought about it, drew out his long sword, and on a protruding stone wall on the side, he left a line of iron-painted and silver-hooked characters with his sword. Lu Cheng was here. Little Robin looked curiously at the words written by Lu Cheng, which she had never seen before. Square, like a block, it does not belong to any kind of text she knows, but it has a different kind of beauty and charm. Mr. Knight, what is this? Little Robin asked curiously. My hometown's words, Lu Cheng's excitement subsided a little, and his tone also slowed down a little, like a gentle breeze passing by. Right, sorry, Mr. Knight. There is nothing to be sorry about. Adventure always requires leaving home. Lu Cheng opened his arms nonchalantly, as if to embrace the whole world. Besides, this world is so wonderful. Little Robin tilted his head. Although he didn't quite understand, he saw that Mr. Knight seemed to be in a better mood, and he felt his heart lighten unconsciously. Lu Cheng walked to the side for a while, then went around to another direction, stood on the edge of the red clay cliff, and looked down. The sea area below, if nothing goes wrong, it should be the end of the second half of the Grand Line, right? Robin thought for a moment, and recalled the newspapers and books he had read. Then Mr. Knight, is the sea below the final island that the Pirate King and his companions will arrive at? I don't know, but it shouldn't be that simple, Lu Cheng replied with a smile. If it were really that simple, the Navy would have completely controlled the final island long ago. Little Robin thought about it seriously and nodded. Lu Cheng recalled the original work, it should be Mercury Island. It seems that this is the destination of Roger's pirate group's first voyage. After the two of them admired and rested on the top of Upside Down Mountain, they walked slowly towards the bottom of Upside Down Mountain. Below that should be the real beginning of the Grand Line, Twin Gorge, right? Twin Gorge is the starting point of the 7 different routes in the first half of the Grand Line. Here, 2 towering lighthouses stand all year round, guiding the direction for every traveler entering the Grand Line. As the two were walking, they suddenly saw a huge black shadow passing by in front of them, and it instantly disappeared into the sea. Mr. Knight, what is that? Is it an island whale? Little Robin asked in confusion. Lu Cheng did not answer, but just looked at the sea water below quietly, paused for a moment, and then stepped down again. Lab, you are still here. Upside Down Mountain, Twin Gorge. The white lighthouse stands tall. Under the lighthouse, an old man with a hairstyle like half a petal is leisurely lying on a beach chair reading a newspaper. He is wearing a very fancy short-sleeved shirt, as if he is on vacation at the beach, and there is even a huge parasol next to him. But thinking about his past identity and his current identity as a lighthouse keeper, it seems that he is indeed retired and this leisurely life is normal. Chapter 67. Lu Cheng was holding little Robin, following the light of the lighthouse, and when he walked down from the upside-down mountain, he saw exactly this scene. He was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked up at the sky. Although the sky was not overcast, the upside-down mountain was shrouded in mist. In such weather, it seemed that the former pirate king's ship doctor's pretense skills were not very good at opening a parasol, at least much worse than himself. The old man who was sitting on a lounge chair reading a newspaper at Gemini Cape turned his head and saw two people, one big and one small, who were actually walking down from the red soil continent in such a swagger. One of them was wearing a strange, airtight red armor, and the little girl he was holding had a slightly darker complexion, a delicate face, and long black hair that fell to her waist, which looked shiny and smooth. This combination. Kurikas was slightly stunned, then laughed. I have been guarding the Twin Gorges for so many years. I have seen people slide down the sea channel smoothly, and I have also seen boats break and people die, it's shattered. It's rare to see people walking down like you did. In fact, I was planning to ride the water slide. You've never seen it before, Lu Cheng rolled his eyes and complained silently. Anyway, he had changed his body, so the other party couldn't see his expression. Kulokas didn't know what Lu Cheng was thinking, so he smiled and greeted the two of them. Lu Cheng took little Robin by the hand, walked to the other party slowly, and said with a smile, "Good afternoon, Mr. Kulokas. Do you know me?" Kurikas raised his eyebrows, folded the World Economic News in his hand and put it aside. Then he looked at the two people in front of him with a little curiosity. "The Tower Keeper of the Twin Gorges, I have heard of your name for a long time." Lu Cheng smiled slightly and asked, looking at the old man's reaction, "It seems that he recognized who we are. After all, he and little Robin have a combined bounty of nearly 200 million. Although they have been low-key for half a year, they are still famous." Kurikas opened his mouth, and just as he was about to say something, a shout suddenly sounded on the seaway not far away. Several people looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a huge sailing pirate ship spinning in the sea, twisting left and right as if it was drunk, and finally crashed into the red clay rock walls on both sides, and broke into pieces with a snap. This is because the undercurrent in the water caused the boat to lose control. Lu Cheng nodded and looked at Kurika's old man. "I have also seen boats that were destroyed and people died, and they were smashed to pieces." Kulokas. Although the pirate ship was smashed to pieces, the pirates did not all die. They were still struggling. Lu Cheng saw many surviving pirates holding broken planks and wine barrels, struggling desperately in the sea water, swimming towards the Twin Gorge. They seemed to have a strong desire to survive. Lu Cheng was cheering them on, wondering if he could be lucky enough to pick up a few bounties, when he suddenly heard a loud noise. Boom! It was like the sound of a drum. The red earth continent seemed to tremble slightly, and a dull roar sounded. Ah! The waves were surging in the rough waterway. The pirates who were desperately swimming towards this side holding the broken planks screamed, and were swept away by the chaotic currents in the sea, sinking into the sea and disappearing. Seeing this scene, Lu Cheng was speechless. "My Bailey is gone. It seems that he is not lucky enough." Of course, that group of pirates just had bad luck. Little Robin looked at Mr. Knight in silence and guessed what Mr. Knight was thinking. After all, Mr. Knight has been committed to making every pirate lose their dreams, and she has known it for a long time. Those pirates are unlucky enough to appear here today. Since he still has a lot of Baileys in his hands recently, although it is a pity to lose a fortune, Lu Cheng did not take it too seriously. The dull sound of dong, dong, dong is still endless. Crocus stood up, looked up and down at the strange armored man in front of him, and smiled. "I am Crocus, the keeper of the Twin Cape Lighthouse. Of course, you already know me. As for you, if the news reported in the newspaper is correct, it is the son of the devil Nico Robin and the Kamen Rider." "Very good." Lu Cheng gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Grandpa, you are right." Lu Cheng added with a smile, "I didn't expect that you also read the news half a year ago." Kurikas was stunned when he heard this and looked around. Apart from the sea, there was only a bare red earth continent. Apart from that, there were only two lonely lighthouses, and nothing else. How should he answer this question? Should he say that he was too bored to stay here and could only spend his time reading newspapers? Could it be that the old man is so bored that he can only read the newspaper? Little Robin's innocent and cute voice sounded beside him. Who said I was too boring? Crocus was angry. He tilted his head and saw the innocent and cute little Robin. He felt his anger disappear in an instant. How could this child be so cute? Forget it, don't bother with the kids. Chapter 68. The dull sound of dong, dong, dong is still ringing. Little Robin looked around in confusion. From a while ago, I heard strange noises coming from the sea. Is something hitting here? Old tower keeper, do you really not need to worry about it? I'm not old, I'm only 50, Kurikas weakly defended himself. But he has retired. Lu Cheng interrupted. In his 50s, he is a grandfather. The innocent little Robin made the final blow, and his innocent look made Crocus feel extremely hurt. Kids nowadays may be cute, but why are they talking nonsense in broad daylight? Who did they learn this bad habit from? Lu Cheng walked to the shore and looked down. Through the choppy sea, he could vaguely see a huge black shadow wandering underwater, crashing into the red earth continent under their feet again and again. Robin also came forward and said in surprise, "Is it an island whale? With such a huge size and outline, the black shadow we saw when we came down before should be it." Lu Cheng nodded, confirming little Robin's words. It's called Lab, a black island whale. Kurikas came up and introduced, it's from the West Sea, just like you. He had read about Kamen Rider and Devil's Child in the newspaper. Half a year ago, they had caused chaos in the West Sea. Naturally, he knew which sea Lu Cheng and his friends entered the upside-down mountain from. But he probably didn't guess that De Xiong's bullets would directly send the two of them to the starting point of the Grand Line, and they spent more than half a year of leisurely fishing. We also saw an island whale once. It is said to bring good luck to sailing. Little Robin recalled the knowledge in his mind. They are whales that live in groups, but, apart from the West Sea, they should only appear occasionally in the second half of the Grand Route. This is the first half of the Grand Route, how could they appear here? The island whales that mainly live in the West Sea may appear in the New World in the second half of the Grand Route, but they should not break through the barrier of the Red Earth continent and run to the first half of the Grand Route. Little girl, you are right, but Lab is special, different from any other island whales. Kurikas said slowly. Lu Cheng nodded without comment, it is indeed very rare. We only encountered an island whale once when we were sailing in the West Sea, and it was in the evening. It quickly dived into the sea and disappeared. The voyage after that was indeed very smooth, and I was lucky to meet Big Bear, who got rid of the entanglement of the navy and pirates. It was indeed a sea elf that brought good luck. Soon, a huge ball of water suddenly rose from the sea in the distance, and then a huge black whale suddenly rushed out of the sea, revealing a head full of scars, and struggled to hit the red clay rock wall. Lu Cheng and Little Robin silently watched the actions of the island whale Lab, and guessed the origin of the scars on the other's head. In the world of One Piece, many animals have unusual intelligence levels. Especially those super-large sea kings hidden in the deep sea of the Grand Line, they have extremely long lifespans and even have wisdom comparable to humans. When Lu Cheng got the seal card before, he thought about whether to contract a highly intelligent sea king as a contracted beast, but unfortunately, because he quickly thought of another use of the seal card, this idea was quickly thrown out of his mind. After all, he already has Wushuan Glong, and it is more tempting to carry a large space ring with him than an obedient pet. At that time, I thought of Leibo. After all, as Crocus said, Leibo is special. I have to say that as a former ship doctor on the Pirate King's ship, Crocus is really perverted. In order to treat Leibo's forehead injury, he actually made a full range of internal modifications for it. Those who don't know would think that he was modifying the ship instead of the whale. Drilling holes in people, installing doors in the stomach, not even missing the sewer, and even placing a ship in Leibo's body. Such medical skills are not scientific at all. Lu Cheng always felt that although the other party did this to treat Leibo's forehead injury, it might cause greater harm to Leibo. But the problem is that this world is unscientific. Leibo was transformed into this, but, it's nothing. It can't be healthier. Lu Cheng is already powerless to complain. And to be honest, it's hard to say how Leibo is as an island whale, but it's really great as a mobile base. It's just that he has now turned Night Island into a portable logistic space for him and Little Robin, so naturally he has no interest in Leibo. And to be honest, he felt that Lab was also very pitiful. Chapter 69. Bang, 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 one loud noise after another was heard. The earth trembled slightly. The impact sound under the feet showed no sign of stopping. Lab still tirelessly used his body to hit the unbreakable red soil continent again and again. It's just that although its body is already huge, in front of the endless red soil continent, it is like the gap between an ant and a giant. Not to mention that the other party crashes like this for a day, even if it persists here for 1,000 years or 10,000 years, it will not be of any use. It is just futile or a waste of effort. But just like a knight going upstream and never backing down for justice, Lab's stupid behavior of trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm suddenly ignited Lu Cheng's knight's soul. It has been confirmed that you are also a qualified person, whale. Why is it like this? If it continues like this, will it be in trouble? Little Robin blinked, a little reluctant. Because its companion did not come back, Kuroka's, he said calmly, it has waited for too long, and finally it can't wait any longer. It thinks that as long as it knocks the mountain apart, the person it is waiting for will come back. It was so stubborn that no one could change its mind. I tried many ways to control its actions, but I still couldn't completely stop it from hurting itself. And because of its large size, it is unable to leave here to find its companions. So knocking down this mountain is the only thing it can do. Crocus sighed. The person it is waiting for must be very important to it, right? Little Robin stared blankly at the huge black shadow in the sea below and asked. She tilted her head and looked at Mr. Knight carefully. Mr. Knight's face was hidden under the mask and could not be seen clearly. Only on the mask, the red belly eyes seemed to be burning. Just like Mr. Knight's determination. She couldn't help but reach out and gently pull Mr. Knight. Lu Cheng came back to his senses, rubbed Little Robin's hair, smiled and nodded, indicating that Little Robin didn't need to be nervous. Have you ever thought about calming it down? Lu Cheng looked at Kuroka's and asked. Kuroka smiled bitterly and said, I always inject tranquilizers on time, but it seems to be aware of my behavior. So smart, Lu Cheng exclaimed sincerely. Lu Cheng recalled the content in the original book, how the Straw Hat Boy calmed Leibu down. It seems that he just beat him up and it was done. Lu Cheng looked down at the dark shadow on the sea below, his eyes became subtle. Doesn't this look too difficult? Lu Cheng was eager to try. Little Robin tilted her head to look at Mr. Knight. Out of intuition, she always felt that Mr. Knight seemed to be suddenly excited. Mr. Knight is always like this, sometimes he is very serious, but he will suddenly become not serious as if he thought of something, and sometimes he looks silly. This is a bit unfair to Lu Cheng. It's just that sometimes Lu Cheng gets inexplicably excited when he thinks of those familiar original plots. Just like when he met Red Hair, it felt like a big star on TV suddenly appeared in front of him. Coming to such a place and encountering familiar scenes, it would be difficult for him not to be touched. Anyway, just let it calm down first. Lu Cheng rubbed his fists, eager to try. The shadow under the water was still hitting, but Kuroka's already felt something was wrong. What was this guy trying to do? He shook his head. It's useless. Like I said, it won't calm down until the companion it's waiting for comes back. I've tried many times, and it doesn't work. Maybe your way is not right, Lu Cheng smiled mysteriously, but the smile was hidden by his mask. One could only barely tell from his voice that he was holding back his smile. Perhaps you should adopt a more violent treatment plan. Violence? Kuroka's was a little confused, but soon shook his head, seemingly unaware of the ridicule in Lu Cheng's words, and answered seriously, the other party's situation cannot be solved by violence. It will only increase the other party's injuries and will not help the other party's treatment. Believe me, when I was young, I was a qualified doctor and I had some confidence in my medical skills. Hearing this, Lu Cheng was speechless. Who wants to discuss medical skills with you? After all, in the original work, he was the royal ship doctor on the Pirate King's ship. He kept the terminally ill Pirate King Roger alive for several years and supported him to reach Raftel. He should be considered one of the best doctors on this sea. He shook his head and said with a smile, I just happen to know something. It is a story about a traveler who died and is still drifting on the sea. Mr. Kulokas should know the name of that person very well. Chapter 70. Kurokas frowned when he heard this. He didn't understand what Lu Cheng meant at all. You mean, no, how would you know? I just know it, Lu Cheng raised his head and looked at the endless sea in front of him. Brooke is still alive, still floating on the sea of hope. Brooke, you actually knew. Hearing this, Kurukaz was completely shocked. He originally thought that Lu Cheng was just talking nonsense, but he didn't expect that he really knew something. Being able to call out this name meant that he was not talking nonsense. Of course, Lu Cheng nodded, a knight of justice will never lie. Kurukaz simply ignored the other party's somewhat strange address. Anyway, the other party's dress was already weird enough. Where did you get this news? This, Lu Cheng smiled and shook his head, pointing to the sky with one hand. This is the noble guidance of justice. Courage and justice give us enlightenment and show us the way forward. Kurukaz thought the man must be seriously ill, and thought about giving him an injection to wake him up, but he hadn't treated anyone for many years, so he sighed. A prophecy? He guessed secretly. Kurukaz thought about it, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. He believed it. Damn, he really believed it. Little Robin's face was full of question marks. How could such nonsense be believed? She glanced at Kurukaz's expression, and he didn't look perfunctory. So, do you really believe Mr. Knight's nonsense? Why did these people become weird after meeting Mr. Knight? The same goes for the red-haired one, and the old gentleman. Is there something wrong with him or them? Isn't it obvious that Mr. Knight is talking nonsense? Little Robin's young mind was greatly shocked. Little Robin didn't understand, but Lu Cheng just knew one thing. Crocus is not an ordinary person. Although he looks like an ordinary lighthouse keeper now, how can a person who can live leisurely and happily on the Grand Line be simple? The other party's hidden identity is actually the former ship doctor of Roger's pirate group. He once witnessed the emergence of a prophecy with his own eyes, on the final island, Raftel. The prophecy foreshadows that in the future 12 years later, there will be a grand war that concerns the whole world, and a new generation of Joy Boy will appear again. It is precisely because of seeing this prophecy that Pirate King Roger thinks he came too early. Pluto Rayleigh thinks that O'Hara's people are too anxious and should not expose the historical text so early. And Kojiki Odin, because of the content of the prophecy, in order to deal with that war, chose to sacrifice himself and leave the hope of the founding of Wano country. This prophecy has affected too many people, and even Little Robin's experience at this moment is inextricably linked to all that. Crocus is naturally among them. Kurukaz sighed. Here, there are more than just Lab who have lost important people. If only my medical skills could allow the captain to live another 20 years. He must be eager to see such a vast, turbulent sea, right? I remember Brooke was a pirate with an afro and a musician, Lu Cheng said. That's right. Kurukaz nodded, finally confirming that Lu Cheng was telling the truth. Labo did come from the West Sea. It followed the group of pirate companions and crossed the upside-down mountain to come here. But he looked at Lu Cheng with a serious face. Maybe you did hear some things, but they may not be all right. I have already obtained reliable information. The pirates of the Rumba Pirates have long escaped from the Grand Line. They have betrayed their agreement with this whale. Only Lab is still foolishly guarding here. I believe that the other party will come back. Kurukaz looked down at the huge black shadow in the sea below. Through the deep sea water, he could vaguely see the deep scars on Lab's head. These were the marks left by the other party's continuous collision with the sea surface. In order to treat Lab's injuries more conveniently, he even did a thorough treatment on it and installed a door in its stomach, so that he could easily inject sedatives into Lab to calm it down after repeated collisions. Your information may be outdated, Lu Cheng smiled and said, so I said, old man, you have been out of society for too long. I am not old. Crocus was a little speechless. These two brats really do what they want and don't listen to others. No wonder they are so bold and dare to confront the world government head-on. However, with such personalities, it's really likable. Kurukaz thought of his companions who were once on the same ship, but now, with the fall of the flag, all the people have fallen apart. He shook his head, laughed a little, and began to recall the past uncontrollably. Maybe he was really old. Chapter 71. The information I got is that the Rumba pirates were indeed destroyed, but Brooke is still alive. Because he ate the Yomuri fruit, his soul did not disappear after death, so he is still alive. Devil fruit, Yomuri fruit, Crocus muttered to himself, frowning and trying to recall those memories. It seemed that this was indeed the case. The other party's companion laughed at Brooke, saying that he had eaten a completely useless devil fruit, which was completely useless except that he lost his swimming ability and became a landlubber. Others who ate devil fruits not only looked cool and awesome, but also had their abilities enhanced to some extent, except Brooke. Not only did he have no ability, he even had a fatal weakness, becoming a complete landlubber. Of course, the other party was a musician, so as long as he could still play music, it didn't matter to him at all. Yellow spring fruit, why didn't I think of that? Kurika's now believed that what Lu Cheng said was true, and he couldn't wait to ask if what you said is true. Then where is Brook? Where is he now? Lu Cheng thought about it, and the other party didn't seem to be a person now, just a skeleton. If you meet him, you will treat him as a monster and beat him. He should still be floating alone on the ghost ship. He should still be trapped on the ghost ship, lonely for 20 or 30 years, Lu Cheng sighed. If he knew that Rab was still waiting for him here, he would probably be more miserable. Mr. Knight. Lu Cheng felt his hand being pulled, and when he turned around he saw little Robin with tears in his eyes. Mr. Knight, they are so pitiful, can you help them? Little Robin's watery eyes are really cute. Okay, Lu Cheng nodded reluctantly. Although he had planned to do so from the beginning, now, even if Mr. Knight meets some of little Robin's small requests. Mr. Kulokas, Lu Cheng said, I have some things I want to ask you later. Of course, let Lab calm down now. You can remove the word old. What do you want to do? How about I give him some tranquilizer first? Lu Chendao, don't bother with that. The Knight of Justice will exchange his heart with his fist. Lab will definitely be able to feel my burning heart. Lu Cheng rubbed his hands together, no matter what, I must give the Straw Hat Boy a beating, my hands are itching. Lab, take my righteous punch. He looked at the huge black shadow tumbling below, roared, and fell from the sky. The sea water splashed, and Lab let out a roar, as if he was scolding Lu Cheng, the old man, for not following martial ethics and launching a sneak attack. Crocus looked at the two figures in the sea below, and was a little confused for a moment. The other party's devil fruit was not afraid of sea water. Is it because the armor blocked the sea water and couldn't affect the main body? Then the opponent's devil fruit seems to be much stronger than expected. Although he was a little surprised, many people relied on the power of the devil fruit to avoid the risks of sea water, so he soon stopped caring. He tilted his head to look at little Robin, wanting to ask. Has your Mr. Knight always been so unreliable? If the other party had asked, little Robin would definitely shake her head seriously. After all, Mr. Knight was the most reliable, but the other party did not speak, and little Robin had no intention of observing the other party's expression. She was looking at the ups and downs of the battle below with a worried look on her face. Mr. Knight's figure disappeared in the sea, and only Lab's roar and the churning sea water below could be heard, indicating that the battle was still going on. Although Mr. Knight was very powerful, it would be a lie to say that she was not worried in this kind of underwater battle against a giant creature like an island whale. But she heard that the whale's roar seemed to be getting more and more miserable. It seemed that Mr. Knight had the upper hand. Although Lab was so pitiful and had to be beaten so badly by Mr. Knight. Little Robin thought about it carefully and decided that it would be better if Lab got beaten than if Mr. Knight got hurt. Listening to Lab's miserable cry, little Robin blinked. Mr. Knight should know the limits when he attacks, right? Lu Cheng certainly knew about limits. Now is obviously not the time to consider these things. After all, with Kurika's here, as long as he doesn't kill him, won't everything be fine? Moreover, underwater combat does not seem to be easy. Apart from fighting and swimming at the same time, there is another crucial reason. There is nowhere to gain leverage. Moreover, the resistance of the sea water will remove a large part of his strength, which makes his attack not so effective when it falls on Lab. Moreover, in the sea, when the island whale flips over and swings its tail, the waves it stirs up are like a landslide and tsunami. If it were on the water, Lu Cheng would think that Lab was just a large sandbag. But under the sea, he would not kill him. Lu Cheng suddenly realized that winning didn't seem so easy. Chapter 72. He dodged Lab's tail swing, but he couldn't avoid the waves that followed, and he was severely knocked back. After finally stabilizing his body, he saw a scarred big head that had turned over in the sea and rushed towards him. Lu Cheng subconsciously kicked his feet and used the skills of the moon step. He immediately felt that the feeling of having nowhere to get leverage in the sea water disappeared. He tilted his neck. He was only going to communicate with you in the way of ordinary people, but Lab, you fight well. Lu Cheng silently gave him a thumbs up. Since you are so powerful, I won't be polite. Let me show you that I have practiced the Navy 6 styles to the pinnacle. He kicked out, and a ripple spread silently in the sea water, which soon disappeared without a trace, but Lu Cheng's body had already shot out like an arrow from a string, and punched Lab's side heavily. Now, come and taste my fist as big as a casserole. Although his fist was not that big, it was much more powerful than that one. Labo let out a terrible roar in pain. Lu Cheng's figure flickered slightly in the sea water, and he easily dodged Labo's counterattack. This time he aimed at Labo's big head. Such a big head, if hit by a punch, it must hurt for a long time, right? But for Labo, the most powerful thing should be this iron head skill, right? The sea surface gradually calmed down. Little Robin blinked and stared at the suddenly calm sea surface. With a bang, the sea water exploded and Lab's huge head rushed out of the water. Little Robin saw at a glance the figure standing on Lab's scarred head. Lu Cheng patted the huge head under him. Big guy, my fist is bigger than yours. Can you listen to me now? Lab finally calmed down. There was no way not to be quiet, he really couldn't beat him. However, due to the sensitive instinct of animals, it realized that the other party did not have much malice. So he gave up on continuing to be beaten and floated to the surface to see what the other party wanted to say to him. Of course, it was impossible to make it give up like that stupid old man. As long as it knocked away this red soil continent, it could see its companions again. It was impossible to give up. Lu Cheng looked at the other party's huge eyes and slowly walked to his side and sat cross-legged. Looking at the figure reflected in the other party's eyes that were bigger than the lighthouse of Twin Gorge, he slowly removed his armor. He spoke slowly, his voice was very soft, but it sounded like thunder to Rab's ears. Labu, I won't persuade you to give up. Promises and companions are the most precious things in this world. Labu didn't say anything, but his eyes were still alert. His huge eyes stared at Lu Cheng without blinking. But, Rab, don't you want to see your companions again? I know Brook is not completely dead yet, and I know where he is now. The reason why he did not fulfill his promise and did not come to see you is not because he forgot or broke his promise, but because he could not do it. He was trapped in one place for a long time. If he knew that you always remembered this promise, he would be very happy. Rab suddenly raised his head and let out a roar. Lu Cheng exerted a little force and used the moon step to prevent the other party from falling off his back. Seeing Rab, who was very excited and cried to the sky, Lu Cheng smiled. So, as a price, you promise me that you won't hurt yourself again, and I will tell you Brook's location so that you can find him, okay? Tears welled up in Lab's eyes, falling like heavy rain, and the wails in his mouth became louder and louder, like the howling cold wind in the rainstorm, echoing in the Twin Straits, and it took a long time to subside. Lu Cheng covered his ears, and Lab completely quieted down after a long time. Lu Cheng put down his hand, looked at the excited Lab, and said firmly, the night of justice will never lie. I believe you can feel my heart in my fiery fist. Lab. I really felt it, not only hot, but also painful. Lu Cheng flipped over and jumped up, jumping over the channel and landing next to Little Robin and Crocus. Brook is trapped in the Devil's Sea, unable to get out because of the fog, but he always remembers his promise to you, I can guarantee that. The tears in Lab's eyes flowed more and more, and he only wailed, and the strong sadness filled the entire Twin Straits. But it finally gave up the action of hitting the cliff, and quietly dived into the water, leaving only a large black shadow. It's a deal then, everyone. I'll come find you when I set out and take you to the Grand Line. This is another promise. Don't break it. He smiled and clapped his hands, looking at the huge shadow under the sea. Although the other party did not answer, Lu Cheng felt that the other party should have agreed. Solved. Lu Cheng looked at Little Robin, who was full of admiration, and put his hands on his hips proudly. It was solved easily, are you happy? Little Robin nodded repeatedly, and Crocus looked at Lu Cheng with a complicated expression. Chapter 73. Lu Cheng looked very young after removing his armor. In his opinion, he was just a big kid, but he seemed to see the shadows of many people in him. I am really old. Crocus laughed at himself and said, you are going to kidnap my Lab. I helped you solve a big problem, shouldn't you thank me? Lu Cheng asked. What he said was not a lie. In the future, Crocus would not have to worry about Lab's health anymore, which really saved a lot of trouble. Crocus turned around and looked around. It was empty. There was nothing on the island except 2 lighthouses. He was a little speechless. Although he said that, there was one less thing he could use for entertainment in the future. But it was fine this way. He pointed to the lighthouse and said, come in and sit down. Didn't you say before that you had something to ask me? You look like you know a lot of things. In that case, you probably know my identity, right? Lu Cheng nodded. Little Robin blinked curiously, but in front of Crocus, he still suppressed his curiosity. At worst, he could ask Mr. Knight later. Crocus looked at Lu Cheng and led the two of them towards the lighthouse. A few days ago, when Shanks passed by here, he mentioned you to me. Now it seems that he was not wrong. Did he say bad things about me? Lu Cheng laughed. Brother face really doesn't give me face. He said he would protect me, but he just destroyed my innocence out of thin air. That weird red-haired. Little Robin pouted. He was clearly eating and drinking for free on his own ship, but he actually said bad things about Mr. Knight. Little Robin silently made a record of the red-haired man. Haha, Shanks is like this, but the other party said that if I met you, I could teach you a little lesson. He said that you are prone to getting cocky. He seldom says this about others, haha. It seems he thinks highly of you. I didn't expect to see you guys so soon. If you are in the morning for half a month, you might still meet. Oh. Lu Cheng was a little curious. Why is Shanks here? I remember he was in the West Sea before. Where did he go this time? Went to the East Blue Sea, mysteriously. I don't know what he did, Kurokos muttered. Lu Cheng knew what Red Hair was going to do. It turned out that he wanted to play One Piece. Forget it, forget about the red-haired guy. From the looks of it, that arm is probably not going to be saved. As he spoke, Kurokos stretched out his hand and pushed open the door of the lighthouse. Inside the door was empty, just a simple room, with almost no other decorations except some newspapers and books. Little Robin looked around and blinked. Grandpa, you are really boring, no wonder you can only read newspapers. Little Robin, stop talking. Lu Cheng looked at the embarrassed Kurokos and tapped Little Robin on the head. Child, don't always tell the truth. Little Robin giggled and stopped talking. Kurokos was completely speechless. How could he teach a child like this? What a pity. She was such a lovely little girl. Little Robin was obviously much more cheerful than before. This was all thanks to Lu Cheng's training over the past 6 months, instructions. Lu Cheng was very satisfied. Kurokos asked the two to sit down at the table. Looking at Little Robin, who was curiously looking at the bookshelf, he smiled and nodded. If you want to read it, just take a look. Thank you, Grandpa. Little Robin thanked him sweetly, stood up impatiently, and walked towards the bookshelf. They are all medical books. Little Robin picked out a book, opened it, and soon became absorbed in it. Looking at Little Robin, who was quietly reading and soon immersed in it, Kurokos turned his head and looked at Lu Cheng. What do you want to ask? Nothing happened, Lu Cheng thought for a moment and said, I just want to find someone to teach me the 6 styles and haki, and also to teach Little Robin some medical skills. Yes, he felt that his 6 styles of the Navy seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and he still couldn't sense haki or something, which was why he was eager to go out to sea. He couldn't get any experience points by practicing alone, so now it was time to go out and fight monsters. As for Little Robin's medical skills, this was something he thought of temporarily. It was still necessary to have a doctor on the sea. He hadn't thought of this before, but since he met a big guy like Crocus, there was no reason not to take advantage of him for free. Red Hair taught him the 6 styles after all, and Crocus, you, the old ship doctor, should at least give him something as a token of your appreciation, right? After all, it took a lot of effort to beat Lab. Kurokos fell into deep thought, looking Lu Cheng up and down for a while, shook his head, turned his head to look at Little Robin, who was reading seriously, and then smiled. Chapter 74. Before they knew it, it was already dark. Under the bright moonlight, the lighthouse at Gemini Cape was still turning as usual, guiding the ships that had just entered the Grand Route. Inside the lighthouse, Kurokos got up and made a pot of tea for Lu Cheng and the other man. Lu Cheng swallowed the steaming hot tea in one gulp without hesitation, smacking his lips and saying, "It tastes okay, but it's too light. Rum would be better." "Drinking too much is harmful to your health," Kurokos replied calmly, but didn't say anything else. He had said this to his former companions before, but no one cared. With the physique of these monsters, no matter how much they drank, it would not be a problem. "It's okay." Lu Cheng took out a bottle of rum and threw it over. "This thing is the treasure of the sea. Without it, you can't go out to sea at all." Kurokos reached out to take it, smiled, uncorked the bottle, and took a small sip. Don't ask me about my domineering attitude, I'm just a small ship doctor, powerless, cough cough. Kurikaze stopped talking when he saw Lu Cheng looking at him, and coughed awkwardly. Lu Cheng was speechless when he saw Kurikaze pretending to say I don't know anything, don't ask me. Who are you kidding? You ran the grand line from the beginning to the end, and after running a circle, you returned to the starting point leisurely, guarding the lighthouse alone for so many years without any trouble. You know, no matter who you are, strong or weak, you almost have to pass by here if you want to enter the grand line. No one will bother you. You said you have no strength at all. Who would believe this nonsense? Do you believe it? Anyway, I don't believe it. Kurikaze said that he believed it. It was the way it was. Lu Cheng had no choice. If the other party didn't want to, he couldn't just beat the old man up and force him to teach him, right? Not really, not really. Actually, it's not impossible, but the problem is, if I do it, I will definitely be the one who gets beaten. He shook his head, thought about it, and decided to save the country in a roundabout way. Shanks is such a rude guy. Lu Cheng said to Kurikaze indignantly. This guy came to the West Sea and ate and drank for free on my ship for more than half a year. After he was done, he turned around and kicked me away. He asked me to teach me haki, but he only taught me the 6 navy styles. He said that haki would come out after practicing. Isn't this pure deception? I actually believed it at the time. Kurikaze was a little speechless. It really sounded like something red hair would do. Your current strength is pretty good, Kurikaze glanced at Lu Cheng and said, it's not a good idea to rush for success. You just need to take your time now. It's not enough, Lu Cheng sighed. My strength is still not enough. After all, there are too many powerful guys on the sea. Now I have provoked the navy. If Articuno troubles me again next time, I really want to beat him up. You are really thinking too much. How old are you? How old is Kuzan? After all, he is the famous Vice Admiral Iceberg in the Navy. If he is beaten up by a young boy like you, will the Navy still have any face? Will Kuzan still have any face? Moreover, how did the name Articuno come about? Kurikaze recalled the shock he felt when he heard Red Hair mention the word Articuno a few days ago. He felt that if this nickname spread, Vice Admiral Iceberg would be furious. It would be strange if he didn't find a way to do something to you. It can only be said that young people really like to commit suicide. So, you came to the Grand Line to become stronger. The old doctor shook his head. But it's not a good thing for you two to enter the Grand Line so recklessly. I think you may underestimate the Grand Line. Lu Cheng smiled slightly and did not refute. After all, only by meeting strong people can you become stronger, and although the Grand Line is dangerous, it is also very interesting. I don't underestimate the Grand Line at all. I have been preparing for half a year before coming here. Lu Cheng didn't think there was any great danger. With the ability to travel through the mirror world, to be honest, there are very few people in the world who can cause him trouble. He has always been low-key. What if the Navy makes trouble for him? He can go wherever he wants. Can they block him? Even if they set up a dragnet, can't he just change his place? Can't the other party only follow his motorcycle and eat the exhaust gas? He has not seen any ship that can run faster than his motorcycle, so he is not afraid of this wave at all. Anyway, the world is so big, you can go everywhere. Chapter 75. Kurikaze looked at Lu Cheng, who was completely fearless, and nodded. Since the other party had made up his mind, it was naturally not his turn to say more. He shook his head, and Lu Cheng was slightly disappointed, but soon Kurikaze spoke, which made Lu Cheng's eyes light up. Although I can't teach you how to be domineering, there is someone who can teach you. One of my former companions is very good at this. Lu Cheng's mind raced, and he quickly guessed who the other party was talking about. That's fine, as long as someone teaches me. Pluto Rayleigh. Kurikaze nodded. But it's not easy for you to meet him. Kurikaze smiled and said, I don't know where he is now. You can only rely on luck to find him. It's okay, I will find him. Lu Cheng patted his chest. As for the Sabayati archipelago, I know that the other party is living there, it's no big deal. Kurikaze didn't know where Lu Cheng's confidence came from. He shook his head and looked at little Robin beside him. But as for medical skills, I can teach you a little, but you should be in a hurry to set sail, right? If we wait too long, Lab will probably not be able to bear it. He couldn't handle matters involving domineering or other troubles. After all, he was just an ordinary Twin Gorge lighthouse guard who knew a little about medicine. He could only teach medical skills. He is still willing to help. Lu Cheng nodded, admitting that there was nothing to do in the Twin Straits except for the 2 lighthouses. It was thanks to Kurikas that he could stay here for decades. A few days, if you are smart, you can teach them some common medical skills, Kulokas pondered. Generally speaking, mastering these basics is enough at sea. Little Robin is very smart, Lu Cheng assured little Robin. The little girl was only a little dumber than him, but she was extremely smart. He was very confident. Looks smarter than you, Crocus. Nodded. Lu Cheng was full of questions. Is this human language? The 2 chatted casually for a few words. Lu Cheng teased Shanks a few times. Crocus was a little surprised when he heard it and asked, "You said Shanks went to take care of the children?" Lu Cheng thought about it and thought, cultivating the future Pirate King is just like raising a child, there is nothing wrong with what he said. That's right, Lu Cheng nodded and answered very affirmatively. Ha ha ha, Crocus laughed wildly, no wonder he was unwilling to tell me when I asked him what he was doing. So that's why, no wonder he went to the East Blue Sea. Whose child is this? Shanks has a child. He is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. Lu Cheng smacked his lips and said, Shanks is too wild, it will be difficult for him to have a child. Kurikas ignored the second half of Lu Cheng's complaint and asked in confusion, what does Vice Admiral Garp's grandson have to do with him? How did he get involved with the Navy? Will Garp beat this guy to death if he finds out? It's okay, Lu Cheng waved his hand. The Pirate King's son Garp is also being raised together, it's okay. What? The son of the Pirate King? Crocus had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the second half of Lu Cheng's words. He was instantly shocked. He stood up abruptly and instantly appeared in front of Lu Cheng, grabbing his collar. What did you say, the son of the Pirate King? The son of Captain Roger? Are you kidding? Little Robin was startled by the noise and looked over worriedly. Lu Cheng waved his hand to signal the other party not to worry and just continue reading. He was also a little speechless. Crocus's actions were so fast that he didn't react. This guy also said that he was an old ship doctor who was powerless. Who could he fool with this skill? Another old 6. Hug, sorry, I'm too excited. Realizing that he seemed too excited and a little out of control, Kulokas withdrew his hand and asked excitedly, are you telling the truth? I understand. Lu Cheng didn't bother with the other party because he taught little Robin medical skills. He nodded. Of course, he glanced at the extremely shocked Crocus and said jokingly, you are still members of Roger's pirate group, how could you not know that Roger got married and had a child in the last year of his life? I said your information is out of date, right? Crocus's mood at this moment was just like when Captain Roger suddenly disbanded the pirate group after successfully arriving at Raftel. It was incredible. Looking at Crocus, who was scratching his head and doubting his life, Lu Cheng said with a smile, Captain Roger's wife is named Porgas Dluju, her child is named Ace, and is currently under the care of the Navy hero Garp, and is very safe. Kurikas grabbed his head in pain, unable to accept the reality for a while. How could the dead captain suddenly have a son? What the hell is this? Chapter 76. Are you telling the truth? Kurikas felt that he seemed to only be able to say this now. The news revealed by the other party was really too outrageous. It's true, Lu Cheng nodded, you can confirm it. Kulokas took a few steps on the spot and shook his head. I believe in my eyes when I look at people, and I also believe in the eyes of the red-haired man. I believe that you would not say these words to deceive an old man like me. You are not that kind of person. This sounded really good, Lu Cheng laughed, and without keeping anyone in suspense, he told them what he knew. These things were not important information, of course, they were indeed secret, and he was willing to explain because the other party was Crocus, the doctor of the Pirate King Roger. Madame Luju is a great mother, Lu Cheng praised, she used drugs to delay the birth of the fetus in her body to avoid the Navy's search. Lu Cheng calculated the time and found that Ace had been in his mother's body for at least 15 months. It was simply a miracle. Mr. Kurikas, as a doctor, you must understand how incredible this is, right? Kurikas nodded with a sad face. He drank all the rum in his hand and stretched out his hand to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng kindly handed him a few bottles. Kurika's drank 2 bottles of wine in one breath, then he calmed down and burped, I see, thank you for telling me the news, Kamen Rider. He paused, and suddenly realized that he didn't even know the other person's name. My name is Lu Cheng, Lu Cheng said. Mr. Kulokas, you don't have to be polite. It's just some information. It's nothing. I will teach little Robin the art of medicine, don't worry, Crocus said in a deep voice. A smile appeared on Lu Cheng's face. That's it. Casual guidance and attentive guidance are 2 different things. It's a rare opportunity for little Robin to have such a good opportunity to learn medical skills, so he naturally has to help him fight for it. These are all Mr. Knight's expectations. Little Robin needs to work harder. Crocus thought about it and felt that as an old senior, he couldn't always take advantage of the newcomers. If others want to learn domineering, he won't teach them. He can only teach them a little medical skills, and the other party also told him such important news. He thought about it and asked, this is your first time in the Grand Line, right? Do you have a recording pointer on you? Yes, Lu Cheng nodded, I got one from a pirate a few days ago. So, you couldn't wait to come to the Grand Line after you got the record pointer, right? You're so ashamed to say that you prepared for half a year, but you spent the whole half year looking for the pointer, right? You're really a complete novice. Kurikas shook his head and said the Grand Route is very dangerous. If there is no record pointer, we will completely lose our way at sea. The record pointer may be damaged. At the very least, we must have a record pointer as a backup. Otherwise, once the record pointer is damaged, we will be completely buried in the sea. Lu Cheng had also thought about this question, but considering that it would not be so difficult to get the record pointer after entering the Grand Route, he only thought for a moment and decided to come in first. He was still very confident in his ability to save his life, but if the other party said so. Lu Cheng thought about it and asked, Mr. Crocus, I was not well prepared when I first came in. I wonder if you have any extra record pointers. Record pointers are one of the essential items for sailing on the Grand Route. In the world of One Piece, there are also many kinds of record pointers. In the 4 outer seas, only ordinary sea pointers are needed to allow people to sail smoothly. Lu Cheng didn't know anything at the beginning, but he went to sea safely. But the Grand Route is different. The Grand Route is an extremely special place. The islands in the route themselves have different magnetic fields, which leads to chaotic magnetic fields on the route. Not only is the weather complex and changeable, but the magnetic field will seriously affect the operation of ordinary compasses, making ordinary compasses unable to work at all. At this time, more advanced record pointers are needed to find the correct direction in the vast ocean. Even in the second half of the Grand Route, that is, the New World, even the single record pointer is ineffective. If you want to sail safely in the New World, you must use another more special record pointer. It is a special pointer with 3 different pointers on the dial at the same time. With these 3 pointers, you can confirm the direction of the next island. And above the record pointer, there is an even more special pointer. Permanent pointer. Unlike ordinary recording pointers, permanent pointers will always point to a fixed island and will not be affected by any other magnetic field. As long as there is no damage, the permanent pointer will never change direction. Not knowing what kind of pointer Kurikas gave, Lu Cheng felt that the other party should not be so stingy. He helped solve the problem of Labu and provided the other party with such important information. Lu Cheng felt that the other party should give him a permanent pointer as a reward, right? Chapter 77. Sure enough, Kurikas took a sip of wine and said with a smile, you know about the permanent pointer, right? Lu Cheng nodded. I have 2 permanent pointers here, but I don't need them anymore, so I'll give them to you. Lu Cheng was delighted. Permanent pointers are very precious, and giving 2 of them at once was quite considerate of the other party. Thank you, Mr. Kurikas, I need this, Lu Cheng thought for a moment and continued, where do these 2 permanent pointers point to? Kurikas scratched his head, his eyes flashing with memories, and said, these 2 pointers, one leads to the Drum Kingdom, and the other to the Sabayati Archipelago. These 2 names, he knew it very well. Lu Cheng thought for a moment and confirmed, is it the Medical Kingdom and the Bubble Islands? Kurikas was a little surprised. He nodded and said, it seems that you have made preparations. You didn't come in without thinking. Lu Cheng. Kulokas added, if you want this little girl to learn more medical skills, I have a friend in the Medical Kingdom. You can go to her to learn. She is very capable. Friend? Old acquaintance? Lu Cheng was a little curious, but he didn't ask any more questions. Kulokas continued to speak. As for Sabayati, that is the end of the paradise, the last stop of the first half of the Grand Line. If you go there, you can look for it, maybe there will be a surprise. This is a clear indication. It seems that Crocus should know that Pluto Rayleigh is hiding in the Sabayati archipelago. Sure enough, companions on the same boat, even if they are separated, are still connected to each other, just like Red Hair had been here before. Being on the same boat, they are a family that is still connected. Lu Cheng turned back to look at Robin, who was listening carefully with his ears perked up. Suddenly, she saw Mr. Knight's gaze turning towards her, and her face flushed instantly, but she was relieved when she saw Lu Cheng quickly turned his gaze away. Little Robin pouted, a little unhappy. Really, Mr. Knight just likes to tease her, hey. Thank you very much, Mr. Kulokas. Lu Cheng thanked him sincerely. Kulokas nodded and said, it's getting late. Why don't you go to bed early? You can stay in another lighthouse. As for medical skills, we will start tomorrow. Lu Cheng nodded, and little Robin also put down the book in his hand and stood up to say goodbye. The two walked out of the house, and it was dark. It was as if an ancient wind blew from the deepest part of the route, bringing with it a breath of adventure and antiquity. Outside the lighthouse of Gemini Cape, the silver moon was bright, and the moonlight was shining coldly. Lu Cheng held little Robin's hand, stepped on the silver light, bathed in the sea breeze, and walked to the coast to sit down. Below was a vast ocean, and the waves washed the red earth continent under their feet, making thunderous sounds. Such big waves, it's really not a good place to sleep. Lu Cheng grinned, I really don't know how Kurikas managed to stay here for more than 10 years. Mr. Knight, are all the things you said before true? Little Robin leaned against Lu Cheng, looking at the sea dotted with stars, and asked. Which sentence? All. Of course it's true. When has Mr. Knight ever lied to anyone? Little Robin looked at Lu Cheng with a suspicious look, and Lu Cheng shrugged. It didn't count at the Navy headquarters. I just didn't reveal my true identity. It was far from being a lie, Lu Cheng whistled, and the sound spread far away. Besides, I would never lie to anyone but my lovely little Robin, right? Right, Mr. Knight. Little Robin's face was red. Mr. Knight only knew how to coax him like a child. Although he thought so, his heart was filled with sweetness. Like a rushing wave, wave after wave, it filled little Robin's heart. The two of them watched the waves hitting the coast quietly. Lu Cheng looked at the distant sea, is Lab asleep? I don't know where it is sleeping. Little Robin yawned softly and retorted, Mr. Knight, whales have 2 brains. Even if they fall asleep, they will continue to swim. They will not die completely. This, Lu Cheng coughed and said, of course I know this, I just want to test you. Little Robin chuckled and asked, ignoring the face-saving Knight, are you planning to stay here, Knight? Well, Lu Cheng nodded, there are not many good ship doctors, and Mr. Kurikas is one of the best. It is necessary for us to stay here for a while. We still need a qualified doctor on the ship, so we can only ask Little Robin for help. Little Robin raised his face slightly, Little Robin will try his best. There is no need to put too much pressure on yourself, Lu Cheng smiled and said, just let it go. Little Robin, you are already very good. As he was speaking, the sea water under his feet swelled up. Lu Cheng lowered his head and a huge black shadow broke out of the water from below. Good evening, Lab. Lu Cheng waved his hand. He didn't know whether the other party heard them talking or just came up to breathe. It was a bit of a coincidence. Lab made a long whale roar. Lu Cheng didn't understand whale language, but it didn't stop him from guessing what the other party meant. He looked at Lab's scarred head and smiled. Lab, we still need to stay here for a few more days. Can you wait a few more days? Lab roared, sprayed sea water from his head, and then dived under the sea again. I think you understood it, right? Chapter 78. A week passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was time to set sail. Lu Cheng and Robin were ready to set off again. Little Robin bowed his head gently goodbye, Mr. Crocus. In the past few days, she felt the other party's serious teaching, as if she had returned to the good old days of learning archaeology. It was fulfilling and beautiful, without worries. Kurikas smiled and nodded. I am not a teacher, I just taught the simplest parts. That's Little Robin's teacher, so he deserves the title of teacher. Lu Cheng interrupted and said that it was good to have a good relationship with a top doctor. Seeing Crocus's expression, it was obvious that he did not mind being called Little Robin, so Lu Cheng naturally took advantage of the situation and established a good relationship with him. Crocus shook his head, thought for a moment and said, "The Grand Line is not easy to travel. Although the permanent compass I gave you can directly guide you to the end of the paradise, the Sabayati archipelago, before that, which route are you going to choose? Is there any difference?" Lu Cheng asked. "Adventure means moving forward courageously. Just keep moving forward, no matter what the enemy is, just rush through it." Kurikaz was a little speechless, but considering that the other party provided information, he still spoke up and said, "You have to be careful, because the magnetic forces of the 7 different routes affect each other. The weather and ocean currents on the route before the first island are the most chaotic. Don't capsize in the ditch. Since you called me teacher, you must take good care of my apprentice, otherwise I will settle the score with you." Lu Cheng nodded. "It's okay, I trust Little Robin's sailing skills." Crocus wanted to slap Lu Cheng to death after hearing that. Little Robin does everything, so what else do you need? But he knew that even if he said it, Lu Cheng would probably just straighten his back as if it was a matter of course because I'm the captain. Suddenly he didn't feel like saying anything. Crocus thought for a while, and continued, "I told you before, if you go to the Sabayati archipelago, look for it carefully. I guess Rayleigh should be hiding somewhere in the Sabayati archipelago." Lu Cheng nodded. He could probably guess what was going on. But the other party didn't say it before, but now he said it so bluntly. It was obviously because of Little Robin. After all, the other party still accepted Little Robin as his student and the relationship became much closer. Little Robin was a little surprised. If it's the Sabayati archipelago, the Holy Land Marijoa and the Navy headquarters are there. Why is he hiding there? A pirate hiding in a place like that, no matter how you think about it, it seems a bit wrong. Because the most dangerous place is the safest place, Lu Cheng said firmly. Mr. Rayleigh must have considered this. So that's it. It's amazing that Mr. Knight can figure this out. Little Robin's eyes sparkled, and Lu Cheng raised his head even higher. But he was only handsome for a few seconds. Kurikaz smiled and interrupted, "That's not the case. I just heard that there are the most beautiful girls in that place. Rayleigh should like this kind of place." Lu Cheng. "You let me finish pretending, didn't you see the change in the way Little Robin looked at me?" Ignoring Lu Cheng's resentful look, Kurikaz smiled. There were other reasons for his guess. If one wanted to witness the prophecy of a huge war, there would be no place more suitable than the Sabayati archipelago. After all, that was the end of the paradise, the intersection of the 7 routes, and the other party would definitely be waiting there, waiting for the prophet to appear. But these reasons naturally did not need to be explained to the two. "Anyway, I will just pick a route at random. Anyway, there is a permanent pointer, so it will be no problem to change the route later." Lu Cheng waved his hand and quickly set a sailing plan. Little Robin nodded repeatedly on the side. Mr. Knight is right. The first half of the Grand Line is jokingly called Paradise, which consists of 7 different routes. For ordinary pirate groups, once a route is chosen, it is basically impossible to change the route later. At this time, the importance of the permanent pointer is reflected. With a permanent pointer, you can go to a fixed island, and it is also very easy to change the route later, highlighting the freedom of doing whatever you want. Crocus took out a large box from behind and handed it to Little Robin, and Lu Cheng reached out to take it. Little Robin blinked and opened the box. Inside were books of medical skills, which were exactly the books she saw on the bookshelf. "I have given it to you. I have taught you everything. Although I don't have much time, it is enough. You can read more of these books. When you understand them all, you can become a master." Chapter 79. Little Robin was a little hesitant. She remembered that Kulokaz only had one of these books, and many of them were filled with his notes. It was obvious that he had put a lot of effort into these books. "But, Mr. Kulokaz, if I take these books away, you..." Crocus smiled and interrupted Little Robin. "These are no longer useful to me. I just keep them as a memory. The words left for you are just right." Little Robin hesitated and nodded. "Actually, I have always wanted to ask, where is your ship?" Kurikaz looked at the sea, which was empty, without a single ship. "You don't want to just walk to the next island, do you?" I remember the newspaper said you have a boat. And how do you plan to get Rab away from here? He is too small to fit into the flight path. Indeed, Lu Cheng nodded. Next, it's time to perform miracles. He snapped his fingers, and a card appeared in his hand. On the card was a vast ocean, with a crescent-shaped island in the water. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the bookcase filled with medical books disappeared in his hand. Kulokas opened his mouth slightly. He had never seen anything like this before. Was it filled with a sea? Lu Cheng looked down at the water below the strait. A huge shadow loomed in the water. Labu, move aside. Lu Cheng shouted loudly, and the shadow seemed to understand his words and quickly moved aside. Night, set off. Lu Cheng waved his hand, and a huge sailboat suddenly appeared on the sea. Lu Cheng smiled and looked at Kurikas. Mr. Kurikas, my boat is pretty good, right? Kurikas could only nod his head. He understood what the red-haired man meant by the other party will always scare you in unexpected places. He was indeed scared by the other party accidentally. Fortunately, he had seen a lot of storms and nodded to little Robin. Thank you Mr. Kurikas for your advice. We will come back to see you if we have the chance, Lu Cheng laughed. Are you planning to finish a lap? Not necessarily, maybe I'm in a good mood and I'm planning to run backwards. Kurikas shook his head and saw the two men leap onto the deck. Labu, let's go and find Brook. The island whale made a long whale cry, as if responding to him. Lu Cheng stretched out his hand and put Labu, who did not resist, into the card of the night island. He shouted loudly. Today's weather is really nice. It's a good day to go out to sea. My navigator, are you ready? Let's go. With little Robin's crisp answer, the ship once again raised its sails and headed towards the great route in the distance. Kurikas looked at the sail disappearing in the distance, and was silent for a long time before slowly revealing a smile. What an interesting little guy, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause, and what role he will play in the upcoming Grand War. Lu Cheng now just wanted to slap himself in the face. The Grand Line is the most magical and dangerous route in the One Piece world. It is completely impossible to speculate with common sense. It is normal for anything to happen and for any monster to be encountered. Therefore, the completely unpredictable weather is also a headache. It may be sunny one second and raining heavily the next. It was sunny one second and snowing heavily the next. Lu Cheng was lucky enough to see this scene. Of course, he would rather not have seen it. This damn weather changes so fast. Lu Cheng cursed. Everything was fine when he set out, but after less than half a day of sailing, he suddenly encountered a storm, and there was no sign at all, which caught him off guard. The wind was howling, the rain was pouring, and the rain was falling like waves. Huge waves were rising from time to time on the sea surface. The night was heaving up and down in the wind and rain. Lu Cheng lowered most of the sails, and only then could he barely maintain a stable course. Labo, are you okay? Lu Cheng shouted into the sea. After hearing Labo's reply, Lu Cheng was relieved. It seemed that the impact on the seabed was much lighter than that on the sea surface. Labo didn't seem to be in any trouble. He turned his head and looked at little Robin. How long will it take us to reach the first island? Little Robin was wearing a windbreaker with a waterproof hood, wrapping her whole body tightly. She stood in the wind and waves, stabilizing the direction of the route. The rain wet her face and dripped down with her hair. Hearing Lu Cheng's question, she lowered her head, looked at the compass and nautical chart in her hand, and confirmed the route. At the same time, white and tender little arms grew on the mast of the sailboat, constantly fine-tuning the direction of the sail. This is the reason why the knight can barely control the course in the storm and keep moving forward. Chapter 80. Little Robin stood in the storm with a serious expression. Even in the face of such storms, he was extremely calm and composed. Even at a young age, he already had some of the extraordinary temperament of a grown-up. Mr. Knight, I'm not sure. We should have had several days of sailing left, but I didn't expect the weather and current to change so quickly. We are now slightly off course, so the exact time cannot be confirmed. Does that mean we've gone astray? That's not the case, Mr. Knight. The night was rising and falling with the waves, and heavy rain was pouring down. Little Robin looked up, looked at the figure standing steadily on the bow of the Knight, and said, "It's just a little deviation. Besides, there is no such thing as a fixed route on the Grand Line. As long as we keep sailing in the direction of the recorded pointer, we will definitely reach one of the islands." Lu Cheng nodded. There were 7 initial routes on the Grand Line. The 2 of them couldn't be sure which island they would arrive at on this one. After all, just following the pointer. He looked at the wind and waves ahead with a serious expression. Boom! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Little Robin's pupils shrank slightly. In the storm, a wave about tens of meters high suddenly surged up, like a city wall, smashing down on the knight, almost swallowing up the figure standing on the bow. Be careful! Little Robin screamed. If this wave hit, the boat would be destroyed, not to mention the death of everyone on board, but at least half of it would sink. Moreover, Mr. Knight was still at the bow. Roar! At the critical moment, it seemed as if there was a dragon roar. A set of red armor climbed up Lu Cheng's whole body, and a long red dragon appeared. Lu Cheng completed the card swiping slowly and reached out to catch the dragon claw fire falling from the sky. Along with the sound of the dragon roar, a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 5 meters sprayed out, and it hit the surging waves with unstoppable force. The waves that were nearly tens of meters high and like a city wall suddenly blasted open from the center. The blazing flames broke through the wave wall without hindrance, opening a huge hole. The sea water and rain were evaporated by the blazing flames, bringing up white mist all over the sky, and the sea surface was suddenly shrouded in clouds and mist. The night had already passed through the middle of the waves safely. The strange weather on the Grand Line was indeed a bit troublesome, but it was not so easy to stop Lu Cheng now. His current strength, with the help of the knight's armor, has truly matched his worth. Such a small wave was not even qualified to stop him. The pirate groups that will be defeated by such weather are mostly small pirate groups. The first obstacle to the Grand Line, such chaotic currents and weather, is a means to dissuade these weak pirates. If they can't even handle these waves, it's safer to leave the Grand Line as soon as possible. Mr. Knight is so awesome. Little Robin smiled and praised the figure standing in the distance. Mr. Knight is getting stronger and stronger now. This is no small matter. Lu Cheng snorted softly, but he was still quite pleased in his heart. Little Robin's sincere praise made him feel a little elated for a moment, but soon his pupils shrank slightly. After the knight crossed the waves, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. A small shadow emerged faintly in the rainstorm, floating in the waves. It was a huge 3-masted sailing ship. The size of this 3-masted sailing ship is even larger than Lu Cheng's knight, especially because the other party seems to have been modified. The surface of the wooden hull is covered with a layer of thick black metal iron sheets, like armor. From a distance, it feels quite difficult to mess with, revealing a hint of danger. Such a structure will naturally have an advantage in artillery battles, but conversely, it will be more dangerous in the waves. For example, the ship was deep in the water and looked like it was about to sink. Wine barrels and heavy objects were thrown from the ship in an attempt to reduce the weight of the ship to fight the wind and waves. Even with screams, several figures were thrown from the ship and buried in the vast waves. On the main mast of this 3-masted sailing ship, a hideous and terrifying black skull flag was hung high up. Mr. Knight, an unknown pirate ship has been spotted ahead. Little Robin soon saw the shadow emerging from the rainstorm and immediately reported to Lu Cheng. Mr. Knight, what should we do? The wind and waves are too strong now. Should we avoid them temporarily? No, just sail directly, don't worry about them. If they dare to provoke us, we can just use them to start a business. At this moment, the undercurrent on the seabed suddenly surged, the wind and waves became more violent, the knight was abandoned by the waves and fell down again. Little Robin screamed, but soon found that he was firmly held in the arms of Mr. Knight. Chapter 81. Thank you, Mr. Knight. It's okay, continue, make sure the direction of the route, don't worry about the rest. Little Robin nodded, and was held in Lu Cheng's arms, without having to deal with the wind and waves. She relaxed her mind and fully controlled the flower fruit. The deck and mast were full of blooming arms, controlling the rudder and sails, allowing the knight to move forward steadily in the wind and waves. The iron-clad sailing ship seemed to be affected by the violent wind and waves, floating in the waves, and after a turbulent wave passed, it even showed signs of capsizing. Sir Knight, they seem to be sinking. Lu Cheng replied in a small voice, don't worry about them, they are too far away. It's hard to get the bounty in such a strong wind and rain. Sure enough, these pirates were like Bailey in the eyes of Mr. Knight. Little Robin tilted his head, but suddenly found that the opponent's speed had slowed down, and it also slightly reversed its direction and moved towards their route. If this continued, the knight would have a high chance of encountering the opponent as long as it moved forward for a while. Little Robin guessed their purpose at once, and a hint of anger suddenly appeared on his cute little face. "Sir Knight, these bastards are trying to steal our ship. This is very obvious. The other party is about to sink. Now it is approaching. What they want to do is self-evident. After hanging out with Mr. Knight for so long, Little Robin is also a qualified pirate hunter. When he sees pirates, the wind and waves are too strong. It is good enough to let you go out of kindness. How dare you set your sights on us?" Little Robin felt that he couldn't stand it, let alone the hot-tempered Mr. Knight. How could Mr. Knight stand such a wrath? Little Robin raised his head, and even through the mask he could guess that Mr. Knight's expression was probably very interesting. Lu Cheng sighed quietly. He thought that the weather was bad today and he could take a break, but it turned out to be another day of being busy with his job. He hadn't caught a pirate for many days, and he almost forgot that he was a pirate hunter. The first business of the Grand Line. Lu Cheng gently put Little Robin down. The storm was still going on, but the wind and waves had subsided a little. Arms grew out of the deck and held Little Robin firmly. She waved her little fist cutely. "Mr. Knight, be careful." Lu Cheng made an okay gesture, signaling Little Robin not to worry. "In such weather, if you are not careful, you will be submerged by the waves. This is a big limitation for the Devil Fruit ability user. Little Robin is still young, so it is better to let the other party control the sailboat. It is better to leave this kind of good thing of beating people to her knight. The knight's course remains unchanged, and it is still sailing forward steadily. Although if you just avoid it slightly, given the situation of the other party's ship, it is likely that you will be dead. But is this necessary? Just eat the takeaway that was delivered to your door." The storm was still going on, and the iron-clad battleship was struggling in the wind and rain, and it was blocking Lu Cheng's route little by little. This attitude was very obvious. What surprised Little Robin was that the pirate group on the opposite side did not launch the attack first, but she understood it after thinking about it. Since the other party's purpose is to seize the ship, they will definitely not launch an artillery attack easily. After all, if they destroy Lu Cheng's knight, then even if they have seized the ship, they will still be buried in the sea. Just because they didn't attack didn't mean Lu Cheng was so good-tempered. Before the other side showed up, Lu Cheng looked at the other side's ship, walked to the cannon on the bow, and the dragon claw fire spurted out a flame, igniting the cannonball. Boom! The ship shook violently. Firing itself was not a big noise. If it was sailing normally, it would not have any big impact on the ship at all. But at this moment in the storm, the impact was particularly large. The ship was already shaking in the storm, and now it seemed like it was about to capsize. But it didn't matter, the other side would only be worse off. A round steel cannonball blasted out from the muzzle and blasted towards the three-masted sailing ship clad in iron armor in front. "Hello," Lu Cheng waved at the other party and shouted, "Do you like the welcome gift from the Grand Line?" The other party could sink the ship in such a storm. Obviously he should be a newcomer who joined the Grand Line not long ago. At the very least it should be the first time to enter the Grand Line. It's time to welcome him. Boom! 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 The shells hit their steel hull directly. Even though it was covered with a layer of iron sheet, it opened big holes under the frontal bombardment at this distance. The pirate ship tilted completely, sea water poured into the cabin, waves hit the deck, and screams of pirates came from the smoke. Obviously, some unlucky guys took the shells head-on and were blown off their hands and feet. This time the other party's ship must be sinking. Lu Cheng nodded, very satisfied with the results of his first shot. He thought the other party would fire back, but the other party still didn't fire. Lu Cheng glanced at the pirates on the other ship and seemed to be lowering the boat. It seemed that they were planning to abandon the original ship and use the boat to rush over to fight a boarding battle. In this case, Lu Cheng was not polite. He leisurely loaded another shell and prepared to fire again. Chapter 82. Boom! The knight's hull trembled, and another steel cannonball was fired, flying towards the pirate ship that was about to sink in the distance. Just as Lu Cheng was waiting to see the explosion, a huge black shadow suddenly flew out from the pirate ship and smashed directly into the cannonball in the air. It was a huge meteor hammer, firmly locked by a thin chain. The iron hammer smashed the cannonball in the air, and the cannonball was hit hard, and with a bang, it was detonated in the air by the opponent in advance. "Hey, Lu!" Cheng uttered a sigh. A huge shadow slowly emerged from the smoke on the deck of the sinking pirate ship. The figure was about 4 or 5 meters tall, only slightly smaller than the big bear Lu Cheng had seen. He pulled his arm, and the iron chain rustled. He quickly took back the meteor hammer and stared at Lu Cheng with a pair of fierce eyes. The smoke slowly dissipated, and Lu Cheng could see the other person clearly. The other person was burly, with muscles as hard as steel, but what was even more surprising was that there was a huge bull head on his head. Tauren. No, it should be a devil fruit, some kind of animal-type devil fruit. It was interesting. Lu Cheng suddenly became interested. Usually, those who had devil fruits were worth a lot of money. He didn't expect to meet such a big fish. Lu Cheng narrowed his eyes and put down the shells in his hand. He tilted his neck and jumped out from the bow of the night in the shocked eyes of the pirates on the opposite side. He took a few steps in the air and flew straight to the opposite side as if walking. Someone jumped out of the boat. How can that thing fly in the sky? Am I blind? Idiot, that's called the moon step, a navy move. Many pirates on the pirate ship were stunned when they saw this scene. To be able to enter the Grand Line, they must have some experience. The most well-known ability to walk in the air is the moon step in the 6 styles of the Navy. They never expected that they would be so unlucky to meet such a strong man who could fly in such a situation. Although they had no choice, because their ship could not last long in the waves. Therefore, when a large ship suddenly appeared in the back, and it was the kind of large ship without a skull flag, you can imagine how surprised they were. Those famous pirate groups all have their own flags, and this kind of ship without even a flag is either not a pirate, or it is just garbage. But no matter which one it is almost written on their faces that they are easy to bully. Therefore, the moment the other party showed up, they decided to snatch the other party's ship. They entered the Grand Line for the first time. They had heard that the Grand Line was extremely dangerous, but so many pirates went there, and they still disagreed. After all, they were in the West Sea, and they were also a pirate group that could be called a name, but they did not expect that the climate of the Grand Line would change so suddenly, and it was such a violent storm. The heavy armor that originally covered the hull gave their ship a strong defense, but now the biggest advantage has become a disadvantage, and they are almost buried in the belly of the fish. But they never thought that in such an ordinary ship without even a flag, there would be such a powerful person. Of course, they were shocked, but the expressions of these ferocious pirates were even more fierce. If a ship like this were to sink and be buried at the bottom of the sea soon, let alone if the opponent was a strong man who could fly, even if the opponent was a naval admiral, they would have no choice but to charge forward. The momentum is good, and the courage is commendable. Lu Cheng grinned slightly, looking at the fierceness in the eyes of those pirates. He was not angry but happy. It was obvious that they were not such good pirates. It can only be said that there are too few pirates like the protagonist's group, which are read as a pirate group and written as an adventure group. It has been 8 or 9 months since Lu Cheng came to the world of One Piece. Along the way, he has also met dozens of large and small pirate groups. Although there are some poor people who are forced to join the pirates, there are really few good pirates he met. He moved his fist in the air. Since they are brutal pirates, there is no such thing as the code of conduct. Naturally, he has no scruples when he kills them. Before Lu Cheng walked to the opposite ship, a black shadow shot up from the opposite ship, and an iron ball that was half the size of a man dragged a chain and hit him head-on. The iron ball was a little red because of the scorching flames, with a destructive momentum, even the storm was swept by it, and it hit Lu Cheng. Chapter 83. This strength is not bad. He is indeed worthy of being a devil fruit user. If it was half a year ago, the opponent would at least require him to go all out. But now, it is not enough. He swung his fist hard, smashing the iron ball straight back. With the force, his body flipped several times in the air, and he leaped high into the air, spinning and turning in the air. The flames enveloped his body, and the storm around his body was evaporated by the heat wave, forming a circular rainless zone. The Minotaur took several steps back, and then he barely managed to stabilize his body. He exerted force suddenly, and the iron chain rustled, and he took back his hammer, but when he caught a glimpse of his hammer out of the corner of his eyes were horrified. There was a clear fist mark on the huge hammer. He had used this weapon for many years and knew exactly how strong it was. He couldn't help swallowing. What kind of monster is this? I thought that meeting each other when the ship was about to sink was really a blessing in disguise. After bad luck came good luck. This is not good luck at all, this is the god of death knocking at the door. How could I be so unlucky to meet such a monster? Lu Cheng didn't care what the other party said. He finished charging in the air, and then like a falling star, he turned into a blazing fireball. Under the astonished eyes of the pirates, he kicked it down fiercely. The blazing flames seemed to burn the sky, and the next moment, Lu Cheng's figure had fallen onto the steel-covered deck of the pirate ship. A trace of fear appeared on the face of the Minotaur who had eaten the devil fruit, but as a user of the devil fruit, it was impossible for him to abandon the ship even if he wanted to. Normally, he couldn't leave the hull to fight, let alone in such a storm. For him who couldn't swim, leaving the ship was no different from dying directly. He held the hammer horizontally in front of him, and could only hope that he could block the blow. Some pirates had already seen that the situation was not good, and jumped into the sea in panic. Boom! When Lu Cheng's figure fell on the deck, the fire wave spread out like a tide with his landing point as the center. The steel deck cracked under the terrifying force and spread in all directions. Finally, accompanied by a loud bang, the sky-high flames ignited in the storm. The huge pirate ship suddenly exploded in the storm and turned into a burning wooden wreckage, carrying the wailing of the pirates, echoing in the ears. Lu Cheng slowly stood up in the flames, stretched out his hand like grabbing a little chicken, and picked up the pirate who had released the beast state with one hand. The pirate was not killed by his kick. Although the power of this kick is far less than that of the special move Dragon Knight Kick that can only be used by inserting a card, it is also a killer move that he studied by imitating the special move of the Knight Kick. It is right to say that it is a weakened version of the Dragon Knight Kick. Red Hair once said that his Dragon Knight Kick technique is to some extent the same as armament haki, so he has been trying his best to explore the essence of this ability. Discovering the hidden power, using it and integrating it with the body is the idea he is currently studying. He hopes to comprehend the key to armament haki through this, but although he has some results in this technique, it is still more dependent on the power of the knight armor itself. And the power hidden in his body, called armament haki, is still nowhere to be found. Could Red Hair be fooling me? Lu Cheng frowned. Was it because his own strength was still a little weak and he had not reached the level that could trigger haki? Lu Cheng thought about it and felt that this possibility was very high. After all, there was still a big gap between his current strength when wearing armor and when he was in his original form. Although armor is part of his strength, the knight armor is more like a power amplifier, amplifying his own strength. Haki is a power system in the world of One Piece. Mastering it requires more of the hard power of the body. Perhaps when he no longer needs the power of the knight armor and can kick out the previous attack, he will be able to truly master the power of haki. After figuring out the key to the problem, Lu Cheng felt relieved, and even the storm raging around him seemed to have weakened a lot. He ignored the pirates struggling to survive in the sea. These people would soon disappear in the storm without any care. He never had a good impression of those evil pirates. Chapter 84. If it was convenient at ordinary times, he might not mind taking them down in exchange for some Baileys, but now in the storm, he didn't know when he could reach the next island, so he didn't have the leisure to capture them one by one. Anyway, Lu Cheng felt that the most valuable goods should already be in his hands. As for the other pirates, let them fend for themselves on the sea. If they can survive like this, they are lucky. Of course. Lu Cheng waved his hand and smashed the surging waves. He felt that in such weather, the other party might not be so lucky. After all, from the moment he saw the other party, he could see that the luck of this pirate group was not very good. Are you the Kamen Rider, the Kamen Rider with a bounty of 99 million? A faint voice came from his hand. Lu Cheng lowered his head and found that the other party had woken up from a coma. It seemed that the physical fitness of the animal-type devil fruit was indeed good. From the West Sea? Lu Cheng asked casually. Although he had disappeared for such a long time, with such a high reward and this iconic armor, it was not surprising that he was recognized. But he was recognized so quickly, so it was very likely that the other party was a pirate from the West Sea. After all, he and Little Robin are most famous in the West Sea. I'm afraid that until now there are still many pirate hunters looking for him and Little Robin in the West Sea. The pirate didn't reply. He just barely held on, wanting to see who was the one who could destroy his entire pirate group with one move. He barely struggled to wake up, and after realizing the other party's identity, he couldn't hold on and fainted. Lu Cheng took a few steps in the air and returned to his ship. He casually threw the other party on the deck. Soon, arms suddenly grew on the deck and tied the other party tightly with ropes. Easy to do, Lu Cheng smiled and nodded to Little Robin. This guy has a devil fruit, he looks like a big fish. Little Robin, how much is this guy worth? Little Robin looked at the other person's face carefully, ran to the cabin nearby and searched for a while, and soon took out a bounty order from the cabin. 24 million, Mr. Knight, that's a big fish. It's pretty much what I thought. Liu Cheng took the bounty order and glanced at it casually. West Sea, the leader of the Iron Armor Pirates, the bull Akuri. The bull fruit doesn't sound like a very powerful fruit. Besides, the Minotaur must die. Liu Cheng complained weakly, causing little Robin, who was listening beside him and didn't know what was going on, to roll his eyes. Mr. Knight started talking nonsense again. Isn't it good to stay in the West Sea? I don't know if there is a naval base on the next island, and whether I can exchange it for bounty, Liu Cheng groaned. I can't say for sure, Mr. Knight. I heard that there aren't many naval bases on some islands in the Grand Line. Whether you can encounter one depends on luck. Liu Cheng nodded, looked at the sky, and asked, we didn't deviate too far, did we? No, it's still on the channel. I'm watching it all the time, Mr. Knight, don't worry. Little Robin is still so reliable. Liu Cheng stretched his body with satisfaction. The battlefield behind him had completely disappeared from his sight. While he was talking, the night had sailed far away. Suddenly, the sea in front of him gradually became clear, which was completely different from the previous storm. Liu Cheng frowned and turned around. The sea behind him was still turbulent, with waves rolling, a doomsday-like scene. This damn weather, the Grand Route is really interesting, Liu Cheng muttered casually and looked forward. Stabilize the route, we continue to move forward. Okay, Mr. Knight. But after the two sailed for a while, the weather began to change again, and even snow and hail fell. Fortunately, little Robin's physical fitness has improved a lot, so there is no need to worry about adding clothes and catching a cold. Robin, who does not need to run for his life all the time and has time to train his devil fruit, is much stronger than in the original work at the same time. After being unconscious for a few days, the pirate soon woke up. Although he was still a disabled person due to his serious injuries, he didn't have to worry about sudden death. In order to save his 24 million berries, Liu Cheng even stuffed some food into the pirate's mouth to prevent him from starving to death. Only a righteous knight like him would do such a good deed. He is simply a model among pirate hunters. When the other party learned that he was going to be sent to the naval base to claim the reward, he was quite obedient after realizing the huge gap in strength between the two sides. After all, he was the only one left on the entire ship, and it was better to be detained by the navy than to be slaughtered on the spot. However, Liu Cheng was quite curious about the current situation in the West Sea. Chapter 85. Hey, Liu Cheng kicked the pirate on the ground casually. Don't play dead, I know you are awake. Akuri raised his head silently, with a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. In the storm, the other party's appearance brought him hope, but at the same time, hope soon turned into deeper despair. His companions also ushered in a nightmare-like ending earlier. In such a storm, they had no chance of surviving. He became a prisoner at this moment. It was hard to tell whether it was lucky or unfortunate. How can you be so strong? Liu Cheng kicked the other man in the stomach, causing his face to twist. Are you the prisoner or am I the prisoner? I am the one asking you a question, understand? Seeing the other party nod painfully, Liu Cheng stopped his footwork. There was no other way, the pirates were a bunch of people who were ruthless. If you don't teach them a lesson, they won't know why the flowers are so red. Do you know me? I'm from Zihai. The other party nodded silently. Why come to the Grand Line to seek death? We just didn't expect the Grand Line to be so dangerous. Liu Cheng shook his head. His reason was similar to that of the pirates who rushed into the Grand Line. What is the current situation in the West Sea? Are they still trying to catch us? He asked curiously. Before he and little Robin were taken away by the big bear, the sea surface of the West Sea was quite rough. It was not peaceful at all. Now half a year has passed, and no one knows what the situation is. Yes, I thought you were hiding somewhere in the West Sea, but I didn't expect you to come to the Grand Line. You really don't give up, you just like to waste your efforts. Liu Cheng smiled and raised his chin towards little Robin. Akuri was a little speechless. What does it mean to waste your efforts? You know, the bounties for the two of you add up to almost 200 million, and the intelligence shows that your strength is not that strong. How can this not drive people crazy? Of course, Akuri thought that all the intelligence officers were fools at this time. What is the biggest fat sheep in the West Sea? What does it mean to write 99 million and 79 million, and read 9.9 million and 7.9 million? Your 9.9 million pirates are so outrageous. The pressure from the opponent's attack reminded him of the scene where the 7 warlords of the sea took action. It was a scene he saw by chance, and it was also one of the reasons that drove him to leave the West Sea. What, new Shishibukai? You said Gecko Maria appeared in the West Sea. Lu Cheng touched his chin and said, go on, I'm very interested in this news, what else do you know? Akuri smiled bitterly, but he was at the mercy of others, so he could only continue to speak honestly. The previous Gecko Maria mysteriously disappeared for a while, and then suddenly appeared, and accepted the title of Shishibukai of the world government in full view of the public, becoming one of the new Shishibukai of the Navy. Lu Cheng frowned. The 7 warlords of the sea was a new trick used by the Navy to curb pirates. It was about using pirates to control pirates. In simple terms, it was about winning over some powerful pirates and letting them deal with pirates themselves, playing a game of cannibalism. But the end of the matter was completely different from what the Navy had expected. Pirates with legitimate power would only cause greater damage. Looking at the later Crocodile, we can understand that pirates only destroyed an island or a place, but they could easily destroy a country. Of course, maybe the world government thought of this, but doesn't care about it. What did he do? Lu Cheng asked curiously. Akuri smiled bitterly. He just became a new Shishibukai, and he started to appear everywhere on the sea to help solve the pirates on the sea. Many pirates were hunted by him, and the news was also reporting it. We came to the Grand Line to avoid him. Lu Cheng shook his head. The world government really spared no effort to whitewash the 7 warlords of the sea. But how could pirates be tamed? A dog will always eat shit. Can pretending change its nature? When the world government is bitten back, it will know how stupid it is. The weather on the route was still changeable, sometimes it was sunny, sometimes it was stormy. The night sailed through the wind and waves, braving the wind and snow, and finally after 2 weeks of sailing, the weather suddenly became clear. It has been sunny for 2 days, Lu Cheng looked at the sky and said, we should be there soon, right? When approaching an island, the chaotic weather on the route will quickly calm down, which is also one of the important bases for judging whether there is an island. Little Robin nodded, and Lu Cheng looked up into the distance. It seemed that there was an island looming in the sea fog. It looks like we have really arrived. The first island on the Grand Line route. Lu Cheng nodded with satisfaction. His mission was finally completed. After completing this mission, he could participate in the lottery, which made him look forward to it. Labu, goodbye then, Lu Cheng shouted towards the sea, we need to rest on this island for a while and record the magnetic force of the needle. On the Great Route, after reaching an island, you need to stop briefly to wait for the recording pointer to record the magnetic force. Only after the recording is completed can it point to another island. A low roar was heard from the sea. Apparently Lab understood and responded. A huge shadow in the water swam away into the distance. Lab, who had already adapted to the currents of the Grand Route, could not wait to leave here and look for Brook. Mr. Knight, can it be found? I don't know, but there is gravity in this world. Gravitational. Some people are destined to meet each other. Well. Just like me and Little Robin, Lu Cheng snapped his fingers, and Little Robin understood everything and nodded in agreement. Lu Cheng then steered the boat towards the distant island. Lutki Island. I had never heard of this name before. This was the first island on Lu Cheng's route, but not the first island the protagonists had reached. After all, there were 7 routes, and if you randomly chose one, you would only have a 1 in 7 chance of encountering it. It was normal that you would not encounter it. This island did not look large, and it did not look chaotic. Everything looked orderly. It was very different from what he had imagined, with pirates everywhere. When Lu Cheng arrived, he only caused a small commotion. It seemed that the people on the island were already accustomed to the fact that there were people from outside the Grand Line. Lu Cheng took Little Robin's hand and walked down the night, and behind him was Akuri, the obedient bull, with a rope. He could easily break the thin rope, but he wisely did not make any attempt. The opponent's strength was too terrible, so he did not dare to play any tricks. Is this the Grand Line, walking to the island? Little Robin looked around curiously, and carefully looked around through the cat face mask. Why does it feel like there is nothing special? After all, it's just the first island. Lu Cheng smiled and glanced around calmly. Stay on the island for a few days first. The recording pointer also needs some time to store magnetic force, and it is also necessary to replenish some supplies. Although he had an island with him and a lot of supplies, it was still necessary to replenish some fresh fruits and vegetables. After all, although there were many flowers planted on the night island, there were almost no fruit trees. Little Robin lowered her head and looked at the record pointer in her hand. The record pointer was no longer rotating, but was in a fixed direction and was shaking constantly. She nodded gently. Let's go and see if there are any specialties here, and ask if there is a naval base or something. As he said this, Lu Cheng noticed that someone seemed to be looking at the three of them. He frowned, and a skinny figure had disappeared from his sight. He didn't know which alley it had slipped into, and this was not the first person to do so. It seemed that the island was not as peaceful as imagined. After all, the Grand Line was not some kind of paradise. He took Little Robin's hand and walked casually into a restaurant. He ordered a table full of food. Going to different islands and tasting food from different places had become a habit for the two of them over the years. Akuri stood at the door with an empty stomach, looking at the two people eating and drinking, with a wry smile on his face. He had noticed a long time ago that someone had been secretly monitoring them since they got to the island. He didn't believe that the Kamen Rider hadn't noticed it. If it were him, he would have to be cautious for fear of an ambush. But the other party was not worried at all, as if he knew nothing. This behavior was no different from seeking death, the difference, but when Akuri thought of the opponent's terrifying strength, his heart was still cold to the bone. That terrifying blow was like a nightmare. If he knew that the Grand Line was so terrible, he would not come to such a place even if he stayed in the West Sea and did not become a pirate. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Little Robin ate his meal in small bites. It had been a long time since he felt the feeling of being stared at with malicious eyes wherever he went. How, what's wrong, Little Robin, is it delicious? Seeing that Little Robin didn't eat anything, Lu Cheng stuffed his mouth with food and asked hesitantly. Nothing, Mr. Knight, I just thought of something. Little Robin smiled sweetly, lowered his head, and continued to eat in small bites. In the restaurant, the guests left one by one without a word. Soon, only Lu Cheng and Little Robin who were eating, and Akuri who was tied up with ropes were left in the huge restaurant. In a dark room, many people were lying in a mess. The room was filled with the smell of alcohol. Drunk men and women fell to the ground. It looked very chaotic. A thin figure suddenly pushed open the door and ran in. The lights came on, illuminating the chaotic hall. Get up, guys, there's a big fish. Chapter 86. Those who fell to the ground heard the noise, rubbed their hangover heads, opened their sleepy eyes, and took a while to adjust to the familiar light. What happened? What big fish? Why are you so anxious? It's really a big fish. I've seen such a big fish in a long time. The thin man saw his companion's unhurried look and became a little anxious. He jumped onto the table and yelled at the other people lying in the room again. After he yelled at everyone, he shouted loudly. The big fish are absolutely big fish, one is worth 24 million, and most importantly, there are also 79 million and 99 million. Tear. There was a sound of gasps. 24 million was fine, but 79 million and 99 million, which pirate at this price was not a notorious, cruel, murderous pirate? How could there be so many pirates of this level at once? You must have drunk too much and read it wrongly, right? Someone questioned. This news was really too exaggerated. You're wrong, I won't be wrong even if you sleep with the wrong woman. The thin man took out 2 old bounty warrants from his arms and threw them on the table at his feet. The amounts on the 2 bounties were 79 million and 99 million Baileys, and the names printed on them were undoubtedly Kamen Rider and Devil's Son. How long have they been here? It's been more than 2 hours. They are eating on the island now. They don't seem to notice anything at all. They are like 2 rookies. No way, how come it took so long? Didn't they notify us when pirates came in? Someone asked with a frown. When they arrived, there was no pirate flag on the ship, and only a man and a little girl came down, wearing masks. However, they tied up a person and asked about the whereabouts of the naval base along the way. Only then did they notice that something was wrong with them. They said they were going to the naval base to claim the reward, so I took a closer look and realized something was wrong. The skinny man took a few gulps of the rum on the table and sat cross-legged on the table. Do you know who the tied-up man is? Who is it? The people watching had already looked serious and asked. The Bull Akuri, the West Sea pirate with a bounty of 24 million, the leader of the iron-clad pirates. Such a big pirate was tied up with a rope, I couldn't believe my eyes. They Man drank the wine in a few gulps, threw the bottle aside, and his mouth was full of fragrance. Damn, I haven't seen anything like this in all these years, a pirate like this was tied up like a dog. I looked at the man and woman curiously, and then I realized something was wrong. He slapped the bounty on the table and picked out the one with Nico Robin's photo. It's definitely her. Although she looks a little taller and wearing a mask, with her long hair and body shape, she is definitely Robin, the son of the devil. Are you so sure just because of this? Someone frowned and asked, don't make a mistake. It must be true. Do you know what the man called the little girl? He said too many words in one breath, and suddenly felt his mouth dry. Fortunately, his companion handed him a bottle of newly opened rum in time. He drank half of the bottle without hesitation, and then steadied his trembling voice. He called the other party Little Robin. I heard it clearly. If this wasn't the devil's son Nico Robin, I'd eat shit. This. Everyone was silent after hearing this. Coincidences don't happen all the time. Now everyone believed the skinny man's words. The skinny man continued, although the identity of that man is uncertain, the only person who can be so close to the son of the devil is the legendary Kamen Rider whose true face no one has ever seen. 79,099,000,000, what do you think we should do? Do we do it or not? Everyone looked at each other. Those who could settle on the first island of the Grand Line were naturally not simple people. They were all pirate hunters. They formed gangs here just to catch those rookie pirates who had just entered the Grand Line and didn't know how dangerous the Grand Line was. I don't know how many such unlucky pirates were destroyed in their hands and were taken by them in exchange for bounties. 79,099,000,000. Damn, how is this possible? The pirate hunters who were still a little sleepy have already woken up at this moment. Pirate hunting is a high-risk profession. The identities of hunters and prey are often relative. They have been in this business for so long that they naturally understand this truth deeply. Do it within your ability. If you meet a truly terrifying pirate, it is completely courting death to go to the door. Not every pirate can catch it. Although they usually hunt a lot of pirates, the highest bounty among them is only 30 or 40 million Baileys. A pirate with a bounty of 99 million Baileys is not a terrifying pirate they can imagine. Such pirates will only appear in the depths of the Grand Line, and will never appear here, and are not on their hunting list at all. 79,099,000,000. What the hell, are you looking for death? Are we capable of dealing with pirates of this level? Don't take us with you if you want to die. A few pirates stared at the two bounties and cursed. The skinny man grinned when he heard this, and was extremely confident. These two guys are different. Chapter 87. They are totally different from ordinary pirates. Haven't you read the newspapers in the West Sea half a year ago? Nico Robin was just an 8 or 9-year-old girl at the time, and had no strength at all. But for some reason, the Navy was crazy and set such a high bounty. At that time, the entire West Sea was searching for this little girl. As for this masked rider, I haven't heard of any record either. It's just because he rescued Nico Robin from the gangsters that he was wanted by the Navy and had such a high bounty set. They. Skinny man's eyes were full of greed. So, you mean, everyone realized something and asked hesitantly. That's right. The skinny man snapped his fingers loudly. It's not what you think, these two guys are not such ferocious pirates. Their strength is far less than their price, they are real fat sheep. The two of them must have escaped here from the West Sea. They are so naive. Do they think the Grand Line is a place for children to play house? Everyone present looked at each other and soon began to discuss. Migrant bird, Suozi. Suddenly someone asked the two people on the side, weren't you in the West Sea before? Is what Skinny said true? The man named Migrant Bird and Suozi was named, hesitated for a moment and said it is true that Nico Robin did not have any ability. Ordinary people were trying to catch her at that time. It should be correct. As for the Kamen Rider, it is said that he only dealt with a few gangsters. His strength should be around 10 million bounty at most. This is the information from half a year ago. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. There is such a good thing in the world. Really, going out to pick up money? No, the money was delivered to the doorstep. The skinny man grinned and said, I went to check it out. The West Sea is still looking for these two people, but I didn't expect that these two people would actually run to the Grand Line. If the bounty of the pirates in the depths of the Grand Line is as high as 99 million berries, even if they are given 100 courage, they would not dare to go and seek death, but these two are different. Although the bounty can basically represent strength, it is the recognition of the strength and threat level of a pirate by the world government, but the bounty of these two people is obviously too much, almost as much as the sea. I found a newspaper from half a year ago. Indeed, it says that Kamen Rider and Devil's Child are not very strong. While everyone was thinking about it, someone nearby had already looked up newspapers and intelligence from half a year ago and verified the authenticity of these words. 99 million plus 79 million, plus a 24 million free for recharging the phone bill. This is nearly 200 million Baileys. Even if they have been busy for several years, going through life and death, and hunting pirates together, they still don't have so much money. Someone thought for a moment, although he was a little tempted, he still hesitated and said, but, although they have a bounty and the bounty is very high, they should not be considered pirates. We are pirate hunters. Before he finished speaking, he saw the others looking at him strangely. Are you confused? What does it matter whether they are pirates or not? What does it matter whether they have done bad things? We are pirate hunters. They have bounties and are our prey. Isn't that what we do? Hearing this, he remained silent. Looking at the little girl in tattered clothes on the bounty order, her pupils were full of fear and despair, and he felt a struggle in his heart. What's wrong? You've been a pirate hunter for so many years and killed so many people. Now you're soft-hearted and want to be a good person. Everyone laughed when they heard this. It was like a joke. The skinny man continued, we are not the only ones targeting them. I can recognize them, and so can others. After they know it, they will not let these fat sheep go. If we are slow, with such a large bounty, we won't be able to eat meat or even smell the residue. There was a commotion among the crowd. Hearing that other pirate hunter gangs might have targeted this group of fat sheep, several people's eyes were red. Colleagues are enemies. As pirate hunters, they must have had a lot of conflicts with each other over the years. After looking at each other, they stood up and slapped the table and made a decision. I did it. Damn it, what's there to be afraid of? It's just a matter of licking blood from the edge of a knife. Grandpa has encountered all kinds of situations, this is nothing. That is, if we don't take action, others will, so let's do it. More than 200 million Baileys, how many years can you live without doing this? Of course, some pirate hunters remained silent. Although they were tempted, they still kept a trace of basic principles in their hearts. Chapter 88. Seeing that several people were hesitant, everyone was a little impatient. At this time, a tall figure slowly stood up from the shadows beside him. Brothers from all over the world gather together to hunt pirates more conveniently, otherwise wouldn't they all work alone? He smiled, his voice was as dull as thunder, shaking the hall, buzzing. Every industry has its own rules, how much effort you put in, how much meat you get, it has always been like this. Whether you are willing to do this is entirely voluntary, but let me be frank with you, if you don't want to do it, just lie there honestly and don't play such tricks, otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless and disregarding our brotherhood. The boss is right, that's how it should be. After this man spoke, the pirate hunters also quieted down. Several people looked at each other, and finally the pirate hunter who spoke at the beginning stood up and whispered, sorry, brothers, I also have a daughter, who is about the same age as the other party, so I quit. He stood up and walked out of the hall, and several pirate hunters stood up and left one after another. Soon the door in the hall was closed again, and bursts of detailed arrangements and plans were heard from time to time. After all, he was a big pirate, so they naturally could not take it lightly. The other party had not been caught by the navy for so long, and obviously he had some skills. At the same time, the same scene happened in various places on the island, like a shark that smelled blood and revealed its hideous dorsal fin. The storm on the sea had just subsided, and the storm on the island had just risen. There are no books on this island, nor any historical relics left. Little Robin and Lu Cheng walked around the island, but soon lost interest. After all, this is one of the starting islands on the Grand Line. Even if there is such a thing, it will probably be destroyed by pirates. Mr. Knight, let's go back first. Little Robin looked around, and those hidden gazes made her feel a little uncomfortable. Yes, Lu Cheng nodded, I heard there is a naval base not far away. We can go look for it then. The climate near the islands is calm. Some isolated islands are of little value, but there will be naval bases and renovations. This is exactly what he heard. The two walked back slowly, and did not forget to buy some fruits and fresh water along the way. The rope of the barbarian bull Akuri had been untied, and now he was like a handyman on the ship, carrying fresh water and food honestly. In this way, people who don't know him would never guess that the other party is actually a big pirate with a bounty of 24 million. It seems that Lu Cheng noticed the actions of several people. He felt that there were a lot more people suddenly appearing beside him, but he didn't do anything. He just stared at them cautiously and followed them. Lu Cheng originally thought that this island was a pirate's nest, but after observing it for a while, he felt that it was more likely to be a pirate hunter. But this doesn't make any difference, anyway, they have already set their sights on him. The two walked slowly, and even slowed down their pace intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing little Robin's intentional or unintentional gaze over, Lu Cheng smiled and said, "Well, if the boat is dirty, it will be difficult to clean." Little Robin blinked and obediently slowed down his pace. Akuri carried the heavy objects without saying a word, like a hard-working laborer. Carrying fruits and supplies, he followed the two in silence. When they arrived at the open space near the port, the other party might have been almost ready. Soon, several groups of pirate hunters came out from all corners of the dock with murderous intent. Soon it was the second and third groups, all of which were gangs of dozens of people, holding sharp weapons and muskets, full of murderous intent. Lu Cheng stopped and little Robin stood quietly beside him. Akuri was still silently carrying the huge box, and he didn't even have the slightest intention of putting it down. The other people on the dock soon disappeared, and only 3 groups of people surrounded Lu Cheng and the other 2 tightly in the middle, blocking their way. Lu Cheng thought for a while and greeted them, "Hello, how are you? Can you please make way? You are blocking my way." Ha 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 ha. The pirate hunters laughed so hard that they fell over. The leader of the first group spoke. He was a rough man with a skinny boy beside him. Lu Cheng thought about it and realized that the other party seemed to be secretly observing him and little Robin. "You two are the Kamen Rider and the Devil's Son, right?" Lu Cheng nodded. "What's wrong, is there something wrong?" The big man smiled and said, "Nothing, it's just that my brothers are a little short of money recently, so I want to borrow your brains." Lu Cheng hesitated for a moment. After all, pirate hunters were somewhat different from pirates. Even though some of them were not much better, there were also many who were just trying to make a living or who hated pirates. "Are you pirate hunters?" He shook his head. "But I'm not a pirate, are you sure you want to cause trouble for me?" Chapter 89. The big man smiled and said, "Brother, blame your high bounty. If the bounty for you two was only a few million, I might have let you go today." "Thank you very much," Lu Cheng smiled. After all, for him, there were millions of pirates in front of him, and he never let them go. "Just because of what you said, if you retreat now, I can pretend that nothing happened." "Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The second group of people said impatiently, "Old rules, since we are targeting them together, let's follow the old rules. Kill them first, and then talk about the bounty." Several groups of bounty hunters nodded silently, and soon reached a tacit understanding and surrounded them silently. Lu Cheng sighed. Most of the pirate hunters are not really hungry, and they don't have bounties like pirates. Fighting with them is a pure loss. Lu Cheng wanted to slip away. But at the same time, the Grand Line is such a cruel place. If you can't deter others, constant troubles are expected. Since he plans to accompany little Robin to go to sea openly, he has naturally made preparations. "Henshin." He snapped his fingers, and a set of scarlet armor wrapped around him as he spoke. "It's Kamen Rider." The pirate hunters were stunned, and soon their faces turned crazy. With 99 million and 79 million right in front of them, how could they not go crazy? Bang! 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 Almost at the moment when Lu Cheng transformed, everyone present reacted, pointed their guns at Lu Cheng, and fired at him at the same time. For a while, the sound of gunfire continued. Lu Cheng stood there without dodging. There was no change in his armor, but the body inside had already been made of iron. Under the double defense, the bullets hit Lu Cheng, just like tickling, without any effect. After the gunshots echoed for a while, everyone looked at the figure in armor with solemn eyes, and felt uneasy. This guy, is he not afraid of guns at all? Such terrible defense? Don't be afraid, it's because of his armor. He ate a devil fruit. Don't be afraid. As planned, use blunt weapons to attack him. He can't bear it. Devil fruit users are very common on the Grand Line, but after seeing so many of them, the deterrent effect is far less than in the four seas. After all, there are too many monsters on the Grand Line. Lu Cheng waved his hand fiercely, and a fiery gust of wind whistled, easily knocking down the projectiles that were bombarding him. He slowly pulled out a card from the card box on his waist. On the card, a long red dragon was roaring. Advent, / Contract Advent. A strange sound seemed to come from the sky, and the space in front of the pirate hunters was distorted. Just when everyone hadn't come to their senses, a deafening roar sounded. Wushuan Glong roared, and his huge body crashed directly into the pirate hunters who were blocking the way. These pirate hunters had experienced many battles and could be considered masters, but under the impact of Wushuan Glong, they were as fragile as babies. They vomited blood and fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Those pirate hunters who were hit head-on didn't even have a trace of life and died directly. Wushuan Glong swung his tail flexibly and knocked the pirate hunters. The pirate hunters flew out, echoing in the air, hovering around Lu Cheng, roaring angrily. Lu Cheng stepped forward, and the Wushuan dragons surrounded him and moved forward with him. Seeing this, the pirates couldn't help but take a step back. It was just one round of attack, and 1/3 of these pirate hunters had fallen. The rest of them also lost their fighting spirit. They finally realized that the other party was not a sheep, but a thoroughly dangerous person with a bounty of 99 million. With a bang, the sound of a weapon falling was heard, and someone was trembling in fear, unable to even hold the weapon. Wushuan Glong, attack! Lu Cheng's calm voice sounded, like the order of the god of death. Wushuan Glong raised his head, a red flame brewed in his mouth, and opened his mouth to spit out a huge fireball straight ahead. With a loud bang, the dock was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. The fire was burning fiercely, and the surroundings were engulfed in a sea of fire. Lu Cheng stretched out his hand to Little Robin, and Little Robin hurried to his side. The flames separated in front of Lu Cheng and turned into a burning path. He led Little Robin and walked past, with pain and wailing behind him, but no one dared to stop him anymore. There was no obstacle ahead. Akuri silently carried the box and followed. He had expected such a result. Because of this, before, he didn't even have the idea of taking the opportunity to escape. He was almost certain that the opponent's strength matched the opponent's worth. He was a thorough pirate worth nearly 100 million. Another powerful monster has come to the Grand Line. Chapter 90. On the night, Lu Cheng looked at the dock not far away where emergency firefighting was in progress, his eyes deep. After this battle, the whole world should know that he and Little Robin had come to the Grand Line. If someone comes to trouble him again, they will probably come with confidence. But there are pros and cons to everything. To some extent, this is a good thing. At least there are not so many little ghosts to bother people. What is Mr. Knight thinking about? Little Robin asked curiously. I wonder if I will get a bounty. Lu Cheng opened his mouth and yawned. I guess I will really be regarded as a pirate now. He did not kill them. After all, pirate hunters were not as vicious as pirates. To some extent, it was precisely because of these pirate hunters that the pirates' rampage was weakened to a certain extent. Even if they were not very good people themselves, the pirates were more brutal. Sure enough, once something was in a bad situation, things would become absurd. However, he was very strong now. Summoning armor and double dragons was already considered serious. Just a casual attack had caused these pirate hunters to suffer heavy losses. In every route of the Grand Line, the initial island was almost a gathering place for pirate hunters. Lu Cheng recalled the original work. The protagonist group had just entered the Grand Line and was also attacked by pirate hunters. This was the second nightmare of all novice pirates. After experiencing the ravages of the storm, the first island they arrived at was a whole island of pirate hunters waiting for their turn. However, the opponent had hit a wall this time. The flames were reflected in Lu Cheng's pupils. He looked at it for a while and suddenly felt a little bored. Little Robin. Hey! Little Robin, who was busy sorting the food he bought, turned his head in confusion. What's wrong, Mr. Knight? Let's set sail. It's boring here. There's no point in killing and fighting. I don't want to stay here anymore. Little Robin blinked her eyes and saw that Lu Cheng was not in a good mood. She ran to Lu Cheng, put her arms around him, and leaned her head on his waist. It's not your fault, Mr. Knight. You didn't do anything wrong. Lu Cheng laughed a little. He was just a little emotional, but this little girl actually comforted him. It was really. He shook his head and stroked Little Robin's soft hair. She had grown up, The little girl shivering in the rain in his memory became increasingly blurred, replaced by the cute and sensible little girl in front of him. His heart suddenly opened up, as if the sea was white and the sky was blue. Maybe his knight's justice was not so great, but at least it was enough to warm the people he wanted to protect. Thank you, my 79 million. Hearing this familiar name, little Robin was a little dazed. It had been a long time since she heard Mr. Knight call her like this. Mr. Knight, there is nothing good here, and I don't like it here either. Little Robin replied with his head down. But Mr. Knight, the magnetic force of our recording pointer has not yet been fully stored. Then there is no need to wait for it to be full. Lu Cheng looked at the sea in the distance. Don't we have 2 permanent pointers? The next target should be set there. Yes. Little Robin nodded, left the knight's arms, and began to prepare to set sail. Lu Cheng looked at Akuri, who was quietly cleaning the deck, and frowned. You didn't even think about running away. When he was fighting before, if the opponent wanted to run away, there was still a little chance of escape. Akuri shook his head and said, I am your prisoner, Captain. I accept my defeat with all my heart. Lu Cheng was a little speechless, but this big fool didn't look very smart, which could be seen from his nickname, Manu. After all, there are wrong names, but there are no wrong nicknames. The boat slowly started to move, and Lu Cheng's mouth curled up slightly. Although it was a little late, it was a good day to go out to sea. You were in the West Sea before, why did you become a pirate? And what was the bounty for? Lu Cheng asked casually. Akuri was silent for a moment. I killed our king, he made it impossible for everyone to survive. Later, with the help of the people, I left the country and became a pirate. Later, I ate a devil fruit and gradually became a big pirate. It's a very inspiring story. Lu Cheng looked into the distance, and after a while he spoke. I was planning to send you to collect the reward, but I'm in a bad mood now and I'm not interested in dealing with the navy. His voice was neither hurried nor slow, but it made Akuri's hair stand on end. So you better behave yourself. If you make me feel uncomfortable, I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the whales. Akuri lowered his head and carefully continued to clean the deck, but he felt inexplicably relieved. Chapter 91. Naval Headquarters. The Kamen Rider appeared on the initial island and clashed with the bounty hunters on the island. He eventually killed more than a dozen bounty hunters and fled. It was so scary. Borsellino patted the Den Mushi and looked at the telegram in his hand in amazement. How terrifying. He defeated so many pirate hunters with one move. This little guy is quite powerful. Kuzan, haven't you met them before? What do you want to say? Kuzan looked at him coldly and said, don't call me that. After warning Borsellino, he said, it should be that the other party's strength has improved. In less than a year, they have improved so fast. He shook his head and said, I thought this little guy would be a big trouble in the future, so I wanted to catch him and let Zephyr teach him well, but Shanks came out to mess things up, and coupled with the little guy's troublesome ability, he ran away. Didn't you let it go on purpose? Sakaski's voice sounded at the side. Do you know? Because we haven't caught Nico Robin yet, the world government is very dissatisfied with us. Then let them be dissatisfied. Kuzan didn't care. Since they are in a hurry, let them catch it themselves. Why bother us? We are the Navy. How can we have time to play hide and seek with children all day long? Kuzan. Don't just want to protect Nico Robin because of Sorrow's death. Don't forget, we are the Navy and we must fight for justice. Don't abuse our power for personal gain. As long as they are pirates, they should be killed without a single one left alive. Sakaski frowned and spoke in a heavier tone. Justice. Kuzan's voice was no longer as listless as before. I know whether what I did is justice or not. The rest of the Navy may not know, but how can you not know? Are they two pirates? Ahem, Borsellino coughed twice, interrupting the quarrel between the two. Okay, let's not argue about this, it will hurt the relationship. Carp, don't you agree? After a long time without hearing a response, he turned his head and saw Carp sleeping. He suddenly felt tired. There was no one in the office that didn't worry him. Cap. Hey. Navy hero Garp opened his eyes dazedly. Is it time for dinner? Borsellino took a deep breath. We are talking about the issue of Kamen Rider and Devil's Son. Oh, not eating, Garp muttered, and there was no movement again. Borsellino took another look and jumped in anger. You fell asleep again, how did you do it? Seeing that Garp was unreliable, he could only turn around and look at Kuzan and Sakaski. He knew why Kuzan was like this, and Sakazuki acted too extreme. After the O'Hara incident, the two had such disputes many times. He sighed. No matter what, the orders of the world government still need to be obeyed. Since the other party has shown up in a swagger, there is no reason to let them go easily. Kuzan, why don't you make another trip? No interest. Kuzan stood up and put on his hat. He can enter the mirror, it's almost impossible for me to catch him. Now the pirates on the Grand Line are getting more and more restless. I have no interest in playing hide and seek with two children. He walked out of the office and slammed the door. They red hair pirates have been missing recently. I'm going to investigate whether they are planning any conspiracy. Alas, Borsellino sighed, looked at Sakazuki, and said, I'll take charge. But the other party's whereabouts are unknown now. They left without stopping. I guess they should have a permanent pointer. Let's wait until they show up again. Although there are many islands in the first half of the Grand Line, it is difficult to judge the route by relying on recording pointers. But with permanent pointers, it is different. The other party can change the route at any time, which is more flexible. As for the world government, let's just leave it as it is. There's nothing we can do if we can't catch them. There are so many pirates in the sea anyway, and they haven't been caught yet. These two won't hurt either. Two little guys, they can't make any waves. They naturally have this confidence, because they are the Navy. On this sea, they are the strongest force. This period is the most prosperous period of the Navy. The four emperors pirate group in the New World and the seven warlords of the sea are not as strong as the Navy at this moment. The Navy hero Garp has not retired yet, and Zephyr has not lost an arm. The old generation of strong men are still in their peak state and have not retired. The new generation of strong men Kuzan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino have already begun to become famous. This is the golden age of the Navy, the real overlord of the sea. Chapter 92. Inside the cabin of the night. Lu Cheng leaned back in his chair, with a huge round roulette wheel in front of him. After successfully reaching the first island, he successfully completed the mission and finally accumulated enough justice points to participate in the lottery. Lucky draw. Lu Cheng rubbed his palms, eager to try. Do you want to confirm the draw? The system prompts you in time. Confirmed. Lu Cheng stretched out his finger and shook the roulette wheel, which spun rapidly in front of him. Stop. The roulette wheel stopped under his voice control, and the system's prompt sound also reached his ears. Congratulations on getting the item, Copy Advent, all special cards of Kamen Rider Ray. Copy Advent, inserting a summoner can play a role, copying an ability that has been touched and using it for yourself. Item level, Advanced. Item type, Special card. Item effect, the unexpected copying ability is the key to the knight's victory. Replication Advent. Lu Cheng played with the cards in his hand, feeling happy. Like the contract seal card he drew last time, the Copy Advent is also a special card. In the world of Kamen Rider Ryuki, many knights have many special cards, and the effects of these cards are powerful and can make up for many deficiencies. In fact, for Lu Cheng, a special card can improve him more than a new card box. After all, no matter how many armors you have, you can only wear one set, and the data of the Ryuki armor is also one of the highest among the knights in the Kamen Rider Ryuki series. Of course, a certain time stop is an exception. But special cards are more convenient to use, and with the high value of the Ryuki, it is much easier to use than other armors. Of course, if it is a long-range special type of armor such as the Iron Soldier, he is still quite interested. This wave of lottery is not a loss. Lu Cheng happily put the card into the Ryuki card box, walked onto the deck, and prepared to try the effect. Judging from the description of the card, this card seems to be much more powerful after the system magic modification. He will see how the effect is now. Lu Cheng strode onto the deck. Akuri was cleaning the deck. With an extra handyman, Little Robin's daily tasks would be much easier. Because they had just left the island, the route was relatively stable, so Little Robin was relieved. Now, he spent most of his time in the cabin, carefully studying those medical books. Captain, you called me. Akuri stood aside a little stiffly. Although it seemed that he had picked up a small Ming from the other party, it would be a lie to say that he was not afraid of facing Lu Cheng. Well, Lu Cheng nodded. Is there anything during the voyage? No, we are sailing along the route, everything is fine. Akuri explained, as if he suddenly remembered something and said, Captain, the latest issue of the newspaper has arrived. Even on the Grand Line, there are news birds delivering newspapers. I can only say that this group of birds is amazing. Lu Cheng reached out and picked up the newspaper. Wow, he was on the headlines again. Kamen Rider and Devil's Child reappear, what is their intention? This is a dead headline party. Lu Cheng was a little speechless, and he opened the newspaper to take a look. Sure enough, it was about his previous deeds of defeating those pirate hunters, and by the way, he once again boasted about the bounty amount for him and Little Robin. Finally, he mocked the incompetence of the Navy, which couldn't even catch 2 children and was still at large. Such a Navy? How can we believe that they can protect the safety of the people in front of the brutal pirates? Lu Cheng has now discovered that the media in all places are the same. As long as there is big news, they dare to say anything. It is quite interesting to watch it as a joke. However, if this news spreads, I am afraid that many people will know that he and Little Robin have come to the Grand Line, right? However, these have been expected. Lu Cheng calmed down and prepared to try the new card. He looked at Akuri and nodded. I have recently developed a new move, and I want you to try it. Akuri's face turned visibly pale. Captain, if you don't like me, just say it directly. Seeing this, Lu Cheng comforted him. It's okay, he won't die. You're making me more worried, okay? Akuri opened his mouth, but in the end, he said nothing. Lu Cheng took out the card box and completed the transformation. He slowly took out the newly acquired card from the card box on his waist and inserted it into the dragon summoner in his hand. Copy vent / copy vent. As the mechanical sound in the air rang out, Lu Cheng immediately felt the effect of this new card. This card can copy the enemy's special ability. At the same time, once it is copied, it will permanently retain the copied ability. In the future, it can be used directly without copying. Why the hell do you call it copy vent? Just call it God's hand. Of course, although this ability is powerful, it is not without its shortcomings. If there is any shortcoming, it is that it can only be used once in a period of time. Just like his Dragon Knight kick, after the card is read once, it will fall into a CD state and need some time to recover. So, although he can copy and store multiple abilities, he can only use one stored ability at a time. But this is not a big problem. Lu Cheng thought about it. This is basically a free ability with no side effects, combined with his own combat ability, it is enough. Moreover, Lu Cheng recalled that there seems to be more than one special card called Copy Advent. The one he got is a special card unique to Kamen Rider Manta, and in the Kamen Rider series, it seems that there is another knight who has the same card. He recalled that Kamen Rider Yusui, the knight of the prototype chameleon, only appeared as a villain in the theatrical version, and there is also a copy of Advent in his card box. In other words, he has the opportunity to have 2 copies of Advent at the same time. In other words, 2 special cards, 2 different special abilities. Suddenly I want to draw again. Lu Cheng collected his excited thoughts and looked at Akuri in front of him. He activated the card ability of Copy Advent and copied the other party's ability. The other party does have a special ability, which is granted by the Devil Fruit, the Animal Fruit, the ability of the Bull Fruit. Although ordinary animal fruits have never been very powerful, Lu Cheng has never been very interested in these devil fruits, let alone this kind of not so powerful animal devil fruit. But, the ability copied by Copy Advent has no side effects, no side effects, no side effects. Say it 3 times. In other words, he can use the power of the devil fruit at will, and he doesn't have to worry about being restrained by sea water and sea stone. In one word, invincible. Lu Cheng looked at Akuri with a hint of fanaticism. No matter how weak the animal-type devil fruit is, it can at least greatly improve physical fitness. His knight armor also has this effect. When the 2 are superimposed, the bonus to strength is equally terrifying. Seeing Lu Cheng's fiery eyes that could not be blocked even through the armor, Akuri shuddered all over. Why is the captain looking at me like this? Does he have any special fetish? Should I sacrifice myself to survive? Fortunately, Lu Cheng didn't know what this idiot was thinking, otherwise, he would definitely twist the other's head off and throw it into the sea to feed the fish. He moved his body and felt the wonderful changes in his body. A violent and wild force seemed to burst out from his body. At that moment, he only felt that his strength was more than 3 or 4 times greater. This is still the state of not fully stimulating the ability of the barbarian bull fruit. Is this the devil fruit ability user? It is indeed a power that can reach the sky in one step. So it's no wonder that there are side effects of such a fight, which is still enough to attract people. Lu Cheng clenched his fists and roared, as if he had learned it by himself, and the power of the bull fruit burst out with all his strength. His physical fitness was much stronger than Akuri's. Even if he had just obtained the power of this fruit, he could still exert much more power than the other party. Lu Cheng now understood more and more what Red Hair meant by his own ability being the most important. His own ability, whether it was the armor ability or the Navy 6 styles and other skills, would double with the improvement of his basic physical ability. This was why his strength would instantly become so strong after summoning the armor. Because what he improved was the most basic base, it only took a little improvement to be reflected in the armor's ability, which would double it. His body began to swell, and in a flash his body swelled by more than one time, and his height almost grew to a full 5 meters. He could be called a little giant. Lu Cheng lowered his head, looked at his body, and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the body has grown a full circle, the armor has not changed much, it has only grown in proportion, and there are no horns or anything like that growing on the armor. It seems that the priority of the armor seems to be much higher. That's right, the copy of the advent itself is the ability of the armor itself, so it naturally needs to follow the ability of the armor itself. This form. Lu Cheng thought about it and decided that calling it the bull form didn't seem appropriate since it didn't have horns on its head. So he decided to call it the giant form. He took out another card from the card box and inserted it into the summoning machine. Advent. / Contract Advent. With a deafening roar, a Wushuan dragon that was several times thicker swam out of the void and circled over the night. As if it also felt the surging power, it roared excitedly. The ability of this barbarian bull fruit seems to have a lot of development value. As Lu Cheng thought about this, he saw a clear eye growing on the mast of the deck, looking at Lu Cheng in shock. How did my knight become so big? Little Robin trotted to the deck. She raised her head and stared blankly at the knight who had grown several times taller than her, and the even bigger Wushuan dragon who was flying around wantonly to express his joy. She felt a little dazed. What happened? What happened? What happened? There seemed to be a demonic voice echoing in her mind. She had only been reading a book for a while, how come Mr. Knight had become like this in the blink of an eye? If it weren't for the familiar armor, little Robin would have thought she had made a mistake. But soon, Lu Cheng's voice came from the sky. He lowered his head and looked at little Robin, who seemed to have shrunk again, and smiled. Don't worry, I have a new ability, let's try it out. After saying that, his body began to shrink slowly, returning to its original appearance. Lu Cheng removed his armor and waved his hand to signal Akuri to do what he should do. He dragged the confused little Robin back to the cabin. Wow! Little Robin opened his eyes wide. Such a powerful ability? Mr. Knight, are you serious? Of course, Lu Cheng put his hands on his hips proudly and said, how could I lie to you? Does that mean that Mr. Knight can also copy the ability of my Hana no Mi? It should be fine. Let's try it tomorrow. Yeah. Little Robin nodded excitedly. The next day, Lu Cheng successfully copied the ability of little Robin's flower fruit. He thought about it and stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a steel arm grew out of his armored palm again. Just like a flower blossoming, it kept growing. He stretched out his hand into the sea, then retracted it piece by piece, firmly grasping a large fish over 1 meter long. He waved his hand casually, and the big fish fell onto the deck. Extra meal tonight. Lu Cheng stretched out his fist, and arms grew out of the mast not far away. He was eager to try, and performed a series of exciting left-right fighting techniques, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The flower fruit is much more interesting than the bull fruit. Both its potential and difficulty of operation are far better than the bull fruit. However, for him, the improvement of his strength is far less simple and crude than the bull fruit. But it is also a significant improvement in strength. He moved around, and 2 pairs of arms grew out of his back. Now he had 1 head and 6 arms. Looking at Mr. Knight who was having so much fun, little Robin curled her lips. Sure enough, Mr. Knight was sometimes more like a child than she was. With a new ability, Lu Cheng's daily training tasks became heavier. In addition to the usual physical exercises, he had 2 more trainings to familiarize himself with the abilities of devil fruits. At the same time, he had many strange ideas in his mind. There were so many devil fruits in this world. It would be very interesting to copy more devil fruit abilities. Moreover, with so many abilities, any enemy would have a headache when facing him, because every additional ability means 1 less shortcoming. Lu Cheng thought about it, maybe in the future, he should pay more attention to the devil fruit? Time passed in training day after day. Except for occasionally teasing the little lowly, Lu Cheng spent most of his time on training. Of course, it was inevitable to fight against all kinds of storms. It can only be said that the weather on the Grand Line is really bad. It's just that this kind of weather has been seen so many times that everyone has long been accustomed to it. Facing these storms, they don't even need to put in much effort to deal with them easily. 2 months later. On the Grand Line, a sailing ship without a flag was quietly sailing on the choppy sea. The deck of the pirate ship was empty, with only a tall man busy cleaning the deck. Inside the cabin, a permanent record pointer was placed on a wooden table with the word drum engraved on it. Little Robin looked at the pointer that was becoming more and more stable, and smiled as he said to the man who was feasting on his meal, "Mr. Knight, the pointer has stabilized, I think we may be almost there." I feel it." Lu Cheng swallowed the food in his mouth and exhaled with satisfaction. "It's finally here, the food is almost gone." "That's because Mr. Knight eats too much." "Mr. Knight, bow your head first." Lu Cheng lowered his head when he heard this. Little Robin came over, stretched out his hand, and carefully wiped the food residue from the corner of Lu Cheng's mouth with a handkerchief. "Okay, Mr. Knight, you can raise your head now." Because this time they were sailing by permanent pointer, the route was much longer than the normal one. After sailing for so long, it was finally time to arrive. Lu Cheng walked to the cabin and carefully opened the window. The moment he opened the window, the cold wind mixed with ice and snow rushed in impatiently. He tightened his clothes and looked into the distance. After the fierce storm, the weather gradually cleared up, but it became colder. "This place is so cold." Little Robin also stuck her head out, and when the snow and wind blew, she immediately shivered with cold, and was so scared that she quickly shrank back. As they approached the coastline, light snowflakes fell. The Drum Kingdom was a winter island, so such weather was within their expectations. But it was indeed a bit cold. Because of the special magnetic field, almost all the islands on the Grand Line have their own unique climatic conditions. They are divided into Spring Island, Summer Island, Autumn Island, and Winter Island, which have one season all year round. Together with the other islands with 4 seasons that operate naturally, there are a total of 16 seasons on the Grand Line. It can only be said that each island has a different scenery, and the destination of Lu Cheng and Little Robin's voyage this time, the destination pointed by the permanent pointer, the Drum Kingdom, is a typical winter island, surrounded by ice and snow all year round. Lu Cheng took out 2 sets of down cotton padded jackets, as well as matching fleece cotton pants and thick boots, and put them on Little Robin without saying a word. This was the clothes that Lu Cheng and Little Robin specially bought before they set off. The two quickly put on their tops and bottoms and boots, and then walked towards the deck. "Are you still cold? Do you want to put on another layer of clothes?" Lu Cheng was dressed tightly and asked Little Robin as he walked. Little Robin lowered her head and looked at herself wrapped up like a ball. She shook her head decisively. If she put on more clothes, she would really turn into a ball. She couldn't even walk if she didn't want to change. Of course, if you can't even walk, it seems not bad to have Mr. Knight carrying you. The weather gradually stabilized. On the deck, in the biting sea breeze, crystal snowflakes fell one by one. This kind of snowy weather has been stable for a long time. "We are really about to reach the Drum Island." Lu Cheng and Little Robin stood at the bow, and the Knight sailed for a distance again. From a distance, you can see the island that seems to be full of chimney-like peaks in the wind and snow ahead. Those cylindrical peaks, one by one, look like they have been frozen, and they are crystal clear. Drum Island. In the original work, after Chopper and Dr. Kalha fulfilled Hiraluk's last wish, it was renamed the Island of the Sakura Kingdom. Of course, now, Lu Cheng thought about it, the king of this island should still be Walpo, right? The other party seems to be a devil fruit ability user. The other party's fruit seems to be called the swallow fruit? Lu Cheng recalled the person of Valpo and only had some vague impressions. In his impression, this guy didn't seem to be a good person. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. When facing the invasion of the Blackbeard pirates, he fled with his army without caring about the lives of the people. He was also very cruel to the unarmed people. In the end, he was beaten up by the protagonist group. Lu Cheng opened it and recalled the plot. He immediately had a clue in his mind. Since the other party was such a person, there was no need to think too much. Bad guys, just use the iron fist of justice to deal with them. Kamen Rider, specializes in fighting bad guys. The island was getting closer little by little. We are finally here. The ship slowly sailed to the island ahead. The drum island was covered in snow, and the sky was full of snow. The ship docked smoothly at the coast without any trouble. This is normal. It is not a pirate flag. Liu Cheng and Little Robin can basically dock safely at any island. Also, because there are no distinctive signs, it is also difficult for people to confirm their whereabouts in the vast ocean. So, keeping a low profile is a very important thing. Little Robin jumped off the deck and said with a smile, so this is the Winter Island. It's just like what is said in the book. There is snow all year round. It's so beautiful. It's cold too. Liu Cheng added, and followed him down the boat. Akuri carefully positioned the boat, and then followed the two of them to the island. Liu Cheng glanced at him, and took out a thick coat from the Night Island card and threw it to him. He originally thought that he was an unforgivable pirate, but during this period of time, he found that he was not a good person, but he was not a truly hopeless villain either. The people were dressed warmly, and walked in the snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The snow on the island was very thick, and the people stepped on the snow, making a crunching sound, and began to head towards the interior of the island, looking for a place where people lived. Crunch! Liu Cheng broke a dry branch with his foot, and occasionally reached out to pull up Little Robin, who was stuck in the snow. The snow was indeed too much, and it was really difficult for Little Robin to walk in the snow. The wind was cold and biting. Liu Cheng and Little Robin walked in the woods, admiring the snowy scenery while heading towards the interior of the island. From a distance, they saw a strange white bear walking towards them. Although it was a white bear, it was leaning on a trekking pole like a human and walked towards them face to face. Liu Cheng licked his dry lips, clenched his fists, and got ready. He had a lot of experience dealing with such large carnivores. This was a new species, so it was a good opportunity to try it out. Mr. Knight, wait, wait! Little Robin, who was familiar with Liu Cheng, quickly reached out and grabbed the hungry knight. She recognized what this creature was. She had read about it in a book. It should be a hiking bear. It's not dangerous. Then she quickly added, if pedestrians encounter them, they just need to bow to each other. After that, Little Robin bowed slightly, and the white bear with a trekking pole also bowed back in a gentlemanly manner. Little Robin stood up and found that Liu Cheng didn't move at all. The white hiking bear seemed not to have seen Liu Cheng and walked away leisurely with the trekking pole. Liu Cheng looked disappointed and looked at Little Robin. I didn't bow, but why didn't it hit me? Mr. Knight, can you please not be so obvious about your intentions? Little Robin was a little speechless, and said softly like coaxing a child, okay, Mr. Knight, we will see the town soon, and then we can have a good meal, so don't think about harming them. I didn't mean to harm it. Yes, that's right, Mr. Knight's righteous counterattack. The two chatted and laughed as they walked further and further away. Akuri followed silently behind them. They quickly climbed over the top and began to walk down. Down the mountain, they seemed to see some lights flickering in the distance. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in the distance, running towards the two of them. The wind and snow were blowing and getting closer. Little Robin could see his appearance clearly and cried out in surprise. Ah, Mr. Knight, is that a devil fruit user of the animal type? It's no wonder that Little Robin thought so. The other party was tall, human-shaped, and covered with white hair. The most conspicuous thing was the other party's eye-catching big nose, a big blue nose. This image? Liu Cheng laughed. Is it such a coincidence? He has recognized the other party's identity. He is the ship doctor, pet, and food reserve of the Straw Hat Pirates who does not want to reveal his name. The tall weirdo ran closer and saw Liu Cheng and his friends blocking the way. He was immediately shocked. Liu Cheng's sharp eyes noticed the blood flowing on his body and the deep scars under his hair. This big nose didn't have a good childhood. Little Robin looked at the fear in the other's eyes, as if she saw her past self, and she tightened her grip on Liu Cheng's hand. Liu Cheng stopped in the snow, looked at the panicked chopper, thought for a moment, and pulled Little Robin to the side. Akuri also stood aside, leaving a not-so-wide path. The blue-nosed weirdo hesitated for a moment, and let out a low growl like an animal, as if warning, and then lowered his head and ran past the few people quickly. Liu Cheng noticed the tense body and trembling legs of the other party as he passed by, and smiled and shook his head. This big-nosed guy is really miserable. He obviously has the power of a devil fruit, but he doesn't have the heart of a strong man, so it's no wonder that he is so miserable. But this thing is originally a medical staff and pet positioning, and it's normal for everyone to have their own expertise. Seeing Chopper's figure disappear from his sight, Lu Cheng retracted his gaze and found that little Robin was staring at him curiously. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What's wrong?" Little Robin blinked, his smart eyes flickering. "I always feel that Mr. Knight's smile is a bit meaningful. Just tell me that I laugh weirdly, Lu." Cheng blinked his eyes. "I just thought of some interesting things." Little Robin curled his lips. "The knight has thought of too many interesting things. Keep it secret for now." Lu Cheng lowered his head and kissed little Robin's smooth face. Seeing that his face was smoking with heat, he nodded with satisfaction. "Children who are naughty need to be disciplined. See if you still have so many strange questions." The two walked slowly down the mountain and saw a human town in front of them from a distance. Several villagers who seemed to be dressed as hunters came towards them and asked with vigilance, "Where are you from? Have you seen the snow monster?" Lu Cheng smiled and shook his head. "We are adventurers, traveling here, and we are looking for a place to buy a bottle of wine." Several villagers looked at each other, looked at little Robin beside Lu Cheng, and although they were a little unconvinced, they silently put down their guns. Frozen Snow Village. After taking out a few almighty Baileys and Robin's gentle words of uncle, the villagers soon believed Lu Cheng's words. So, the villagers in the world of One Piece are really simple. Lu Cheng flicked the snow off little Robin and followed the villagers into the frozen snow village. Perhaps because they were in a crowded place, the fluttering snow seemed to have become a little smaller, adding a warm atmosphere of life. "Has that scary snow monster been driven away? Where did these two people come from?" Villagers kept greeting along the way, and looked at the strangers Lu Cheng and Robin curiously, and were somewhat surprised at Lu Cheng's handsomeness and little Robin's beauty. Now that so much time has passed, little Robin has grown a lot taller, almost reaching Lu Cheng's chest, and has gradually become less cute. There are more beauties. She's also a qualified little beauty. They are adventurers from outside, traveling here. The villagers looked at each other in bewilderment, some of them hesitant to speak. Foreign travelers were not uncommon in the Drum Kingdom in the past, but now they are becoming less and less. The Drum Kingdom was once a famous medical power on the sea, and many people came here to visit. However, due to the new king's appointment, the villagers sighed, hoping that they would not leave in disappointment. Lu Cheng smiled and nodded as a greeting. He turned around and saw a closed bar with snow on the tiled roof. But from the sounds and lights inside, it was obvious that it was open for business. He walked over, opened the door, stepped in, and shut out the sound of the wind and snow behind him. Seeing Lu Cheng and his companions entering the bar, a villager asked curiously, "They look like they came from the mountains." "Yes, I heard their boat is parked on the other side of the mountain." "Did you walk here? It's not easy to walk in this weather." The villagers found it strange that the mountain roads were not easy to walk in such a heavy snowstorm. The hunter who brought Lu Cheng back nodded again. "Yes, we also found it strange, but they were really generous and gave a lot of Baileys. And the little girl was very polite and didn't look like a bad person." "Do you know what it's called?" "I think I heard one of them was called Mr. Knight and the other was called Little Robin, which was quite strange. As for the remaining one, he seemed to be a bodyguard. After all, the sea is not stable now." Yeti. After sitting down in the bar, Lu Cheng ordered some hot food and drinks. After giving a little extra tip, the hot food and drinks were served soon. However, he wanted to order more, but was told with regret that there was no extra food. Each person could only order one portion, and he could not add more money. This made Lu Cheng slightly stunned, but seeing that the other party did not look like he was waiting to bully them, a few outsiders, he nodded. Little Robin took a sip of hot milk and felt his body warmed up. He heard the villagers talking in his ears. It seemed that they were all discussing the snow monster. "That snow monster is so scary, ugly, powerful, and has a weird temperament. He likes to run around people to scare them, and he is tough and can't be killed. He always appears near our town." Little Robin took a sip of the milk, and in his mind, the fear and helplessness in the pupils of that strange face reappeared. "Sir Knight, is that really a snow monster?" these villagers said. Little Robin suddenly asked. "I don't know," Lu Cheng smiled. "You have seen it too, so what do you think?" Little Robin lowered her head and did not answer. What she saw in the voices of the villagers echoed in her mind. She shook her head and said firmly, "Mr. Knight, I don't think so. Moreover, even if the other party is a snow monster, it may not be a bad person. Little Robin raised her head, her eyes bright. I didn't hear the villagers say that it hurt anyone. Lu Cheng's mouth curled up slightly, and he was very relieved. What people say may not be the truth, and our intuition may not be reliable sometimes. Only by understanding it clearly can we realize the truth of the matter. If we have a chance, let's go investigate. We just need to rest on this island for a while. Yes. Little Robin nodded firmly. Lu Cheng ate the food in his mouth in 2 bites and called the maid next to him. Hello, I have some questions to ask. The maid came over and saw Lu Cheng's smile. She was a little dazed and immediately lowered her head with a red face. Guests, please feel free to ask any questions you have. I am just a maid and may not know too much. It's nothing, just some small things. Lu Cheng smiled and said, I heard you all were talking about that wild monster. The maid nodded. How long has this snow monster been around? The maid recalled for a moment and then said uncertainly, it seems to be only about half a year. It suddenly appeared. He just ate the fruit not long ago. Lu Cheng shook his head. He is just a child. The maid didn't notice Lu Cheng's expression. She sighed softly, there are already many sick people in the village, and now there is a snow monster. Life is getting harder and harder. You mean sick? The maid's helpless complaint reached Little Robin's ears. She asked curiously, why? Isn't the Drum Kingdom a famous medical kingdom? What's so scary about being sick? The maid couldn't help but show a trace of sadness on her face when she heard this. That was in the past. The Drum Kingdom is different now. Little Robin was full of questions. She was planning to come here to learn medicine. Why was it different? Dr. 20 Project, Little Robin kicked the stones on the roadside with his legs, and said angrily, Mr. Knight, do you think this new king is mentally ill? The so-called Dr. 20 plan, in simple terms, is a strange order issued by the new King Valpo after he came to power. Only the 20 best doctors who are willing to accept the king's rule will be selected, and anyone else who claims to be a doctor will be killed or exiled to the sea. This plan was implemented half a year ago, and the current medical kingdom has become a misnomer because of this policy. It's true that his brain is not very bright. Lu Cheng touched Little Robin's head comfortingly. Mr. Knight will go and clean his brain later, okay? Don't you want to learn medical skills? You can't do it without practice. If you look at your brain, it will test your medical skills. You can practice it when the time comes. Akuri, who was trying hard to make himself invisible, mourned for the king whom he had never met. Based on his experience over such a long time, the consequences of provoking Little Robin might be more terrible than provoking Lu Ben himself. Sir Knight, we need to buy some vegetables and fruits. Little Robin counted on his fingers, and there is not much fresh water left, but there don't seem to be many vegetables for sale on this island. It is understandable that the island is covered with ice and snow all year round and the production of fruits and vegetables is not high, but the key point is that after Lu Cheng and Little Robin walked around the village, they found that there were almost no places selling vegetables and fruits, and most people had sad faces and looked very unhappy. It seems that the king has really brought disaster to the country. It has only been a few months since he took office, and it has become like this. In the original work, this place has been tossed by the king for more than 10 years. Young man, don't waste your energy. After Lu Cheng had knocked on the door for many times and failed, a white-haired, very old man began to persuade Lu Cheng. No way. Lu Cheng waved to the old man and said, I just want to buy some common food in the village. You know, it's impossible to make a living on the sea without vegetables and fruits. As for other food, Lu Cheng had Night Island, where he stored a lot of it, and he couldn't finish it all. But fruits and vegetables were different, they had a shelf life. Regardless of the shelf life, Lu Cheng and Little Robin wanted to eat fresh food. After all, the taste would be very different if it was fresh or not. Grandpa, if you really don't have much, we can just buy a little less and we will give you a suitable price, Little Robin said. The old man sighed and said, Alas, young man, it's not about the price, it's just that you came to the wrong place. If you really want to buy these foods, you can go to other villages. In our village, there is not much food left to store, and we even have to rely on young people to go hunting in the mountains. Lu Cheng looked at the situation in the village, thought for a while, and asked if we can solve your food problem. Will you be willing to sell vegetables to us? Then I will exchange fish and animal meat with you, okay? The old man took a look at Lu Cheng who had nothing in his hands, and asked doubtfully, young man, are you kidding? You don't look like you have much on you. Lu Cheng laughed and said, "Old sir, we are adventurers, and we are good at finding all kinds of food. I see there are still many animals in the mountains, and those polar bears look quite fat. I'll catch a few for you." Before he could finish his words, Little Robin raised his leg and kicked him a few times. As expected, Mr. Knight was not full and was still thinking about those cute animals. The white bear was furry, polite, and so cute. As a result, Mr. Knight just wanted to make them into dishes. "Not like this, the old man waved his hand and said, "You are talking about hiking bears, right? Young man, you'd better not have such thoughts. These bears are docile and will even rescue pedestrians in distress. We never prey on them. Young man, you'd better not do that either." The old man added, "Although they are docile, they are also very scary when they are angry. I am even scarier when I am hungry." But at this point, Lu Cheng nodded and agreed. Chapter 93. "Well, the white-haired old man said, in fact, it's not just a matter of food shortage. The main reason is the lack of doctors. Many people in our village have fallen ill and cannot go out to sea to fish. Hunting is also very dangerous, and there is not as much food as in the sea." Lu Cheng frowned upon hearing this. Little Robin couldn't help but ask, "I know that the Magnetic Drum Kingdom used to be a medical power. Even if it was because of that king, can't you find a doctor in your village?" The white-haired old man was silent upon hearing this. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Now all the doctors in this country are under the king's command. Other doctors are dead or have fled. If you want to see a doctor, you can only go to the royal city. So ordinary people like us can't find a doctor to treat us at all. And because of the cold weather here, almost everyone has some problems. If they are not treated for a long time, they will only get worse." Lu Cheng and Little Robin understood immediately after hearing this. This was the fault of the king of the Drum Kingdom. Although Lu Cheng felt that this problem was very serious when he heard about it before, he did not expect it to be so serious. No matter in which world, the most powerful weapon for killing is not the blade, but those invisible diseases. The number of people who died from diseases is always an astronomical number. And there are only 20 doctors in the whole country, and all of them are in the capital. How many people will die? Thinking about it, several people felt a little chilly. The white-haired old man continued to sigh and said, "If we want to see a doctor, we can only spend a lot of money to go to the capital, but the taxes are already heavy, and we really don't have that much money. Tax, the member states need to pay the heavenly gold as a tribute to the celestial dragons and as a protection fee for the navy. Even if many people die, this money is indispensable, not a penny less. For the world government, this is one of the most important things. As long as they can collect the heavenly gold, even letting a pirate be the king is no problem. This shows how rotten the world government is." To some extent, the bounty that Lu Cheng received as a pirate hunter also came from this tax. In other words, he did not take money from the navy, but from the people. He now understood more and more why Long wanted to form a resistance team. The more he understood some things, the more angry he became. I am also a doctor," Little Robin suddenly said, attracting everyone's attention. Seeing some hesitation in the other party's eyes, it was obviously because Little Robin was too young, making people a little worried about the truth of his words. Lu Cheng smiled and said, "No problem, I can guarantee that Little Robin is an excellent doctor. We came here this time to learn medical skills. Some minor injuries can be cured for you." After all, Little Robin was trained by Crocus, so Lu Cheng was very confident in Little Robin's ability. He thought for a moment and added, "It's not a bad idea to give it a try. If I can cure your illness, can you let me exchange meat for some vegetables and fruits?" Upon hearing this, the old man stood up, grabbed Lu Cheng's hand, and said in a trembling voice, "Are you serious? Are you really doctors?" To be precise, Little Robin was the ship's doctor, and Lu Cheng was not. Of course, this explanation was not far off. Lu Cheng would not deceive the villagers. He nodded, turned around and said to Akuri, "Go hunting in the forest, bring back more prey, and exchange them for food with the villagers." Akuri, who was still daydreaming, was stunned when he heard this, and pointed at himself in disbelief. He was asked to find prey alone. Wasn't he afraid that he would run away? Akuri never thought that the other party would make such a request, and he was stunned. He was worth 24 million. After these days, he also roughly understood what kind of person Lu Cheng was. It was precisely because of this that he couldn't believe his ears and wondered if he had hallucinations. The old man felt that the relationship between Lu Cheng and others seemed a little strange, and looked at them curiously. Lu Cheng smiled and explained, Akuri is a guard I hired. He is just worried about my safety. But the village is very safe, so you don't have to follow me all the time. The old man understood a little after hearing this, and he said tremblingly, Child, don't worry, the village is very safe. Those wild beasts can't get into the village, and the snow monster can't do anything to the village. Akuri hesitated for a moment, then turned and left, walking towards the snow-capped mountains outside the village. Young man, the mountains are very dangerous. There are rabbits and snow monsters. Lu Cheng smiled and interrupted the old man. It's okay, my guards are very strong. Didn't you say someone is sick? Why don't we find a place to call all the patients over? No need to find a place, my house is fine. Please wait for a moment, I will go and call someone. Seeing the old man leaving the two in the house without any precautions and running out to take care of the patients, Lu Cheng turned his head and smiled at little Robin. The folk customs here are really simple. It's your first time to treat someone. Are you nervous? Little Robin shrank his neck, but soon became confident. Mr. Knight, don't underestimate me. Teacher Crocus said that I learned very well. I certainly won't underestimate little Robin. By the way, Mr. Knight, aren't you afraid that he will run away? Little Robin asked curiously. Just run away, he's not such a bad person, he just became a pirate out of necessity. If he can reform himself and be a good person in the future, I won't bother to cause trouble for him. Of course, if he continues to be a pirate, I can catch him again if I meet him. Little Robin nodded. At this time, Lu Cheng felt a prompt sound from his system. He opened the system and saw that there was indeed a new task. Mission name, rescue the dying and the wounded. Mission requirements, a kind knight should not refuse the requests of the weak and treat the villagers. Mission reward, 200 justice points. Task status, waiting for pickup. Do you want to accept the task? Lu Cheng clicked on the accept button. The system's task prompt was a little too slow this time. It only popped up after he had agreed. But I can't treat illnesses, so the people treated by little Robin should be considered mine, right? Lu Cheng thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. After all, little Robin was his, so what little Robin did was equal to what he did, right? Soon the old man came back with a patient. The man didn't believe that little Robin, a child, could treat illnesses, but after little Robin explained the symptoms in a few words, he cooperated with her doubts. Soon little Robin finished treating the first patient in her life, and was recognized by the onlookers. Although he is young, he is indeed a great doctor, and the onlookers nodded in unison. As villagers in the medical kingdom, even if not everyone knows medical skills, at least they have a good eye, and they can still recognize those truly excellent doctors at a glance. Soon, little Robin finished seeing several patients one after another, both male and female, adults and children, and gave them treatment plans. Although the medicine could not cure the disease, at least they would get better quickly after a period of rest. Perhaps because the Drum Kingdom was once a medical power, there was no shortage of medicines, and the situation that little Robin was most worried about did not happen. The villagers had some herbal medicines in their homes, but there were no doctors and they didn't know how to take them. It took about half a day, and all the patients in the room were finally seen. Little Robin was relieved. She stuck out her tongue at Lu Cheng as if relieved, and Lu Cheng gave her a prepared head pat as a reward. The system prompt sounded, and 200 points of justice were credited. Lu Cheng felt relieved. Sure enough, such tasks were easy. More tasks would be more convenient. After leaving the house, the two soon noticed the changes. The villagers no longer looked at them with strange eyes, but with more trust and closeness. That's great. That's really great. The old man was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. Lu Cheng then realized that the other party was actually the village chief. He looked at Lu Cheng and little Robin and said, "Young people, thanks to you, I really don't know how to thank you." Lu Cheng smiled at him and said, "It's just a little help, and it's all little Robin's credit. It's enough for us to exchange some food." "No need to exchange. You are the most distinguished guests in our village." The old village chief was a little excited. "Don't worry about the food, we will prepare it for you soon." He turned to the villagers and said, "Everyone, take out the best remaining food and treat our most distinguished guests." The onlookers cheered, but Lu Cheng smiled and shook his head. Little Robin said softly, Grandpa, we appreciate your kindness, but we also know that there is not much food in the village. Let us change some food. We can't let everyone starve, right? Seeing Little Robin's sincere words and thinking about the situation in the village, the old village chief had to smile bitterly and nodded. He was even more grateful to the two men. If you want to exchange food, you naturally need meat. Lu Cheng just wanted to get some local game to try. Lu Cheng and Little Robin were about to leave the village and go to the snowy mountains to hunt some prey to exchange for food when they heard a cry of surprise coming from the village gate. The two looked over with some curiosity and saw a man in a leather jacket dragging more than a dozen huge hares towards the village. Those screams were made by the villagers who saw this scene. It is called a rabbit, but in fact it is bigger than a human, with sharp teeth and fangs. It is a ferocious carnivore that is unique to this place. It turned out to be Tulabang, and he was indeed very fat. I wonder how he tasted. Lu Cheng felt that he was hungry again. But this was not the key point. The key point was, why did Akuri come back? How could he be as stupid as a cow? Is the side effect of the bull fruit to reduce IQ? I let him go, but he came back. Did he really want to send him to collect the reward? What a warrior! A true warrior! The villagers were talking about it, looking at the tall figure dragging a long string of tulabangs in disbelief. You know, these tulabangs are not simple. One alone is very difficult to deal with, and they are also social creatures. They are insidious and cunning, and are the nightmare of hunters. As a result, this guy went out with bare hands and actually came back with a long string of tulabangs. A warrior, a real warrior, the old village chief stroked his graying beard and looked at Lu Cheng. No wonder the guests were able to cross the snow-capped mountains to reach our village. It turns out there are such warriors. Lu Cheng was a little speechless. Actually, I am braver, okay? He sighed, walked forward, and patted the other person's shoulder. The huge force from the shoulder made Akuri's feet weak, and he barely stood up. He hesitated for a long time between running away and not running away, and finally decided to come back. As for these rabbits, he originally only caught one, but suddenly a whole family of children jumped out from the snow. He had no choice but to accept this loving self-service takeaway with tears in his eyes, and packed them all together and dragged them back. I really didn't expect that. Akuri was silent for a moment, then said, Captain, I am your prisoner. I said I lost with all my heart. You are not suitable to be a pirate with this character. Lu Cheng did not wait for the other party to speak, and lowered his head to check these rabbits. The villagers had already gathered around and began to chatter, their eyes turning around Akuri, obviously unable to believe that he could hunt so many beasts with his bare hands. Lu Cheng stretched out his hand and waved at Little Robin, deliberately smiling and asked, How about it, are these rabbits cute? Little Robin glared at Mr. Knight fiercely. Mr. Knight knew that she liked furry animals, and this was obviously a deliberate teasing. Looking at Little Robin who was getting more and more restless as she grew older, Lu Cheng shook his head. She was not as well behaved as she was at the beginning. She used to be so obedient and did whatever Mr. Knight said. But now, everything has changed. Lu Cheng turned around and looked at the old village chief. This should be enough food for the banquet, right? Oh! The villagers cheered. In the icy and snowy land, the villagers cleared a piece of open space and held an open-air barbecue in the cold wind. The severe cold that had been lingering on the ground for a long time seemed to be dispelled at this moment, and the earth became warm. Thank you. Lu Cheng smiled slightly and took the drink from the girl. Looking at Lu Cheng's handsome smile, the girl blushed and retreated. Little Robin glanced at this scene and pouted unconsciously. He kicked the campfire with his little feet and suddenly felt that the rabbit meat in his hand was not fragrant. It was not until Lu Cheng took out a small cup, poured half of the hot drink into it and handed it to her that Little Robin became excited again. She looked at the knight who was feasting on the rabbit and took a bite of the rabbit in her hand. It smells so good. Lu Cheng finished half of the rabbit like a whirlwind, and then patted his stomach with satisfaction. He finally felt a little full. He looked at the village chief and asked, Old sir, when I came to the village before, I heard you talking about the snow monster. Hearing Lu Cheng's words, the old village chief nodded and admitted the snow monster has appeared for half a year. We have spotted it near the village several times. We suspect that it has targeted the children in the village. We have tried to kill it several times but failed. Poor Chopper, Lu Cheng mourned for the other party. He vaguely remembered that in the plot, after Chopper ate the devil fruit, many years had passed before he was lucky enough to meet the quack Dr. Hiraluk. Well, that is to say, this little guy was probably treated as a snow monster, alone for many years, and was hunted by the villagers as a monster. Why does it all feel so miserable? Among the protagonists, Little Robin is undoubtedly one of the most miserable, and the same goes for Little Nami. The village was invaded by Arlong since she was a child, her mother was killed, and she was deceived. She risked her life outside to collect 100 million berries, but it was destined to be a lie. Sanji encountered pirates and storms, his whole family was killed, and he was captured to be a cook. Zoro is better, but he also lost his childhood sweetheart. If it's a lie, his mother died early, his father was a pirate and never came home, and he also grew up under the ridicule of the villagers. Only Luffy had a happy childhood, and he even had a few sworn brothers who were willing to die for him. It can only be said that the protagonists are treated differently. Liu Cheng quickly came to his senses and looked at the old village chief. Well, old man, I seem to have heard that the snow monster has never attacked anyone, it just appears near the village, right? The old village chief hesitated for a moment and nodded. I mean, Liu Cheng took a sip of the drink in his hand, is there a possibility that this guy is not a snow monster at all, but a human? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The old village chief rejected it outright except for having hands and feet. The other party doesn't look like a human at all, and can't answer questions, but can only roar. It can't be a human. That is to say, Liu Cheng and his friends are distinguished guests who have just solved a big problem in the village. Otherwise, if someone told him that this snow monster is not a snow monster but a human, he would not pay any attention to the other party. Liu Cheng smiled and did not refute, but it still didn't hurt anyone, right? The old village chief hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Guest, have you met that snow monster before? Liu Cheng smiled and nodded. Yes, I felt that the other party didn't seem to be dangerous, so I was a little curious. Guests, you can't be fooled by appearances. Some creatures look harmless until they attack, such as these rabbits. Liu Cheng took the rabbit thigh from Little Robin and took a bite. He didn't continue talking about the snow monster, but talked to the old village chief about interesting things from all over the world. For example, the whales in the archipelago in the West Sea, the giant sea kings raging in the sea, the islands full of gold, and the half-human, half-fish people. Little Robin was very interested in all these strange things, not to mention the villagers who had little knowledge. Everyone was unconsciously quiet and listened to Liu Cheng telling these stories about the sea. Liu Cheng changed the subject and said, so, there are too many strange things in this sea. I have heard of a strange disease that can make people grow hair all over their bodies. Little Robin blinked slightly when he heard Liu Cheng's words. Is Mr. Knight going to start talking nonsense again? The old village chief didn't react for a while. Is there such a disease? I have never heard of it. It's a legend from another place. I thought it was a legend before, but now it seems to have some truth to it. The old village chief was slightly stunned, then he reacted and smiled bitterly. Guests don't have to joke with us like this. Liu Cheng shook his head. Old village chief, think about it, if he is not a snow monster, but a human with a strange disease, he has done nothing bad, but because he looks ugly, he is killed as a monster. Don't you think this is bad? Old village chief hesitated after hearing this. After all, the other party was a respected doctor, so maybe he wasn't kidding. Could it be that such a strange disease really existed? Seeing that the other party seemed to be hesitating, Liu Cheng smiled and said, of course, we can't be sure of all this, but we are adventurers. We are very interested in all kinds of strange adventures, and the snow monster is also very interesting to us. Little Robin nodded after hearing this. Liu Cheng continued, we plan to investigate the origins of this snow monster and hope to figure out everything. If the other party is really not dangerous, I don't think everyone needs to be afraid of it or hurt it. Don't you think so? The old village chief nodded after hearing this. What he said did make sense, but he said worriedly, but the snow monster is very dangerous. If you approach him rashly, what if? Liu Cheng smiled and patted Akuri who was sitting behind him. It's okay, Grandpa, I have a powerful guard. The old village chief nodded in relief when he saw the burly and powerful Akuri. He was the most powerful warrior he had ever seen in all his years, even stronger than the guards of the kingdom. With him around, the safety of the two doctors could indeed be guaranteed. He suddenly remembered something and asked again, are you two here to learn medicine? The other party seemed to have said something like this to him before, but he was immersed in the joy of meeting a doctor at the time and didn't pay attention to it. Now he finally remembered it. But we don't have a doctor here, the old man's voice was somewhat desolate. Today's magnetic drum kingdom is no longer the medical powerhouse it once was. These guests came with expectations, but were destined to return with disappointment. Yeah, I have a headache, Lu Cheng smiled and said, I heard that there are only 20 doctors left in the kingdom. If you want to learn medicine, you can only go to His Majesty the King and have a good talk. The old village chief's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he hurriedly advised, guests, you'd better leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if your identity as a doctor is discovered, not only will you learn medicine, but even your life will be in danger. Lu Cheng and Little Robin looked at each other and smiled without saying anything. After leaving the village, Little Robin walked in the snow, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and shook his head, Mr. Knight, the situation seems to be very bad. Indeed, Lu Cheng nodded, it's only been half a year, and so many people have fallen ill. If it drags on for a while, I'm afraid more and more people will fall ill. By then, we don't know how many people will die from the disease. Little Robin nodded seriously and said, Mr. Knight, let's go talk to the king and ask him to change the law. As for the snow monster, we'll talk about it when we get back. The villagers have promised us that they won't hurt him. Lu Cheng thought about it and nodded. But where is the king? Little Robin frowned and said, we still need to ask someone for directions. Don't bother, just let him come to us, Lu Cheng smiled, took out a thin bamboo pole from the island card, covered it with canvas, and soon made a banner. Little Robin watched this scene curiously until she saw Mr. Knight throw the banner to her and signal her to write on it. Little Robin was a little confused, but still asked obediently, Mr. Knight, what should I write? Just write the medicine cures the disease, the magic hands bring back the dead. After writing a few big characters, Lu Cheng reached out and threw the banner to Akuri, asking him to hold it up, and then nodded with satisfaction. Come on, we'll let you practice your medical skills on the way, and then, we just have to wait for them to come to our door. The soft sunlight sprinkled on the crystal snow, reflecting a dazzling light. The weather was still cold. After exchanging vegetables and fruits and leaving the village, Lu Cheng and his friends briefly discussed for a while and decided to help Mr. King here to clean his brain first. Several people walked slowly in the snow. In such cold weather, there were not many people moving in the snow. Lu Cheng and Akuri were both tall and wore thick black leather clothes from head to toe. Even Little Robin was wrapped into a ball by thick clothes. In addition, Akuri held a cloth sail in his hand, on which were handwritten 8 big characters: medicine cures disease, miraculous hands bring back spring. The group of people walked in a crystal snow, which was as conspicuous as possible. The cedars on both sides of the road were covered with snow, and the cold wind was whistling. The biting cold wind passed through the sparse pine forest, and the branches hummed, and the snow fell with it. Lu Cheng turned his head suddenly, and there seemed to be a white figure flashing behind him. He dodged in a hurry, but the fleeting blue big nose and the string of small footprints on the snow behind him had already exposed his identity. This hiding skill is really poor. Lu Cheng shook his head. Not far from the village, he felt something was hanging behind him and others. He thought it was some vicious creature like Tulabang that wanted to take revenge on them. After all, this kind of creature has the habit of holding grudges. But he soon found that it was Chopper, a little guy, who was following them. Unlike the snow monster before, the other party changed its form and became a little reindeer, but this was just to fool others. For Lu Cheng, who was quite familiar with Chopper's form, it made no difference. Moreover, even if the other party was smaller, its tracking skills were just a joke. Even Little Robin noticed the other party's movements early, but there was no danger, so he didn't take it seriously. However, the few of them were about to pass through the forest, and the other party was still following behind them. Not knowing what the other party was thinking, Lu Cheng quickly ignored him and said, "Just follow me, it's not a problem." There was a faint trace of fireworks in the sky ahead, which was a sign of human presence. Jialong Town. This is a small town located in the middle of the Drum Island. It has a small population and a small scale, which is not much different from the frozen snow village I have seen before. The village is located next to a nearby freshwater lake. It is surrounded by mountains and water and lives by the lake. There are many ordinary towns like Jialong Town that live by the lake. Generally speaking, it is more lively here than the frozen snow village. Several people carried the banner of the miraculous rejuvenation and stepped on the snow. They thought they would see a peaceful small village, but the scene that came into their eyes made their pupils shrink. The village seemed to have been ravaged by pirates. There were collapsed houses everywhere, and blood stained the ground. The earth was no longer white, but turned into a terrifying blood-red color. Countless people fell to the ground and wailed, but more of them were bodies that lost their temperature and fell to the ground silently, looking like they had been dead for a long time. The house was burning, with flames rising into the sky. A few people saw from afar that it was not smoke from cooking, but the surging and rolling flames that went straight up to the blue sky. Even the falling snowflakes were completely dissolved. "Mr. Knight, are we encountering pirates here?" Little Robin's pupils shrank slightly. The fallen bodies and the blazing flames brought back bad memories for her. O'Hara was burning in the artillery fire, with death and wailing everywhere, and she stood in the burning flames, at a loss. Lu Cheng did not answer. He vaguely heard shouts of killing coming from the lake. He frowned and snapped his fingers. The snow accumulated over the years turned into ice, and the ice surface was as smooth as a mirror. There was a red dragon flying behind Lu Cheng in the mirror, but there was clearly nothing around Lu Cheng outside the mirror. There are still people alive. Little Robin, see if you can save them and ask what happened. I'll go to the lake to check. Instructing Wushuanglong to protect Little Robin, Akuri stuck the banner into the ground and followed Lu Cheng in silence towards the lake. With Wushuanglong watching, Lu Cheng was not worried about Little Robin's safety. After all, Little Robin was not completely powerless, and Wushuanglong could bring people in and out of the mirror at will. He hurried to the lakeside and saw a group of people fighting fiercely, or more precisely, a massacre. A group of people desperately ran to the lakeside, and a group of tall knights were chasing them behind them, like sharks that smelled blood, driving the group of people away, gathering them together, and forcing them to move towards the lakeside. The knights brandished their spears and whips, driving the villagers to flee in panic. Those who were a little slow were beaten to pieces by the whips, bleeding profusely. Those with bad luck would be pierced by the spears and lose their lives. Lu Cheng frowned, and when he heard the knights' wild laughter and the villagers wailing, he moved faster and appeared on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Seeing the crowd gathered, the soldiers seemed to have enjoyed the fun of cat and mouse and felt a little bored. They picked up the longbows slung over their horses and shot arrows. As if they knew their tragic end, the villagers wailed even more miserably, but the guards were unmoved. They pulled their bowstrings and shot arrows like rain. The villagers closed their eyes in despair. At this moment, Lu Cheng's figure flashed and appeared by the lake in an instant. He swept out with his legs, using the storm kick from the 6 styles. His legs brought up 2 huge gusts of wind. And the arrows turned into powder in the air. The gusts of wind continued to move, sweeping towards the group of guards, sweeping them off their horses. The rain of arrows did not fall for a long time. Someone in the crowd opened his eyes cautiously and saw that the ferocious cavalry had already fallen to the ground with a crackling sound. In front of them stood a tall figure that he had never seen before. "Who are you? How dare you hinder the kingdom? Are you an accomplice of those doctors?" The leading guard struggled to get up from the ground, pointed his spear at Lu Cheng, and asked. "It doesn't matter who I am, you can call me a passing Kamen Rider, as..." Soon as Lu Cheng heard what the other party said, he roughly knew what happened. This damn Dr. 20 plan again. His tone was also a little cold. "As for the doctor's accomplice you mentioned, it's a bit of a coincidence. My most precious companion is a doctor." "You, how bold!" The guard had never seen such an arrogant person. All the doctors in front of them were trembling with fear and fleeing in panic, but he had never seen anyone so arrogant. Although he felt that Lu Cheng seemed powerful, he had more people and the other party was unarmed. Why was he so scared? "Go, kill him for me." "No, stop. You can't kill us, we are under the king's orders, you will be wanted by the kingdom. The king will never let you go." Bang! After a loud explosion, Lu Cheng stood up, the ground around him shattered, and corpses fell to the ground with a crackling sound. These soldiers, not only bullied the unarmed villagers, but also dared to attack him. "I can only say that life is a bit boring and I want to change to a more exciting life." Little Robin came running over and saw this scene. She glanced at the fallen guards and then turned her gaze to the villagers stabbed by spears. The banner of healing was fluttering in the cold wind. She planted the banner on the ground and quickly lowered her head to start treating the wounds. If she delayed any longer, even gods would not be able to save the wounded. Survived. A group of villagers looked at each other, unable to believe that they were rescued. They quickly helped each other. Lu Cheng looked at their familiar faces and saw that there were obviously many doctors among them. No wonder they were being hunted down. At this time, a middle-aged man came forward and bowed deeply. "Thank you for saving us, but run away, you killed the king's guards, they will not let you go." Lu Cheng yawned, not taking it seriously, but asked, "Why are you being hunted? Is it because there is a doctor among you?" The middle-aged man sighed, hesitated, and then slowly explained. Their village is a well-known medical village, and almost every household knows some medical skills. After the king's new decree was issued, although they no longer claimed to be doctors to treat others, they still could not escape the bad luck and were mercilessly hunted down by the king's army. If Lu Cheng and his men had not arrived in time, the whole village might die. "Have you ever thought about running away?" The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, "How can we run away? Our whole village is full of doctors. No one goes to sea. Besides, the sea is also very dangerous. Without strength, we dare not go to the sea. We originally thought that as long as we stopped calling ourselves doctors and stopped treating others, we would be safe. But in the end, we didn't expect something like this to happen." He turned to look at the burning village, his eyes full of pain. Why would a country let its most proud medical skills become what they are today?" Lu Cheng remained silent. He had no way of answering this question, but he already knew roughly what to do and was planning to do it. Why is not important. What can we do even if we know why? A tall figure slowly walked out from the cedars in the distance. "We know the reason and whose fault it is, but this country has such a serious disease. How can we save it?" The sudden voice broke the silence. Lu Cheng raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. A lady with long wavy light golden hair appeared in front of them. She was holding a bottle of rum in her hand. She was wearing very cool clothes, only a short-sleeved belly-exposing dress, and even had a belly button ring on her belly button, as if she could not feel the cold climate of magnetic Drum Island at all. Although she was dressed so young, her face was covered with deep wrinkles. Obviously, the other party was no longer young. An old witch who is over 100 years old and forever youthful, Dr. Kulha. Old witch? As a character in the original work, Lu Cheng recognized her identity at a glance. He looked her up and down curiously and recalled her information. The other party will become Chopper's teacher in the future, teach Chopper medical skills, and will also become the only doctor left in this kingdom. In addition to medical skills, the other party should also have good fighting skills. After all, in the original work, Kulha can live happily in such a bad environment for doctors, naturally not all relying on medical skills, boxing and kicking skills are also needed. Chopper in the original work, when he appeared, he had good fighting and physical skills, which should have been learned from this Kulha doctor. In summary, she is a difficult old witch who can treat and fight, loves face and wants money. "Boy, what are you looking at? Are you attracted by my beauty?" Kulha glanced at Lu Cheng, glanced at little Robin who was treating others, and quickly retracted her gaze. "Kid, do you want to know the secret of my eternal youth?" "No need for that. After all, I am still young and don't need this." Lu Cheng shrugged and said, "Nice to meet you." "Hello, Ms. Kulha." "Ms. Kulha?" Dr. Kulha was somewhat satisfied with this title. This kid seemed to have some sense and some manners. She knew that she was still young and beautiful, but she was more interested in him than in this. The stupid villagers understand things. She raised her sunglasses and looked carefully at Lu Cheng, then at little Robin who was treating a group of villagers. "Do you know me?" Lu Cheng nodded and said, "Mr. Kulokas from Twin Gorge asked me to say hello to you." "It's that little guy." Kulha understood and nodded. Lu Cheng was a little speechless, but he was very honest. Yes, it's him. Kurikas gave us the permanent pointer to come here. I thought you two should have a good relationship." Kulha glanced at Lu Cheng and stopped talking. After a while of silence, she suddenly changed the subject. "Kid, Kurikas introduced you here, so are you doctors?" Considering the other party's age, even Crocus is a kid, so it seems natural for me to be called a kid? Lu Cheng shook his head, frowned slightly, and soon relaxed. "To be precise, I am not." He pointed at little Robin. "Only little Robin is. Almost, doctor." Kulha waved her hand carelessly. "I almost didn't make it in time, but luckily you were fast enough. We can talk about it later. Let's cure these people first." After half a day of hard work, all the injured residents in Jialong town were finally treated. Even the seriously injured residents were basically saved thanks to the efforts of Little Robin and the others. Those villagers with less serious injuries were able to move freely. Of course, it was inevitable that many people died, which was also normal. After all, it was medical skills, not magic. It was too difficult for villagers with average physical fitness to survive after being fatally injured. Lu Cheng submitted the newly refreshed treatment task and obtained 300 justice points again. He didn't expect that this justice point was so easy to brush. This was the second time he had brushed the treatment task, and he didn't need to do it himself. Little Robin took care of it for him. Don't forget to pay the consultation fee, my fee is very expensive. Kulha said after treating the last injured person. The injured person's face turned even paler after hearing this, as if he had not received any treatment. Although Kulha's medical skills are great, her fees are even higher. She heals the body but hurts the heart. This is what she means. Lu Cheng shook his head and looked outside. The banner of saving the dying and the wounded was still fluttering in the cold wind. Kulha also noticed Lu Cheng's gaze. She glanced at the words on the banner and frowned. You came all the way here holding this banner. Yes, Lu Cheng smiled and patted Little Robin on the head. Little Robin has just learned medical skills and needs to practice. I think there are many patients in this kingdom. Kulha heard this and looked at Little Robin for a while before she spoke. This little girl's medical skills are pretty good. Kulokas did teach her some real things. At least she is much better than a certain quack. Her medical skills are terrible, but she still likes to treat people. I think she is the one who needs to be treated. As Kulha spoke, her voice gradually became lower. She sighed deeply, somewhat helplessly, but I'm afraid that soon, even such quacks will not be found. There are indeed many patients in this kingdom. Even this country is sick. Hearing this, Lu Cheng realized who the quack doctor was. Hiluluk, a quack doctor who could steal, rob, cheat, and make bombs, but could not treat illnesses. He was the only one who treated Chopper like a family member. After Chopper had been wandering outside for many years and suffered a lot, the two finally met. If you calculate the time, it is estimated that it is still a long time for the two to meet. Lu Cheng looked at a snowball not far away, and it seemed that there was a snowball wriggling in the snow. All the villagers were injured, and no one had time to deal with each other, otherwise they would have been discovered long ago. However, this little guy was so brave that he dared to run into the village. In my impression, this guy is far from being brave. Chapter 94. Kulha noticed Lu Cheng's gaze and frowned. I've wanted to ask for a long time, is this little thing one of your gang? It has been secretly watching you. Lu Cheng thought about it and nodded. I guess so. Kulha then retracted her gaze. You mean, you came here specifically to treat illnesses and save lives? It's just a trip, and I'll learn some medicine by the way. Lu Cheng searched for a while, took out a letter and handed it to the other party. Letter of introduction from Mr. Kulokas. Kulha took the letter and put it away without even looking at it. Boy, you don't think that's the end of it, do you? Or do you think that just with a letter, you can follow me to learn medicine peacefully and don't have to worry about anything? Do you think that little guy Kulokas has such a big face in my eyes? Lu Cheng had never opened the letter, and he didn't know the specific relationship between the two of them, but the relationship between the two of you is not ordinary. But he shook his head. Of course I didn't think so, Ms. Kulha, didn't you say that this country is sick? Although I can't treat people, it sounds quite interesting to meddle in other people's affairs. He paused and said, protecting the weak is also one of the principles of a knight. You don't look like an upright knight. Kulha's mouth curled up slightly. Justice is never limited to superficial forms. Lu Cheng answered calmly. Then I'll have to take a good look at it. Kulha picked up the bottle and took a sip. I've lived to such an old age and have seen all kinds of justice, but I've never seen this kind of justice that is not bound by superficial forms. To put it nicely, it's called justice. To put it bluntly, it's called lawlessness. Lu Cheng smiled and did not refute. A few people left the injured residents and came to the lake where the previous battle took place a moment later. Looking at the bodies lying on the ground, Lu Cheng casually asked, what should we do with these dead guards? I can't take care of the living, so why should I care about the dead? When night falls, the wild beasts will take care of them. Dr. Kulha looked at a group of footprints that remained not far away, as if she could vaguely see the guards stumbling as they ran for their lives. You've left some alive, why are you still worried about this? Oops, Lu Cheng slapped his head, looking a little annoyed. which made little Robin laugh. I was careless for a moment, and made a mistake. Forget it, I don't want to bother with you, little brat. Kulha looked at the exaggerated expression on Lu Cheng's face and snorted coldly. This country is already suffering a lot. Even if we are trying to cure it, it would be best not to let it suffer more serious injuries. Lu Cheng was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "Of course, Ms. Kulha, if we have time, we will come to visit you again." Kulha snorted again after hearing this. She opened the bottle cork and poured another sip of wine into her mouth. "Humph. If you can really do this, I will agree to your request." "I haven't made any request yet." Lu Cheng was speechless. Kulha glanced at him calmly. She had lived so long that she could see some things at a glance. "Don't you just want me to teach this little girl medical skills? These are the things written in Kuloka's letter, right? Although I don't know why the other party values you so much, but my treatment fees are very high, so don't think I will teach you medical skills based on a letter." Lu Cheng knew it would be like this. Why does Kuloka's face seem not big enough? He couldn't handle it with just one letter, and he had to do it himself. But forget it, he had planned to do it this way, so it's no big deal. "That's settled then." He shrugged and called little Robin. Akuri pulled out the rescue flag stuck in the ground and followed Lu Cheng and little Robin away. "Mr. Knight, that old woman looks so weird." "It's okay, not too weird, there are many weird people." The two people's voices drifted farther and farther away, and behind them, it seemed that a small meatball followed carefully. "These two little devils have no respect for the elderly." Dr. Kulha suddenly laughed. She raised her sunglasses and looked at the people walking away, as well as the flag of rescue the wounded fluttering high in the wind. "It's those two people, the Kamen Rider and the Devil's Son. He, it looks like that idiot Valpo is going to be in big trouble." At this time, with a ding sound, Lu Cheng felt a prompt sound coming from his system panel. He opened the system and saw that there was a new task. The tasks have been coming quite frequently recently. Lu Cheng looked at the task information. Mission name: the hero heals the country. Mission requirements: the Drum Kingdom seems to be infected with some serious disease, and the Knights of Justice cannot ignore it. Mission reward: 500 justice points. Task status: waiting for pickup. Do you want to accept the mission? Lu Cheng clicked on the accept button, of course, for the justice in his heart, not for the insignificant justice value. Several people walked through the forest, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The flag of saving the dying and the wounded stood in the wind and snow, rustling. The wind and snow were howling, and the pine forest was shaking. A little reindeer followed the people stealthily, walking alone. From time to time, it would dive into the snow, leaving only half of its body, so that the people in front would not look back and find its trace. "Mr. Knight, that little thing doesn't look very smart." Little Robin looked at the little reindeer rooted in the snow with half of its body sticking out, and asked with a smile, "Does it think that if it buries its head, we can't see it?" "I think that's what he thinks." Lu Cheng put his hand on his chin and said, "The other party is more interesting than I thought." Originally Lu Cheng thought that Chopper would not follow them for too long, but he had been following them until now. It was almost dark, and he had not expected that he was still following them. Chopper seemed to be entangled with him and others, but why? Lu Cheng thought about it. He and others didn't seem to be too close to each other, so why was it like this? He thought about it. He and others just made way for the other party when he was running away, releasing a little bit of goodwill. Could it be that this is the reason why the other party entangled with them? Lu Cheng felt that he seemed to have found the answer. After figuring it out, he felt a little uncomfortable. Is this little guy so pitiful? Reindeer are social animals. Their natural habits make them accustomed to staying with their own kind. But Chopper was not accepted in the herd because of his natural blue nose. After eating the devil fruit, he was treated as a monster and was excluded. It left the herd and wanted to integrate into the village with human appearance and live with humans, but because of its appearance and lack of language, it was treated as a monster and even hunted by humans. But even so, it still missed the feeling of being with the group, was afraid of loneliness, and wanted to live with others. Chopper poked his head out carefully, and saw the figure in front of him slowly walking away. It seemed that he had not noticed that he was hiding behind him, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at the backs of the people in front of him, and envy appeared in his human eyes. He didn't know why he was sneaking behind them. Maybe it was because of the kindness of the other party to make way for him at that time. Maybe it was because the way they looked at him was different at that time. It was not like seeing a monster, full of hatred and fear, but with a hint of smile, a smile that he had never seen before, enough to warm people's hearts. It couldn't help but hide quietly near the village, and after seeing the other party leave, it couldn't help but follow them, but it was afraid of being discovered by the other party and didn't dare to get close. Chopper lowered his head and took a bite of the snow. The other party's footsteps were very fast, and there was almost no food to be found among the snow and fallen leaves. He was very hungry, but he did not dare to look for food. Because he was afraid that in the blink of an eye, those people would disappear from his sight forever and he would never see them again. It swallowed the cold snow. The wounds on its body from the gunshots were still aching. This time the wounds seemed to be more serious than before, and its wounds seemed to be healing more slowly. It understood that this was because it did not replenish its food in time, but seeing the figure in front of it getting farther and farther away, it could not help but follow it again. "Sir Knight, it's following us again." An eye grew out of the snow, blinked mischievously, and then quickly withered like a petal. "Mr. Knight, if we go back, will it be scared away? It looks so timid." "Mr. Knight, why don't we take a break? It seems it can't move anymore." "Mr. Knight." Lu Cheng looked up at the sky. It was already late and he hadn't seen the village yet. Logically, he should have quickened his pace a little, but he smiled and patted little Robin on the head. "Then let's take a rest first." "Okay, Mr. Knight is the best." Akuri also stopped and began to tidy up the ground. Soon, he made a simple camping site. Little Robin reached out to stir the campfire, but his eyes kept glancing at the little figure in the bushes behind him. He also saw the eye-catching blue nose and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Blue nose reindeer, quite cute." Little Robin blinked, but soon realized something. Blue nose, blue nose. The snow monster she had met before suddenly appeared in her mind. It seemed to have such a cute blue nose. "Ride, Mr. Knight." Little Robin turned his head and opened his mouth slightly. His surprised look looked a little cute. "Could it be, that is?" Lu Cheng smiled and nodded. Little Robin opened his mouth wide, but soon became a little depressed. "Mr. Knight knew it a long time ago, but he didn't tell me and is still laughing at my joke." "Little Robin, you are focusing on something wrong. Shouldn't you think about why the snow monster turned into a reindeer?" But Little Robin is obviously very smart. After realizing this, he quickly figured out what was going on. Is it a reindeer that accidentally ate some kind of humanoid devil fruit? No wonder it can't talk." "Mr. Knight, what kind of strange disease do you think it is?" "Mr. Cheating Knight," Little Robin complained quietly. "Ahem," Lu Cheng coughed twice, "I was just stating a hypothesis." "Quibbling, Mr. Knight is not honest." Lu Cheng covered his chest, feeling like he had been hurt a ton. Since when did Little Robin start to have such a big misunderstanding of his character? He was about to open his mouth to explain and restore his noble image as a knight, but he heard Little Robin screaming. "Ah, what happened to this little guy?" Lu Cheng turned around and saw Xiao Ba fell headfirst into the snow. Severe injuries, excessive blood loss, overwork, hunger, and lack of nutrition. Little Robin held Chopper the reindeer and breathed a sigh of relief after the inspection. "Great, no big problem." Little Robin turned around happily and saw that the knight was looking at him in a strange way. "What's wrong, Mr. Knight?" Little Robin asked in confusion. "It's okay." Lu Cheng's eyes were complicated, and he said with a hint of joking, "That's how I picked you up back then. It's exactly the same as it is now. I didn't expect that you can pick up things and take them home now. This familiar scene really makes me miss it." Little Robin was a little speechless at this time. "Mr. Knight, please don't joke." She lowered her head and looked at the little reindeer. "Giving treatment to a reindeer should be no different from giving treatment to a human, right?" Lu Cheng scratched his head. "I think so." "Hey, it woke up again." Chopper's nose twitched. The smell of food woke him up from his coma. He instinctively opened his mouth, but was surprised to find that he seemed to be caught by someone. He struggled in panic. Then he heard a girl's gentle voice. "Don't move, the wound has just been bandaged, don't move." The face with the striking blue nose looked up and saw the beautiful face that he had seen once. "Looks like he's starving, it," heard the girl continue to say. "Hungry. Really hungry. But it was even more afraid of being caught. I looked so strange, she would definitely think I was a monster, and she would definitely dislike me without hesitation, or even destroy me, right? Because monsters should not exist in this world. Snap snap. The reindeer's tears fell unconsciously, streaking across its face and across its striking blue nose. The tears mixed together and dripped onto the ground, melting small holes in the snow one after another. Why are you crying? Are you too hungry? Here is some for you. Little Robin reached out and stuffed the food in his hand into the other's mouth. Don't cry, if it's not enough, I'll let Mr. Knight eat less. I think you hugged Little Robin too tightly and scared him, not the food, eh? Man's voice sounded nearby. It was calm, but inexplicably carried a reassuring power. Mr. Knight is just greedy. With the aroma of food in his mouth, Chopper swallowed it involuntarily. He had never eaten such delicious food before. Since he was born, he had always been excluded. No one had ever given him food, let alone such delicious food. For no reason, Chopper's heart was filled with sadness. He lay in Robin's arms and cried loudly. The crisp and tender cry was full of sadness. It didn't sound like a reindeer's voice, but more like a human's. You can talk, little Robin said softly. Little Robin bent down and reached out to gently stroke the little reindeer's head. It was furry, just like a plush toy, so warm and cute. Little Robin liked this feeling all of a sudden. She felt the other party seemed to be trembling in her arms, and her hands could not help but move a little lighter. So cute, I really want to keep it. Chapter 95. Chopper slowly calmed down. Perhaps it was because he was born not long ago, and he was not as afraid of everyone as in the original work. At this moment, he still had extravagant hopes for that warmth, which might be the reason why he followed them without hesitation. After thinking about it, Lu Cheng gave some of the food in his hand to the other party. Sharing food should be the greatest kindness for Chopper at this moment, right? Mr. Knight, it's so cute. Little Robin held the little reindeer in his arms, his eyes full of joy. The little reindeer swung its forehooves slightly, as if struggling, but the movements were far from intense. They are furry and really cute, similar to the rabbits from yesterday, Lu Cheng nodded. But Mr. Knight, you ate delicious food yesterday. Shoo! Little Chopper's hair stood on end in a flash of fright. Although he had only acquired wisdom for a short time, he could understand the meaning of these two sentences. Was he going to eat him? He kicked his forehooves hard, but unfortunately he was held tightly by Little Robin, and his pink little hooves were soft and he had no strength at all. Don't be afraid, Mr. Knight is a good man, Little Robin reached out to comfort him, and it took a while for him to calm down. I've put you down, don't run around, Little Robin reached out and put the little reindeer down. The moment the little reindeer landed, it kicked the ground with its forehooves, raising snowflakes, and ran away. Ha ha ha, Lu Cheng laughed. This little guy ran away. Little Robin was stunned for a moment, then turned away angrily. It's all Mr. Knight's fault for scaring it away. I think you scared it away. You were too enthusiastic, Lu Cheng curled his lips. You are so enthusiastic, it is only natural to scare the other person. How is that possible? Mr. Knight is quibbling again. Little Robin turned around and found that the little reindeer had not run far away, but was still hiding not far away and watching them quietly. When she turned around, he actually dived into the snow, thinking that he could hide from her sight. But the white butt was just outside the snow pile, and it couldn't be hidden. So stupid, but so cute. Little Robin wants to raise him even more. Mr. Knight. What's wrong? If you are too attentive to others, you are either a traitor or a thief. Seeing Little Robin suddenly turn around, holding his hand and shaking it non-stop, with a flattering look on his face, Lu Cheng's mind popped up this sentence. Mr. Knight, can we keep it? This, although it is indeed very cute, Lu Cheng scratched his head and decided to tease Little Robin. It is troublesome to raise a pet. It is better to raise Lebo. Isn't Lebo bigger and cuter? Rab is really cute, Little Robin bent his fingers and said, but Lebo is not this small, and it doesn't have hair yet, so it doesn't feel this comfortable. What kind of reason is this, Lu Cheng shook his head. You should at least ask the other party's opinion, right? Little Robin blinked. Mr. Knight agreed. But Little Robin turned his head and found that the little reindeer was still following him from a distance in fear. He shook his head in annoyance. Why is he so timid? Lu Cheng finished his meal slowly and looked at the sky. Let's stop here today and continue on tomorrow. Little Robin opened his mouth when he heard this, but seemed to be hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Little Robin nodded vigorously. Mr. Knight, I have some questions that I can't figure out. Aren't we going to find the king? Why are we walking so slowly? Wouldn't it be better to find him earlier? Lu Cheng thought about it after hearing this. He waved his hand and motioned Little Robin to sit over. Little Robin sat next to him obediently. Lu Cheng's pupils reflected the bonfire. He slowly said, because it's not a certain person who is sick, but a country. Curing one person's disease does not mean that the whole country can be cured. Little Robin frowned. She understood the meaning of Mr. Knight's words, but she was still a little confused. But, isn't it because of that king that this country has become like this? Without him? Her voice became smaller and smaller, and Lu Cheng looked at her with a smile. No, isn't that right? Mr. Knight. That's not wrong, but, Lu Cheng smiled and said, but a country is not just one person. It's easy to cure one person, but it's not that easy to cure a group of people. Not all injuries require doctors. Some injuries can heal on their own. So, Mr. Knight, are you going to let this kingdom heal itself? No, Lu Cheng grinned and showed a bright smile. I just want to kill this disease completely. Night till dawn. Let's go. Lu Cheng said hello, and then he led a few people away from the place. After a night, even if the guards of the Drum Kingdom were slow, their news should have reached the ears of Walpo, right? Chopper was still hiding aside with full vigilance. Little Robin turned around and waved briskly. Little Reindeer, we are leaving. I left some food for you. After doing all this, Little Robin turned around and found that Mr. Knight had already run away with Akuri, so he hurriedly chased after them on the thick snow. Ah, Mr. Knight, wait for me. The figures of several people slowly moved away, and a tall white figure then walked carefully to the camping site of several people. The campfire had just gone out, and the heat was still on the pot. It lifted the lid, and the aroma of hot food filled its nose. It lowered its head and ate all the food. When it raised its head again, tears had already fallen down its strange face like rain. When Lu Cheng and his companions approached a slightly larger village with the banner of miraculous healing, they were surprised to find that there were guards guarding the entrance to the village. However, he looked up at the towering mountains not far away and the castle on the mountain, and then he felt that it was normal. After all, the Magnetic Drum Kingdom was not really a big country. It only took a few days for them to reach the castle where the king lived. It was normal to have strict guards. The so-called guards were actually only 7 or 8 people, wearing thick uniforms and holding guns to guard the entrance of the village. When they saw Lu Cheng and his companions carrying the banner of miraculous healing and swaggering towards the village, their faces were even more surprised when they saw the words on the banner clearly. When did a doctor dare to walk on the road so swaggeringly? And in front of these guards? Isn't this looking down on people? The soldiers raised their guns, aimed at Lu Cheng, and shouted, "Stop! Who are you?" "We are doctors." Lu Cheng pointed to the flag fluttering behind him and said, "I heard that many of you are sick." They soldiers looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, so that's how it is." The soldiers rolled their eyes and burst into laughter. "But do you know that calling yourself a doctor is illegal here?" "Is it illegal?" Lu Cheng waved his hand. "I really don't know." The soldiers looked at each other and suddenly said, "Boy, you are a doctor, you must have a lot of money." As soon as the words fell, the soldiers all laughed, winked at each other, and their faces were full of ill intentions. "As long as you hand over all the money, we will pretend we have never seen you and will not put you in jail. Otherwise, do you know what will happen to you as a doctor?" "I do not know," Lu Cheng laughed and said, "Actually, I came here to see Valpo and treat his illness." Valpo. It turned out that he was treated. Why does this name sound familiar? The soldiers nodded after hearing this, and after a moment they suddenly realized that this Walpo was the name of their king. "You little brat, do you know what you are talking about?" The soldiers shouted at Lu Cheng. "I know." Lu Cheng's mouth was wide with a smile, but he was not interested in saying anything more to these minions. "Why don't you just pretend you didn't see anything and get out of here?" The Drum Island soldiers were stunned when they heard this, but when they saw that Lu Cheng only had 3 people and a little girl, and they didn't even have a weapon, while each of them had a gun in their hands, they immediately burst into laughter and almost laughed to the point of choking. "Boy! We can't help it. We wanted to let you go as long as you paid the money obediently." The Drum Island soldiers said to Lu Cheng, "But you dare to say such a thing? If you can't find a doctor, then we will have no choice but to arrest and behead you." He waved his hand, and the soldiers came over with ropes in their hands with ill intentions, wanting to capture Lu Cheng and his men alive. Then they saw the youngest girl raise her hand and seemed to be saying something. In an instant, she felt her neck being strangled and her head was hit hard. Several soldiers' eyes went black and they fell down in unison. Why did they have an extra hand on their necks? This was the last thought that flashed through their minds. "Thank you for your hard work, little Robin," Lu Cheng kicked the soldiers aside and said, "Your strength is not bad, you have improved." A few people walked into the village. Behind them, a small white figure hesitated for a moment, passed the fallen soldiers, and followed them into the village. "Does anyone need treatment?" Little Robin shouted as he looked at the people coming and going on the street. But people just looked at the three of them in fear, and at the flag fluttering in the wind. My father is sick, a little boy just popped his head out and was hit hard on the head. "Don't talk nonsense, go home, don't make trouble, they are doctors, they will be killed by the king's guards soon." Little Robin turned around, and Lu Cheng shrugged his shoulders, looked at the restaurant next to him, and touched his stomach. He hadn't eaten much in the morning, and it was time to eat again. Seeing Lu Cheng's look, Little Robin curled his lips and said, "Mr. Knight only knows how to eat." Lu Cheng smiled slightly. "Filling your stomach is the most important thing. Eat something to calm down first." Little Robin, who had failed in his medical practice, nodded and followed Lu Cheng into the restaurant. The people in the restaurant looked at each other, looking at Lu Cheng and others who sat down as if no one was around, and didn't know what to do for a while. Lu Cheng smiled, took out a bundle of Baileys and threw it on the table. "We are just eating, not treating patients. The king will never blame you. It's just business, right?" The waitress looked at Lu Cheng's handsome smile, her face turned red unconsciously, and she ran away in a hurry. Little Robin pouted when he saw this, and sat down next to Lu Cheng sullenly. The only shortcoming of Mr. Knight is that he is too handsome. Now Little Robin can understand this trouble more and more. "I wish only I could see Mr. Knight's handsomeness." Soon, the simple meal was finished. Lu Cheng waved his hand and called the waiter to pay the bill. "Guests, you should run quickly after eating. Doctors are not welcome here. It will be too late if you don't leave now." After paying the bill, the waitress glanced at Lu Cheng, hesitated for a moment, and then reminded him. Lu Cheng shrugged and said casually, "That's not possible, beautiful lady. Actually, we are here to look for someone and we can't leave." "Looking for someone?" The waitress nodded and reminded again, "Then leave quickly after you find the person. The king's guard will be here soon. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." "But I can't find him." Lu Cheng crossed his legs and spread his hands, feeling helpless. "That guy's name is Valpo. I heard that he has a serious brain disease, so I came to see him." He was most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. The entire restaurant instantly became silent. The waitress's expression froze. "Who did you just say you were looking for?" "I didn't hear clearly." "I said I was looking for Valpo." Lu Cheng reached out and took a bottle of wine from the bar, and casually patted her shoulder, causing the latter to tremble. "I heard that his brain is seriously ill and can only be cured by cutting it off. What's wrong? Is there any problem?" The waitress's legs softened when she heard this, and she almost fell down. "This is a big problem, okay?" Lu Cheng laughed loudly, and he looked around with a wild smile. "Did I say something? Why do you look like that? Is there a problem?" "It's all because of what you said. This is a big problem." The people in the restaurant shouted in unison. The sound was so loud that it hurt people's ears. Lu Cheng covered his ears, he turned his head and looked at Little Robin. "So what? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Mr. Knight is right." Little Robin shook his head, his bright eyes full of this meaning. Seeing this, Lu Cheng patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "I was scared to death, that's good, I thought I said something wrong, such a big reaction. It's just chopping off his head, what a big deal." The two sang in unison, cooperating very well, but others didn't think so. The restaurant was silent for a moment, and then suddenly erupted. The people in the restaurant became chaotic and surrounded Lu Cheng and the others. "How can this be a trivial matter? There's something wrong with both of you. Do you know what you are talking about? Walpo, he is the king of this country. How dare you try to kill our king in front of us?" Lu Cheng was speechless. He stretched out his hand and pulled casually. The crowd was forcibly separated by a huge force, and people fell to the ground in all directions. Didn't I say he was seriously ill? Otherwise, why would I chop him? You are the one with a mental problem, get out of this country. Someone in the crowd yelled. Report to the king's guard quickly, someone is trying to assassinate the king. Lu Cheng pushed through the crowd and walked out of the restaurant. Little Robin quickly got up and caught up with him. Since none of you are Valpo, I'll go find him somewhere else. Inside the restaurant, the people lying on the ground felt like they were dreaming, and suddenly someone jumped out and said that their king's brain was broken and he was going to chop off the other person's head, and he also said that he was a doctor. Is there any doctor who treats patients like this? Report to the king's guard quickly, someone is trying to assassinate the king. Let's go to the palace and stop him. How can we let this inexplicable guy hurt the king? Is this guy a doctor or not? The crowd was talking about this, and someone whispered, Road. I heard that the king's guards seem to be hunting doctors recently, and many doctors have been killed. But we can't let them kill the king, even if they are doctors, but Valpo is our king. Chapter 96. The wind outside was a bit noisy. Leaving the restaurant, Lu Cheng walked on the snowy road, took a deep breath, and shouted. Can anyone tell me where Valpo is? His brain is broken, I'm going to chop it off. Can someone tell me? The sound was as loud as thunder, spreading throughout the village. It also reached everyone's ears. Did I hear it wrong? What was that person saying? It seems like he's going to chop off the king's head. Oh, so you're going to chop off the king's head? People looked at each other and suddenly screamed in panic. He said he was going to chop off the king's head. Stop him now. How could they tolerate him saying he was going to chop off their king's head in front of them? A group of people rushed up to stop Lu Cheng, but the result was predictable. They were just a group of ordinary villagers, and they couldn't even take Lu Cheng's casual attack. They were lying on the ground gasping for breath, which was the result of Lu Cheng's mercy. The two of them walked through the entire village as if no one was around. No one could stop them because anyone who tried to stop them was already lying on the ground. However, Lu Cheng's actions were very measured, which made little Robin lose the opportunity to show off his medical skills. What on earth do you two want to do? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Lu Cheng looked up and saw that Kalha, who had just separated from him, had appeared on the side. Looking at the chaos, he frowned. Ah, Ms. Kalha, Lu. Cheng stretched out his hand and greeted them. Didn't you go home? Have you been following us? Kalha snorted and said nothing, but her attitude clearly showed her agreement. Young people are always impatient when doing things. She had nothing to do, so she quietly followed a few people. She expected that the other party would cause trouble for Walpo, but her various behaviors during this trip made her a little unpredictable. Treating people with great fanfare and telling everyone that he wanted to kill the king, what's the point of this other than making Walpo alert? She has lived to such an old age, and she really can't understand the way young people do things nowadays. What on earth do you two want to do? Kalha asked again. Lu Cheng did not answer directly. He just turned around and looked at the villagers who were knocked to the ground by him. In the shocked eyes of everyone, he laughed so hard that he couldn't even breathe. Mr. Knight, little. Robin looked a little worried. She carefully tugged at the corner of Lu Cheng's clothes. No, don't worry, little Robin, ha ha ha. Lu Cheng stretched out his hand to signal little Robin not to worry. He waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. Let me laugh for a while, this is really ridiculous. What's so funny? Kalha kicked at him, and Lu Cheng's body was like a piece of paper. He easily dodged the opponent's attack in a very strange posture. You have learned the 6 forms of the Navy quite well. You have a solid foundation, Kalha. Frowned and said, I really don't understand what you are thinking. Lu Cheng's laughter slowly calmed down, but there was still a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and with a hint of sarcasm, he said, don't you think it's ridiculous? It was clearly the king's fault. It was clearly his own decree that killed the country's most proud doctor. The Drum Kingdom will no longer be a medical kingdom, but will just become an ordinary island on the Grand Line. They no longer have doctors and can only pray that they will not get sick again. People with diseases can only struggle in pain. In other words, Valpo, he really killed the country from the inside out. But, you see. Lu Cheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. His laughter echoed in the biting cold wind, along with the sharp howl of the wind, reaching everyone's ears. Do you think it's ridiculous? This is the king. I said he had a brain disease and I wanted to cure him. I said I wanted to chop off his head. What was the reaction of the people who heard it? They are trying to stop me from killing their king. Ha 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 ha, don't you think this is funny? Kulha looked back at the villagers lying on the ground, her eyes full of complexity. She turned her head and looked at Lu Cheng. You kid. Lu Cheng grinned and said, Dr. Kulha, didn't you say that this country is sick? Now I can tell you that this country is indeed sick, but is there any hope for recovery? Lu Cheng took little Robin by the hand and walked away without looking back. Who can tell us the answer? You can't, and I can't, but there is always someone who can tell us the answer. Lu Cheng and little Robin walked away and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. In the village, the villagers lying on the ground struggled to get up and looked at each other. They held their swords and hunting rifles in their hands, their eyes full of fear. Even the swords and guns were completely useless. Was that person still a human being? Dr. Kulha, who are they? As for Kulha, a strange doctor who has lived for more than 100 years, many people in the Drum Kingdom know her. Or rather, it is strange not to know her. Kulha did not speak. She sighed and threw out 2 bounty warrants. See for yourself. Ah! Surprisingly, it's them. Screams rang out in the chaotic streets. The villagers trembled as they opened the 2 bounty notices, their pupils filled with fear. His voice was not loud and trembling, but the surroundings had already fallen into a dead silence. You could almost hear a pin drop. They are pirates, the Kamen Rider with a bounty of 99 million and the Devil's Child Nico Robin with a bounty of 79 million. The 2 of them are super pirates with bounties of nearly 100 million berries. How could it be them? How could they come here? Fear and screams echoed in the snow, but the group walked further and further away in the vast snow, and even their figures were soon completely covered by the snow. Drum Kingdom, the royal palace at the top of the mountain. Kamen Rider? Devil's Child Nico Robin? Who are they? Pirates, never heard of it. Ha ha ha. You actually want to kill me? That's hilarious. When someone reported that pirates had invaded the Drum Kingdom and wanted to kill him, King Walpo slapped his desk and laughed. Ha 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 ha, that's right, it's ridiculous. The 2 ministers standing on his left and right laughed exaggeratedly in agreement when they heard his words. We are a country, a member of the world government, how can pirates be so bold? 2. The left of Valpo, a minister named Jess, who had a bow and arrow on his back and lips that rose and fell like waves, laughed loudly. Members of the world government need to pay enough heavenly gold to the celestial dragons every year, but at the same time they will also be protected by the world government and the navy. They don't believe that anyone would be so bold as to come and cause trouble for him directly. The Drum Kingdom is protected by the world government and the navy. It's okay to rob a few villages, but how could anyone dare to touch their king? I guess they are some rookie pirates who just entered the Grand Line and don't know anything. Another Chromoliman, who was standing on the right side of Valpo, clenched his fists, and his hands were full of black hair, also said. But before they finished boasting, they saw a man rushing in, panting, holding a newspaper in his hand, his face pale. Guard Captain Dalton looked at the few people who didn't know the seriousness of the situation, and cursed in his heart. These idiots are not only simple-minded, but also don't care about the news at all. These 2 people are not ordinary pirates. He lowered his head. Oh no, my king. They are not ordinary people. That devil child, Nico Robin, is a pirate with a bounty of 79 million Baileys. And the bounty of the other Kamen Rider is as high as 99 million Baileys. 79 million Baileys. Jace was shocked when he heard this, and his wavy lips straightened out of shock. 99 million Baileys. Chroma was so scared that he covered his head and the black fur on his body was about to fly off. Why would such a pirate come to our island? We don't have any treasures. No one answered for a long while. Several people looked at Valpo, whose eyes were wide open and his face was full of disbelief. 79 million Baileys? 99 million Baileys? To kill him? As a king who had participated in the World Conference, no matter how stupid Valpo was, he could understand what kind of monsters the pirates with a bounty of nearly 100 million were. How could such pirates appear in the front part of the Grand Line? They should be further back, in the place called the New World, stirring up trouble. At the very least, they should appear in the middle part of the Grand Line. What are they doing here? Valpo's face turned pale and he began to doubt his life. You bastard! Dalton, I order you to get out of here and stop those two guys no matter what. Don't let them get here. Get out of here. If you let him go, you'll die. With Valpo's angry curse, Dalton led a team of guards and hurried down the mountain. The palace was already in a panic. Mr. Knight, I still don't understand. What do you not understand? Lu Chang replied with a smile. Little Robin has always been smart, but no matter how smart she is, there are some things that she cannot understand at her age. Even if her experience is something that ordinary people can hardly imagine in their lifetime. I don't understand why Mr. Knight did this. Although it does sound ridiculous, Mr. Knight is not the kind of person who would do this just to laugh at others' jokes. Although Mr. Knight is stupid, he would not do this. Lu Cheng was nodding at first, but his face darkened after hearing what he said. What do you mean Mr. Knight is stupid? How did the little girl talk like that? Wait, stop talking. Lu Cheng hurriedly stopped the little girl. If he let her continue, he would be stabbed in the heart many times. Because I want to kill the king of the Drum Kingdom, not Valpo. But isn't Valpo the king? Little Robin was a little puzzled. IQ and wisdom are two different things. Although he was born smart, little Robin was still too immature at this time. It is true that he is the king, but the throne is there. If Valpo is killed, there will be another Valpo. If the throne in people's hearts cannot be shattered, those seemingly beautiful victories will ultimately be in vain. Looking at little Robin who looked puzzled, Lu Cheng stopped, bent his knees slightly, and looked directly into little Robin's eyes. Little Robin, who do you think is to blame for O'Hara's incident? O'Hara, little Robin's eyes showed fear, and her face turned pale instantly. Seeing this, Lu Cheng's eyes flashed with a trace of pity, but he still hardened his heart and waited quietly for the other party's reply. These things she will have to face sooner or later, avoidance will only make these shadows bury deep in the other person's heart, deeply rooted, and become more and more difficult to remove. It is better to let the other person face it while they are still ignorant. What the knight needs to clear away is not only the enemies in front of her, but also the invisible haze in her heart. Yes, it's the Navy's fault, it's the world government's fault, little Robin's tears flowed unconsciously, and she threw herself into Lu Cheng's arms, crying loudly. Lu Cheng gently reached out and stroked her back, silently comforting her, without urging her. After a long time, little Robin finally said in a crying voice, yes, it's the fault of all those indifferent bystanders, it's everyone's fault, it's the world's fault, woohoo, I'm sorry, Mr. Knight, I shouldn't have thought that, woohoo. Mr. Knight, am I wrong, woohoo. Tears dripped onto the snow, staining it. She shouldn't have thought this way, but the weakness of the kind, the compromise of the ignorant, and the indifference of the bystanders were the ultimate reasons for all this. These problems have long been ingrained and cannot be changed by one or a few people. The disease of the Drum Kingdom is also everywhere in this world. Lu Cheng did not speak, nor did he express his opinion on what little Robin said was right or wrong. He just reached out and hugged him tightly. All mistakes should be made up and corrected once they are recognized. This is the most natural thing. Being sick is not terrible, what is terrible is that you cannot be cured. When something goes wrong with the human body, a doctor is needed to heal it. The same is true for the world. We always need to return it to its original state, and how to do it is what we always need to do. This is not O'Hara. When all that happened, we were powerless. But now, here, I want to give it a try, so, are you willing to try it with me? Little Robin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and she sniffed with a crying voice. Yes, I do, Mr. Knight, I won't leave you alone. Lu Cheng paused after hearing this, and suddenly smiled. If someone says you're guilty, you better be guilty. Lu Cheng looked up at the sky. Let's make a deal, little Robin. If you are the son of the devil, I have a feeling that Mr. Knight may also become a devil. When that happens, don't be afraid. Little Robin held back his tears and nodded with sobs. A rumbling sound came from afar, and the ground seemed to be shaking. Lu Cheng looked up at the silver line in the snow in the distance, his eyes flickering. Is it finally here? The King's Guard of Valpo. A silver line seemed to appear in the snow, the horse's hooves stepped on the snow, and the silver armor reflected the light. A group of soldiers came from a distance, and the sharp blades flashed coldly. They are finally here. It was not in vain that Lu Cheng and his companions had been practicing medicine along the way. They asked everyone where Walpo was. After defeating so many villagers, they finally found the person they were waiting for. However, the guards of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom were really unqualified. It took them so long to find him. He thought the other party would be faster. Lu Cheng flexed his wrist, but there were only a few people like this. Who was he looking down on? The wind was howling, the snow was falling. And the king's guards were lying in all directions on the snowy ground. I said, "Are you sent by that Valpo?" The soldiers were lying on the snow with blood all over their faces, staining the snow red. He covered his chest and struggled to crawl away. He stretched out his hand and tried hard to grab the rifle scattered on the ground. The muzzle of the rifle was also broken and smoking. Lu Cheng noticed the other party's movement, walked over, and stepped on the other party's arm. "It's useless." Lu Cheng put his hands in his pockets, not knowing what an opponent was. I said, "Guns are useless to me. I am the armored man who ate the armor fruit. Guns are useless to me, ha 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 ha." Little Robin. Mr. Knight really likes to play pranks. He was so serious before, but suddenly he becomes like this. She couldn't figure out what Mr. Knight was like, but no matter what kind of Mr. Knight he was, he looked so handsome and she liked him equally. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The soldier on the ground pulled the trigger and hit Lu Cheng in the head, on the armor. Chapter 97. What kind of monster is this? Why even guns have no effect on him? The king's guards were already lying on the ground. They all came out to implement Valpo's plan to expel illegal doctors and kill those who dared to resist. The so-called illegal doctors are all doctors except Dr. 20, which naturally includes Lu Cheng and his group. But they obviously encountered a monster this time. The bullet with wisps of smoke fell to the ground. In the stunned look of the soldier, Lu Cheng picked up the bullet with his foot and caught it. He stretched out his hand and flicked it. The bullet hit the guard's forehead and knocked him unconscious. "Can you please stop looking down on me and show some strength? Who are you trying to scare, Valpo, by sending these ordinary soldiers?" Lu Cheng stretched his muscles, but they had been fighting for so long, no matter how stupid Valpo was, he should have sensed something was wrong, right? The surrounding roads were already filled with many residents who had chased after them. They had originally wanted to see the king's guard kill this pirate who had dared to declare in public that he would kill their king, but now they saw the king's guard lying all over the ground in front of them, seemingly vulnerable. Suddenly, none of them dared to go up. Lu Cheng didn't care about these villagers who were watching the fun, as these people posed almost no threat to him. Even if he stood still and let these villagers fight for days and nights, they could not penetrate his armor. "I'm going to kill Valpo. Can anyone show me the way?" There was silence in the crowd. Lu Cheng shrugged his shoulders and left slowly with little Robin. This time, no one stood in his way. Liokan and his men quickly left the town and walked to the foot of the snow-capped mountains. They looked up at the mountain range that looked like a chimney. "Sir Knight, is that the palace up there? It's so high." Just as Lu Cheng was about to answer, a group of well-armed soldiers came and stopped them. A group of soldiers with guns, led by a tall and strong man, surrounded them tightly. "Strangers, please stop. The palace is in front of you." "Oh, who are you? You look different from the ordinary soldiers." "My name is Dalton, and I am the captain of the palace guard of the Drum Kingdom." Dalton looked at Lu Cheng and little Robin with a serious face. As for Akuri, who was like a servant beside him, no one noticed him because he was too low-key. "Masked Rider, and Devil's Child Nico Robin. Did you recognize me? Am I that famous?" Lu Cheng asked with a smile. "This is not the place for you, pirate, go back to your sea." Dalton's face was solemn and his tone was unceremonious. "Don't be so fierce," Lu Cheng waved his hand, "we are doctors. We heard from far away that the king has a brain disease, so we came here specially to treat him." Dalton frowned, turned around and asked his subordinates, "Didn't he say he was here to kill the king? Is that a mistake?" "I don't know, Lord Dalton, that's what the villagers said. Maybe they heard it wrong." It turns out that the villagers misunderstood. No wonder. "But is the king sick? We didn't even know it." The guards breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. That was good. It would be a lie to say that they were not afraid of fighting such a big pirate. It would be great if they didn't have to fight. But Dalton thought that things were not that simple. He looked at Lu Cheng and asked, "Why did the villagers say that you were coming to kill the king?" "This one, Lu Chang grinned. Maybe my unique treatment method caused them to misunderstand. Exclusive treatment method. Dalton felt that things were not simple. Yes, if the head is broken, it naturally needs to be chopped off and carefully examined. Why don't you understand me? The guards covered their faces turned pale, and shouted at Lu Chang, aren't you going to kill the king? Hee. Little Robin was amused by the guard's sudden change of expression. Lu Chang lowered his head, looking helpless. What did I say? Can't you understand me? Little Robin covered his mouth and laughed. Why are you on this island? This is just a small country. It doesn't have the treasure you want. It's just an island with snow all year round. There is nothing worth plotting here. Let's get out of here. After confirming the identities of several people and realizing that the problem could not be solved simply, Dalton's face turned pale in an instant. Although his strength in the Drum Kingdom was quite good, he knew what kind of monsters the pirates with a bounty of nearly 100 million yuan were. Facing these two pirates with a bounty of nearly 100 million yuan, he knew that he probably didn't have much chance of winning. He made a last effort. I guess there's nothing here that you want. Hey, don't get me wrong, Lu Chang raised his lips slightly and reminded, we are not here to steal things. Didn't I say we are doctors? I want to treat Valpo, of course, the swallowing fruit is also very interesting. Dalton was speechless. Not to mention that King Walpo was not sick at all, your method of cutting off someone's head to cure the disease was. Who dares to ask you to treat the disease? If it is like this, Dalton's figure became even more sturdy, and 2 streams of hot steam came out of his mouth and nose, and he exhaled heavily. A devil fruit user. Lu Chang was a little surprised. This guy was actually a devil fruit user. He originally thought that Valpo was the only devil fruit user on this island, but he didn't expect that there were other people who had devil fruits. But the other party's driving force was an animal type that was common on the street. Lu Chang looked at him steadily, and saw that Dalton's majestic body became visibly taller and bigger. What was even more eye-catching was his head. His angular face quickly turned into a black bison head. His eyes were wide open, and there seemed to be a shadow between his eyes. He was actually another minotaur. Our king is not sick. He does not need your treatment. If you have nothing else to do, please leave the country. Pirates are not welcome here, okay? This is not the attitude of you asking for help, and... Lu Chang turned his head and looked at Robin. Is what I said very clear? Little Robin nodded after hearing this. Anyway, at this time, whatever Mr. Knight said was right, just nod. Lu Chang turned his head and looked at the other party, smiling and said, am I a doctor or are you a doctor? Isn't what I said clear enough? I said he is sick, so he is sick. I will chop off Walpo's head to show him his brain. Do you understand? He said every word clearly, with a clear voice. This guy, it's impossible to reason with him. You should be the one with a problem in your brain, right? Dalton's eyes were bloodshot, his voice gradually became cold, and he also had a hint of murderous aura. So, there's nothing to discuss? Do you really want to cause trouble? So fierce, Lu Chang was speechless as he looked at Dalton, who had almost turned into a bison. He put his hands on his hips and said, when have you ever seen me causing trouble? I just wanted to treat him, but you had to stop me. If you walk away, nothing will happen. Lu Chang put his hands on his waist, looking very confident. It's true that you can't reason with a brutal pirate. Dalton's eyes turned red, and he growled. Following his order, gunshots rang out. The soldiers surrounding Lu Chang and Robin raised their guns and pulled the trigger at the men. It's useless, Lu Chang put his hands on his hips and said arrogantly, how many times do I have to tell you that guns are useless to me? I am the armored man who ate the armor fruit. You can't penetrate my armor, ha 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 ha. Lu Chang put his hands on his hips and laughed triumphantly with his head raised. Little Robin looked at Mr. Knight speechlessly, and felt a headache for some reason. What was wrong with this bad guy? She now doubted whether Mr. Knight, who was so serious before, was fake. It didn't look like something a human could do. Little Robin stood aside. Because she was a little girl, if she didn't speak, few people would notice her, and no one would be so crazy as to attack her. But... Mr. Knight, please stop messing around. As if he had heard Little Robin's prayer, Lu Chang finally stopped laughing like a villain. He took a step forward, put his hands on his hips, straightened his chest, and aimed at the rain of bullets. A set of red armor climbed up his whole body, and the bullets crackled and hit Lu Cheng's armor without any hindrance. The bullets fell on the snow with a rustling sound, and wisps of gunpowder rose, and Lu Cheng laughed again. It's no use, it's no use, your combat power is only 5, and mine is as high as 1000 points. You will never be able to defeat me as a Super Saiyan. Little Robin. Little Robin held his head, feeling extremely ashamed. Mr. Knight, please don't be like this. How did you come up with such a weird line? No one can understand it except you. But Dalton and the soldiers didn't care what Lu Cheng said. They were shocked. Surprisingly, unharmed. The soldiers' hands holding the guns were shaking. How is it possible? How could he do that? Is he still human? Seeing that the other party was so cooperative, Lu Cheng put his hands on his hips and laughed wildly. Muda, all of them are ineffective. Your attacks are weak and powerless. You can definitely not hurt me as an armored man. The power of the devil fruit. Dalton's face flashed with determination. Stop the shooting, you are no match for him, he is not afraid of bullets, swords, and knives. Swords are useless, Lu Cheng continued his performance, he was already in the state. But Dalton had no time to listen to Lu Cheng's nonsense, he roared and rushed towards Lu Cheng like a real bison. Bang! Dust filled the air. Lu Cheng stood still, holding back the charging Dalton with just one hand. Dalton stomped hard on the ground, his face full of disbelief. He was a bison man who had eaten the bulbul fruit, he was extremely powerful, and if he rushed with all his strength, he could even smash a boulder. No one had ever dared to take his attack so easily. Just one hand made him unable to move. He just hit the Kamen Rider, it was like hitting a solid mountain, completely unshakable. Is this the pirate with a bounty of 99 million? The gap is too big. Lu Cheng stretched out his hand and pushed, causing the other party to stagger back and fall heavily to the ground. Bison, Lu Cheng shook his head. It doesn't look wild enough. I have a wild bull here. Why don't you play with it yourself? As for me, I'd better go to see Valpo. Hearing this, Akuri silently stepped forward, his body began to grow visibly, and his head unexpectedly changed into a brown bison head. Dalton opened his mouth in surprise. Is it the same type of devil fruit? Another cow, how is that possible? Then he is exactly like Captain Dalton. The soldiers watched all this in a daze and even forgot to shoot. Animal type, bull fruit, bull form. Akuri replied calmly, raised his fist, and smashed it down fiercely. The two huge minotaurs fought in a group, punching and kicking each other, and the sound of each punch hitting the flesh was deafening. This was a pure test of strength and physique. The ordinary soldiers had never seen such a scene before and their mouths widened in shock. The earth shook, this was an unimaginable battle. Animal-type devil fruits are relatively the most numerous and the most widespread fruits. For example, the dog fruit is divided into dog form, wolf form, jackal form, etc., and the same is true for the bull cow fruit. It's just that the same fruit has different powers, and some fruits even have a clear superior-subordinate relationship. For example, the flame fruit that is said to be eaten by dogs and the lava fruit of Akainu. The user's ability will also affect the strength of the fruit. Although there is indeed a difference in strength between fruits, you can barely use the words "there is no garbage fruit, only garbage users" to deceive yourself. But how can your flame fruit be burned to death by fire? Explain it to me, bastard. At this moment, the battle of the same type of fruit can show the gap between each other. No matter what, Akuri is a pirate with a bounty of 24 million berries. This bounty was earned by his repeated battles with pirates and the navy. Although it is nothing in front of Lu Cheng, his strength is actually not weak. At least it is enough to deal with Dalton, a small guard leader. In a flash, Dalton was beaten all over. Lu Cheng watched for a while and knew the winner was decided. He shook his head and turned around. Dalton's huge body was thrown heavily to the ground by Akuri and turned back into his original human form. The winner was decided. Dalton felt desperate. He was not even a match for one of the opponent's men, so how could he stop him? Lu Cheng waved his hand. See you later, I'll see you after I cure Valpo's illness. Dalton was already dizzy from the fall when he heard Lu Cheng's voice, and now his vision was black. He looked at Lu Cheng and the others walking casually by his side, and reached out his hand. Snap! A pair of bloody arms tightly grasped Lu Cheng's ankle. Lu Cheng kicked him mercilessly and sent him flying. Chapter 98. Lu Cheng kicked the other person away. Snap! The other party was not relenting and crawled over again, still holding Lu Cheng's feet tightly with one hand. He kicked him away. Snap! Lu Cheng was a little speechless, and kicked the other party away for the third time, but the other party still struggled to crawl over and grabbed Lu Cheng's feet tightly. Dalton's body was already covered with bruises, but this guy was stubborn enough. He was kicked away again and again, and blocked their steps again and again. Ride, Mr. Knight, little. Robin couldn't bear it and reached out to pull Lu Cheng's hand. Comparing himself to the guards who were determined and swore to protect their lord, Lu Cheng felt like he had become a villain. Did he get the wrong script today? Although he had fooled little Robin and said that he wanted to be his demon knight, it seemed a little too fast for him to become a demon. Let me go. Lu Cheng lowered his head and said, I only like beautiful big sisters to hug my thighs, cute little loli is also fine, I have no interest in minotaurs at all. Huff, huff. Dalton was covered in blood and breathing heavily. You promised me to leave this island, I'll let go. He, Lu Cheng laughed strangely, this is absolutely impossible. Then I will never let go. Dalton's face was full of determination. I am the captain of the King's Guard of the Drum Kingdom. Hey! I will never allow anyone to kill our king, if you insist on doing this, unless you, kill me now. Dalton roared, and the snow on the mountains seemed to tremble. Lu Cheng was speechless. He felt that he was becoming more and more like a villain. You really won't let go? Lu Cheng lowered his head and looked directly into Dalton's bloodshot eyes. Why are you yelling so loudly? Dalton panted, his eyes bloodshot, staring straight at Lu Cheng. It's no use. If I knock you out, you still can't do anything to me, Lu Cheng yawned and said, why do you work so hard for such a lousy king? Why don't you save some energy to live a miserable life, you bastard? Why are you working so hard for just a few dollars a month? You make me look like a bad guy, okay? You are a bad guy. The soldiers on the side couldn't stand it anymore and shouted in unison, rushing up with their weapons in hand, and then they were grabbed by hands growing out of the ground and fell to the ground. See, Lu Cheng continued to yell the villain's lines. You are not even a match for a child, you are all weak, and the weak have no right to ask the strong to do anything. He laughed. You just need to enjoy despair to your heart's content, ah. Little Robin. Oh no, Mr. Knight seems to be too immersed in the play. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Dalton's pupils shrank slightly. He asked himself more than once, what kind of stupid king would be so willful to issue a law to drive out the most proud doctor in his country? He could not find the answer to this question. Dalton raised his head and looked directly at the strange Kamen Rider. Even if he is a bad king, he is still our king and he is protecting the people of this island. Defend, haha, Lu Cheng laughed exaggeratedly, unable to straighten his waist, and reached out to hold little Robin's shoulders. No, little Robin, Mr. Knight can't do it, let me laugh for a while, haha. Little Robin. Mr. Knight, you are completely hopeless. Lu Cheng laughed for a long time, and seeing that no one cooperated with the performance, he had no choice but to stand up helplessly. Really, what's wrong with cooperating? You are so boring. Is this a question of cooperation or not? The soldiers lay on the ground, roaring in their hearts. Lu Cheng then restrained his smile, lowered his head, and his armor slowly faded away. In that case, you think he will protect your country, right? Why don't you lead the way and come with me to see how he protects this country? Don't rush to refuse. You can't stop me anyway, right? Dalton was silent. He would never lead these brutal pirates. Uncle, please lead the way. Mr. Knight is not a bad guy, little Robin blinked and said seriously. No, Dalton was now sure that although this guy was called a knight, he was a complete bad guy. As for this little girl called the Devil's Child, she didn't look like a bad person at all, but more like someone who was deceived by him. But, if you stay with such a bad guy for a long time, he will become like him sooner or later, right? Dalton's heart was filled with grief. Such a lovely girl was taught badly like this. Haha, how about we make a bet? Lu Cheng said with a smile, you lead the way for me. If the other party is really still protecting this country, I promise to do nothing and leave this island immediately. How about it? Dalton raised his head suddenly. Lu Cheng continued to smile and said, look, you are also the King's Guard. You should also know that knights are trustworthy. I keep my word. Anyway, even if you don't lead the way for me, Lu Cheng raised his head and looked towards the top of the mountain. I know the palace is up there. As a knight, it is only glorious to die in front of the people you want to protect, right? Dalton. Are we really not going to do anything? Near the Drum Kingdom's palace, villagers from several towns gathered together because of the appearance of pirates. They were discussing with concern. Even though that Valpo is a bastard, he is still the king of this country after all. Are we just going to watch him get killed by pirates? Is this really okay? He is our king after all. The villagers had newspapers and bounties in front of them. They looked at the 99 million Baileys on the Kamen Rider bounty and the 79 million Baileys on the Nico Robin bounty. So many zeros were blinding the eyes of ordinary residents. Why would such a terrible pirate suddenly come to their country and kill their king? Should they really stop him? The villagers were filled with fear. Just thinking about this kind of thing was enough to make them tremble with fear. No way. An old hunter with a frosted face looked up at the crowd and said in a heavy tone, "We are citizens of the Drum Kingdom. Our king is now threatened by pirates and is in danger. Under such circumstances, how can we just sit there and do nothing?" All the villagers were silent. After a while, someone slowly said, "You are right, now is the time to unite, face the outside world together, and protect this country. We can't just give up like this. He is our king, we can't let pirates run wild in this country. This is our country, drive the pirates out. Only if we help the king repel the pirates first, will we have a chance to make him change his mind completely and issue a decree to revoke the hunting of doctors." Yes, that's it. The villagers were talking, holding up their rifles, swords, and other weapons and shouting. We must not let the pirates succeed in their plot. Finally, hundreds of villagers gathered together, picked up their weapons, and rushed to the cable car in batches, rushing to the palace without hesitation, the top of the Drum Mountain, the palace castle towering in the wind and snow. Dalton was convinced. He had no more choices. He led the way in silence, but he was still wary of Lu Cheng and the others. They soon arrived at the mountain cable car on the edge of the cliff. Snowflakes were falling, and a thin rope led directly to the towering chimney-shaped mountain. At the top of the mountain was the palace of the Drum Kingdom. The towering castle symbolized the supreme status of the island. This is the most convenient way to reach the top of the mountain. This novel way of climbing is the first time for Lu Chengdu to try it, let alone little Robin. "Mr. Knight, this is a cable car. I have seen it in a book." Lu Cheng nodded. This thing is not common, especially in the snow. Little Robin looked around curiously, and followed Lu Cheng and the others in. The cable car started, rising slowly along the rope, rising higher and higher. Little Robin stretched out his hand to catch a drifting snowflake. "Mr. Knight, this thing is very interesting." Lu Cheng sat down in the cable car, looked at the falling snow, reached out and took out some food, and gave some to Little Robin and Akuri. He looked at Dalton again and said, "Would you like to eat something? You can recover faster." Dalton glanced at Lu Cheng warily. "What on earth are you guys planning? Didn't I say I came here to treat people?" Lu Cheng replied, and seeing the other party's face full of disbelief, he spread his hands and said, "Well, actually we planned to come here to learn medical skills, but because of Valpo's decree, we couldn't learn medical skills, so I wanted to chop off his head." "Do you believe this answer?" Dalton was silent for a while. This answer sounded much more credible, and it was indeed in line with the thinking of these cruel pirates. They killed people because they were unhappy. They committed crimes recklessly for their own selfish desires. Do people like you still need to learn medicine? "Uncle, you can't say that." Little Robin didn't seem to hear the dissatisfaction in the other party's tone, and replied seriously, "There are also people who get sick on the sea, and naturally they also need medical skills." Dalton. "There's nothing we can do." Lu Cheng spread his hands. "We risked our lives to come here from afar, but because of Valpo's shitty decree, we returned with nothing. Do you think I can tolerate my temper?" Lu Cheng ate the food in his hand in 2 bites. "What do you think other people who want to seek medical treatment will feel if they risk their lives to cross the sea to come here, but are told that they can never learn medicine again?" Dalton was silent again. Lu Cheng had no interest in continuing to talk. Since the other party didn't want to eat, he could just eat by himself. Sharing food is something that not everyone has the opportunity to enjoy. He didn't cherish the opportunity given to him. The wind and snow were howling. The cable car slowly moved diagonally upwards, continuing to move towards the top of the mountain. The cable car swayed in the wind, and suddenly it shook violently and abnormally. Then it slowly stopped in the air. What's going on? Little Robin asked in confusion, is the cable car broken? Impossible, Dalton blurted out, this cable car has just been inspected, there is no way it could have any problems. That means someone doesn't want us to go up. Lu Cheng looked up at the top of the mountain, and several figures were looming in the wind and snow. The cable car shook violently, more violently than before. Oh no, Mr. Knight, the cable car is about to. Lu Cheng waved his hand, signaling Little Robin not to worry, and he looked at Dalton. It seems that the other party already knows that you have lost, but the other party should have seen that you are also on this cable car, right? I remember that you are the captain of the King's Guard? It seems that your identity does not seem to be that important. Dalton's face turned slightly pale, and he felt a chill. Lu Cheng had already opened the door of the cable car. The whistling cold wind blew into the cable car. Hey! Before Dalton could react, he saw Lu Cheng reaching out to hug the little girl and leaping out of the mountain cable car. Danger! He couldn't help but shout. This place was 10,000 meters high with howling cold winds. If he fell down, there would definitely be not much bone left. But the cold wind was howling, and the other party still stood firmly in front of him, with no sign of falling down at all. Hey! That's it! Dalton opened his mouth wide, full of shock. The Kamen Rider jumped out of the cable car holding Nico Robin, but he didn't fall down. He stood firmly in the air at an altitude of 10,000 meters with the cold wind howling. This person, it can actually fly. Thank you for your concern, Captain of the King's Guard. Lu Cheng said this, turned around and stepped in the air, making the air crackle, and then he jumped and rushed towards the top of the drum mountain. On the top of the mountain, several soldiers were destroying the cables. They were trembling with fear when they saw Lu Cheng suddenly coming out of nowhere. Hello, are you surprised? Dalton stuck his head out of the cable car and saw that Kamen Rider and the little girl quickly reached the top of the mountain, subdued the guards who destroyed the cable car, and gestured to them. Let's go. Akuri said, then he got out of the cable car, grabbed the cold rope and climbed up to the top of the mountain. Dalton stood there, his face changing, and finally he sighed deeply. Ah! Lu Cheng laughed as he watched Akuri and Dalton let go of the ropes and stepped onto the flat and wide mountain top. How is it? Is it exciting? If you fall down, you will really die. You have saved your life. He amused himself by telling jokes that no one could understand. I asked, it was the king's order. Dalton looked at the fallen soldiers and felt sad. The other party chose to kill him without hesitation for his own safety. This was a chilling thing. But it didn't matter. The other party was the king, especially important to the Drum Kingdom. He was just a small guard, and it was natural to be abandoned. As long as the other party still had the country in his heart, it would be fine. Just thinking this, his heart tightened, and he looked ahead at the royal palace castle that stood tall in the snow. Above the castle, the flag of the Drum Kingdom fluttered in the wind. I also found out something interesting. It looks like I won the bet, Dalton, even though I didn't get anything out of it. Lu Cheng laughed loudly, and his laughter echoed in the empty peak, but no one answered. The soldiers and guards who were supposed to be here to fight the pirates were nowhere to be seen. The wind and snow became more intense. The royal palace still stood tall in the wind and snow, but there was no one in sight. The tall gate was wide open, allowing the biting cold wind to pour into the warm castle. Above the castle, the flag of the Drum Kingdom was fluttering in the wind. Dalton knelt there, staring blankly at the Drum Kingdom flag fluttering in the wind. The soldiers told me that the king left long ago, right after you came down the mountain. The king ordered them to cut the cable car rope if anyone wanted to go up the mountain, so I said, you really faithfully carried out every order of the king. Otherwise, you can tell me that he is trying to save the country? Ha 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 ha. But Dalton could no longer hear anything. All he could see was the Drum Kingdom flag fluttering in the wind. The throne was still there, but his king had left alone. The cold wind on the top of the mountain today is particularly cold. It is so cold that it penetrates into the bones and touches the heart. Why? Why? He doesn't even want this country anymore. Dalton yelled at the top of his lungs. He rushed over and grabbed Lu Cheng by the collar. I lost, kill me, kill me. Chapter 99. Why? Lu Cheng punched the other man in the face, knocking him out with blood flying everywhere. Tell me, why should I kill you? I said I'm just a doctor, I just came to treat Valpo. Besides, since you lost, what qualifications do you have to ask me to do anything? I said, weak people, just enjoy despair to your heart's content. What reason do you have to teach me how to do things? Dalton buried his head in the snow, his blood dyed the crystal snow red, like a blood-colored firework blooming wantonly. Ride, Mr. Knight, stop doing this, little. Robin reached out and pulled Lu Cheng. She looked at Dalton, who was lying in the snow, as if his soul had been taken away. She was full of pity. He is already suffering enough, Mr. Knight, please don't torture him any further. Lu Cheng nodded and picked up little Robin. As usual, he gently reached out and touched the other's head. Little Robin, don't blame me. Maybe you don't understand it now, but the torture of his, it's not me, Mr. Knight. Lu Cheng was about to say something when he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous feeling rising from his heart. Lu Cheng's face changed, and the red armor covered his whole body. The shadows of the people were reflected on the snow. He looked around and did not find any enemy, but his ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. He no longer hesitated, holding little Robin, he plunged into the silver-white snow and disappeared in an instant. Akuri was slightly stunned. How could his new boss just run away like that? Although the other party seemed to have always regarded him as a mobile Bailey, why did he suddenly run away without saying hello? Doesn't he want his 24 million? He hesitated for a moment. Did the other party mean for him to get out? There are so many monsters on the Grand Line. Why not find a place to retire peacefully? But he glanced at Dalton, who was in a daze, and the same sadness rose in his heart. He walked up and patted the other's shoulder gently. At this moment, he thought of his country. Mirror World. Mr. Knight, what's wrong? Little Robin asked anxiously. It was the first time she saw Mr. Knight so panicked. I don't know, Lu Cheng put his hand over his chest and said, I just suddenly felt that there was danger, very dangerous. Intuition. Little Robin was slightly stunned, but Lu Cheng did not answer. He just looked at the crystal snow quietly. Through the reflection of the mirror, he watched the movement of another world from the other side of the world. Little Robin also calmed down. She clenched her palms tightly and lowered her breath, fearing that it would affect Mr. Knight. In the mirror world, there was complete silence. The world outside the mirror is extremely peaceful. Lu Cheng looked up at the sky through his reflection. Above the sky, white snow was falling, and there was nothing unusual. Everything looked extremely peaceful, without any sense of danger. But Lu Cheng felt that it was not that simple, that feeling of extreme danger. It was as if someone was holding his heart with their hands, and the other party would crush it in the next second. There was no mistake about it. But he also had some doubts. When did his intuition become so accurate, or did he accidentally activate his observation haki at that moment? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He had never given up the training of the 6 styles, but he still felt that he had not touched the shadow of haki. Does he have to be taught by someone? Shanks fooled him and said that as long as he practiced, he would naturally learn it. Moreover, this kind of naturally awakened haki is far more powerful and has more potential than those who take shortcuts. Because it is the excavation of the body's potential, and the longer it accumulates, the greater the harvest will be. He decided to trust Shanks once more. This time, it was fine. But now was not the time to worry about haki. Where was the danger? Lu Cheng narrowed his eyes, and through the reflection in the mirror, he finally found something wrong. In the snowy sky, between the falling snowflakes, something was flashing. He frowned and held his breath. In the sky, wisps of golden lightning, or golden flashes flashed in the air. Kizaru! Fu! Lu Cheng yelled, scaring little Robin. She looked up at Lu Cheng with some worry. It's okay, Lu Cheng waved his hand, I already know what happened. The situation is getting serious. The Navy is such a shameless bunch, Lu Cheng cursed, and little Robin followed Lu Cheng's gaze and also noticed the golden flash in the sky. Is this what makes you feel dangerous, Mr. Knight? Come here quickly. Lu Cheng sat down on the snow and waved to Robin. He pulled little Robin into his arms and pointed at the golden flash in the sky. Little Robin, remember, this guy is the most dangerous person in the Navy, at least to me. If there is anyone in the entire Navy who can kill me, I think it's him. Upon hearing this, little Robin stared at the golden flash. Is this a person? What kind of devil fruit does it have? This guy's rank should be similar to that of Articuno. He is still a vice admiral in the navy, but he is a candidate for admiral. It is estimated that it is only a matter of time before he becomes an admiral. This guy ate the flash fruit, which allows him to emit light waves and attack at unimaginable speeds, just like light. It is entirely possible that the opponent could take him away directly before he enters the mirror world. The mirror world can be called an invincible shelter, but one must enter the mirror world first. He almost flipped over. It turns out that he should not be too low-key. He has only been out for a few days, and the navy is already biting him on the ass. Is it because the news from the Drum Kingdom has spread in the past few days, so it has attracted the pursuit of the navy? Another heavyweight vice admiral, I don't know whether to say that the navy is unwilling to let little Robin go, or that they think highly of themselves. However, hasn't Articuno always been in charge of the pursuit of little Robin? Why let this yellow monkey do it? This guy will not show mercy. What does Articuno do? He can't even keep the job in his hands. This rubbish business ability deserves to be robbed of the marshal position by Red Dog in the future. Let's hide for a while, Liu Cheng shrugged. After all, this guy is also a future general. Although I remember that his domineering level doesn't seem to be very good, but the devil fruit ability is too strong, he is simply a weak killer. We still have to respect the opponent temporarily. Is it the only enemy that can threaten Mr. Knight? Little Robin stared at the golden flash in the sky with a serious face. There is no need to be so nervous. Mr. Knight, I also have ways to counter him, but it is a bit too risky. There is no need for it for the time being, Liu Cheng held his chin with his hand and said, it's too dangerous to overturn the car. Let's wait until we are stronger. Little Robin nodded. Since Mr. Knight said so, there must be no problem. Above the island of the Magnet Valley Kingdom, the golden light intertwined like a stream of fire, shuttling back and forth. It's been an hour. My old comrade, we have no grudge against each other. Is it necessary for you to work so hard to arrest me? How much do you make per month? What do you do? Cough cough, you've got so much to do in a month, why are you wasting your time on us too? Liu Cheng looked at the golden light, speechless. Mirror world. On the top of the mountain range in the magnetic drum kingdom where the wind and snow were howling, a tall figure stood quietly. Can you take a rest for a while, old man? Liu Cheng observed the situation outside the mirror through the reflection of the snow. How much salary increase did the navy give to Comrade Kizaru? It's okay to make him come all the way here, but he's working so hard, are he trying to turn the island over? Is that necessary? Little Robin blinked, looked at the golden light, then looked at the tall castle in the mirror world, walked silently into the castle, and looked around curiously. The castle was very large and the decorations were luxurious. But little Robin was not interested in these. She ran to the study room nearby, then stopped, reached out and flipped through the books on the bookshelf in the study room, took out a few books with interest, found a recliner, and read leisurely. It seems that Mr. Knight will not leave the mirror world for the time being, Liu Cheng was still sitting on the empty mountain top, watching the yellow monkey outside the mirror tossing around. But after tossing around for a long time, the old comrade still got nothing, and finally lost his patience. The golden flash no longer appeared so frequently in the sky. Liu Cheng took out a bottle of rum from the island card he carried with him and drank it all. How long are you going to look for? You've been using your observation haki for so long to find someone. Aren't you really tired? You've even drawn 2 maps of the island, right? Borsellino scanned the island back and forth several times, his observation haki almost wrapped the island like a dumpling, but he still couldn't find any trace of Liu Cheng and the others. This shouldn't be the case. We clearly received intelligence that these 2 kids appeared on this island. Where did they run off to? Ever since the reappearance of Kamen Rider and Devil's Son, the Navy has tried to bring these 2 arrogant pirates who disregarded the law to justice. Although the other party had appeared briefly before, they soon disappeared in the sea and did not reach the second island according to the predetermined compass route, so the Navy could not find their location. The other party holds a permanent compass and is too flexible on this sea. However, the Navy soon received the news that the 2 of them appeared on the Drum Kingdom Island, and Borsellino rushed over without stopping after receiving the news. Unlike ordinary pirates, as strong men in the Navy, they can clearly feel that the potential of this Kamen Rider is far beyond that of other pirates. And the threat of the Devil's Son to this world is even greater than those big pirates who are rampant on the sea. They must not be allowed to be so free and easy. Borsellino thought so and did so, but he never thought that he would come all the way here and actually come up empty-handed. There was no trace of the other party on this island. As for the night that Lu Cheng and his men were anchored on the coast, because there was no pirate flag, Borsellino saw their ship and thought it was just an ordinary fishing boat. Did he run into the mirror in advance? These little ghosts have a very sharp nose and run really fast. It's really scary. Borsellino cursed and saw the palace on the top of the mountain in the Drum Kingdom, as well as the two figures. He flew straight down. The palace was empty. Borsellino looked around in a strange way. Why did this palace look a little strange? But he didn't have the extra time to care about these trivial matters. After all, he came all the way here. If he didn't even see the faces of those two little guys, wouldn't it be a bigger joke than Kuzan's? Kuzan's behavior could only be called letting him go, but his was called being tricked. It was embarrassing to talk about it. Hey, you two guys, I'm Vice Admiral Borsellino of the Navy headquarters. Have you seen a weirdo in armor and a little girl? When Akuri saw Borsellino suddenly appear, his face suddenly changed, and he unconsciously turned into an orc form, looking at Borsellino with fear with a pair of bull eyes. Vice Admiral of the Navy. He now knew why the boss ran away without making a sound, but you should take me with you when you run. Borsellino looked around, frowned, and asked the two of them what's going on here, where are the people? Was it done by pirates? Dalton lowered his head and said nothing, while Akuri looked at Borsellino vigilantly, his body trembling slightly. He could feel how terrifying the man who suddenly appeared in front of him was, but his nervousness attracted Borsellino's attention, and he looked him up and down. Torin, I remember those two guys caught a pirate called Manu, it's not you, is it? Akuri's body trembled slightly, and a voice came from the side. Dalton raised his head, and there was icy debris on his face. He didn't know whether it was snow or tears. It was just like that, and the frost covered his entire face. Navy. He looked at the other party and shook his head. This is the Drum Kingdom. There have never been pirates here. Please go back. So scary, Borsellino looked at the other person and said, who are you? Harboring pirates is a serious crime. The one in front of you is a pirate. Dalton was silent for a moment, then he spoke. I am the captain of the King's Guard of the Drum Kingdom. I can assure you that there are no pirates here, not before and not now. As for him, you have the wrong person. He is not a pirate, but my brother. Dalton slowly stood up, the power of the bulbul fruit emerged, and he turned into a black minotaur again. These two minotaurs, Borsellino hesitated for a moment before speaking. Boy, you have to think clearly about what you are doing. What happened on this island before? I know exactly what I'm doing, Dalton nodded. Our magnetic drum kingdom is a member state. Even if you are a navy, you have no right to interfere in our country's own affairs. Borsellino looked at them deeply again, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Thanks, Akuri spoke. But Dalton did not answer. He looked up at the fluttering flag of the Drum Kingdom, but he could no longer shed tears. There was a noisy voice coming from far away. Defeat the damn pirates. Nico Robin. And Kamen Rider. Stop it. Do not hurt the king. What about those two bastards, what happened? Soon, all the villagers who came to protect the king stopped in front of the palace castle. They looked at each other in bewilderment at the empty castle, wondering what had happened. In the cold wind, only Dalton was left standing with his back to the crowd, looking up. On top of the castle, the flag of the Drum Kingdom was still fluttering in the cold wind. Dalton, are you okay? What happened here? Where did those two pirates go? Did you drive them away? Dalton did not answer, but stared blankly at the sky, where the flag of the Drum Kingdom was flying. Tears flowed uncontrollably and froze into ice in the cold wind. Dalton! Say something! What the hell is going on? Chapter 100. Dalton seemed to be in a bad state. The villagers who came to rescue him were extremely worried. They walked forward with doubts. When they came to Dalton's side, they found that the tears on his face were almost freezing his whole face. Dalton, why are you crying? What about those pirates? Are they the ones who made you like this? Where did they go? Are we here to help you? Wasn't this guy with them before? Is he an accomplice of the pirates? The villagers raised their weapons, but Akuri just stood beside Dalton in silence, not knowing whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. Dalton shook his head. The villagers looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. But as they looked at the open gate of the palace and the quiet castle, they had an ominous premonition in their hearts. They bravely rushed into the castle of the palace, desperately searching and shouting. But no matter how hard they searched, in the huge palace, they couldn't find a single person. Whether it was the king, or the ministers, or the soldiers, or the two weird pirates, they all disappeared as if they had wings. Where are the people? Where have all the people gone? There's no one anywhere. What happened? Did pirates kidnap our king? Dalton, stop crying and speak quickly. The leading old hunter had an ugly look on his face. He covered his head and said with difficulty, Dalton, did those two pirates kidnap the king and the others? Tears were flowing from the corners of his eyes, dripping down his wrinkled face. He had guessed something, but he didn't dare to say it. Dalton, don't cry, tell me quickly, is this true? Dalton knelt down in pain, hot tears welled up in his eyes that seemed to be frozen by ice and snow, and he sobbed. He abandoned the country. Dalton said with tears in his eyes, covering his face with his hands, and his voice sounded a bit gnashing his teeth. Our king is afraid of pirates, he abandoned this country. The echo was carried far and wide in the wind. At the top of the mountain in the Drum Kingdom, in front of the magnificent palace castle, the cold wind made everyone's heart even colder. What kind of king is this? Why do we have such a king? The villagers sat down on the ground dejectedly, their hearts aching. The old hunter sighed, stretched out his hand and patted Dalton's broad shoulders. Where are the two pirates from before? Have no idea. Dalton's face was covered with ice and snow. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, he suddenly disappeared. Maybe he left to look for Valpo and the others. Mirror World. Lu Cheng and Little Robin naturally did not leave. Not to mention his current system task, the task of curing the Drum Kingdom has not been completed yet. Just talking about this outside, he also felt unsafe. After all, he didn't know whether the old comrade Huang Yuan had left now. Would he be unethical and come to cheat and attack the two teenage comrades? What if the two of them were kicked and knocked over by a kick as fast as light as soon as they went out? It's better to be more stable and see what the situation is in the mirror world. Anyway, there are a lot of food and fresh water stored in the island card, and there are even freshwater lakes and some small animals inside the night island. If the two of them are determined to hide, they can hide until the protagonist goes out to sea from Windmill Town and fight until the end. As long as they don't blow up this world. Although that's the case, there are no people and lives in the mirror world, so Lu Cheng and Little Robin will naturally not stay here for too long, but it's okay to live in a small house for a while to avoid the limelight. He doesn't believe that a Navy admiral can guard the two of them for a long time. Not to mention months or years, I'm afraid he doesn't have the energy to guard for a few days. There are so many pirates on the sea, they are not there to eat and do nothing. Without a strong commander in the navy, they will really dare to cause trouble. Therefore, Lu Chenju watched the performance of the villagers of the Drum Kingdom with interest and nodded with satisfaction. This reaction was very good, and everything was going according to plan. What exactly does Mr. Knight want to do? Little Robin blinked, he really didn't understand, but Mr. Knight didn't seem to be surprised at all about Valpo's sudden escape. You said this, Lu. Cheng touched his chin and said, of course it's because the wise knight has seen through everything. In the original work, this Valpo abandoned his country and went out to sea as a pirate because of the Blackbeard pirates. Lu Cheng could guess what kind of person this guy is. You can guess what this rubbish king will do without thinking. Little Robin was a little speechless. Never mind. As long as Mr. Knight knows what's going on, that's fine. Why don't you stay in this castle for a few days? Wait for that guy to come back, Lu. Cheng made a plan directly. The castle is so big, this Valpo really knows how to enjoy it. That guy will come back. Little Robin widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Of course, Lu Cheng nodded confidently, being a pirate is so hard, being a king is so comfortable, especially. Lu Cheng pointed to the grief-stricken villagers outside the mirror world and said, with such lovely people, I want to be the king too. Mr. Knight wants to be Mr. King. Little Robin tilted his head, and his cute look was a little cute. No, Lu Cheng refused. The crown is too heavy, the knight should just protect the princess alone. How can a knight say such a thing? Little Robin felt his face burning, but he couldn't hide the joy in his heart. She blushed and nodded. Not all mistakes can be forgiven. Excessive disappointment will eventually turn into anger. Angry roars echoed on the top of the snowy mountain. Damn Valpo! From today on, you are no longer our king. Don't come back again. The king is gone, and so are the doctors that everyone is so proud of. Is it necessary for this country to be called the Drum Kingdom? Can it still be called the Drum Kingdom? The roars of pain echoed on the top of the mountain. The flames of anger rose in the hearts of the people. Once the spark was ignited, the flames of anger could never be extinguished. Mr. Knight, is this what you want? Little Robin stood at the top of the mountain, the cold wind was howling, and her long black hair was fluttering in the wind and snow. She watched through the mirror world as the group of angry villagers walked down the mountain, watching these villagers from the country who had no name from today gradually go away and disappear in the wind and snow. She understood a little bit what Mr. Knight wanted to do. But I also thought of another more serious matter. Mr. Knight. If we do this, will we really be pirates in the future? I'm afraid that's the case, ha ha ha, little Robin, are you afraid? As long as I'm with Mr. Knight, I'm not afraid of anything. Ha ha ha. Dalton's face was expressionless, but a raging rage was burning in his heart. His previous loyalty to Valpo now seemed like a complete joke. He swore in his heart that if Valpo dared to appear in front of him again, he would tear that guy's stinky face apart with his own hands and make that guy get out of the country forever. He doesn't deserve to be the king of this country. The residents of the Drum Kingdom have endured him for long enough. One capricious decree after another, one brutal order after another. Even the doctors that the kingdom was most proud of were completely lost under his stupidity and brutality. But even so, no matter how hard life was, no matter how absurd his policies were, everyone still regarded him as the king of the Drum Kingdom. A country needs a king, it always has. No matter how bad the king is, it is better to have a king than to have no king. Only with a king can it be called a country, and only with a country can they not be homeless refugees on this sea. This is the belief that everyone relies on for survival, but at this moment this belief collapsed. What kind of king is it to abandon the country just after a pirate comes? Even if I resist a little bit, it's fine. Even if they are defeated, everyone will be willing to die for you. The group walked away in despair in the snowstorm. No one started to scold Valpo. The only sounds in the forest were heavy footsteps and panting, like suppressed anger. At this time, the villagers noticed that there seemed to be one more person in their group. Akuri followed the villagers in silence. Aren't you with those two pirates? Why are you following us? Akuri remained silent. Dalton turned his head and looked at him. Don't you have anywhere to go? Akuri nodded silently. But more importantly, he also wanted to see what this country would eventually become. Dalton closed his eyes, and soon he opened them again with an ugly smile on his face. He stretched out his hand to Akuri. This country has no king. Can I ask you to help me protect this country? Akuri was stunned when he heard this, and after hesitating for a moment, he stretched out his hand and held the other's hand. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Lu Cheng and Little Robin also lived in Walpo's castle in the mirror world for 7 days. Busy with training every day, and with Little Robin to tease and entertain, Lu Cheng was not bored. Of course, for Little Robin, everything was good. There were many books in the palace of the Drum Kingdom. Although the words in the mirror world were upside down and difficult to read, it was just a matter of Lu Cheng grabbing them from the real world. A large number of medical books made Little Robin read with gusto. It would be even better if Mr. Knight didn't come to tease her from time to time. In the mirror world, Lu Cheng ran almost all over the Drum Kingdom without being discovered. It is basically certain that Kizura should have left the island and returned to the Navy headquarters a long time ago. However, for safety reasons, Lu Cheng and Little Robin decided to stay in the mirror world for a while. In case the Navy is cunning and plays tricks on them, they will capsize in the gutter. The most important thing is that he has to stay here and wait for Walpo to come back, and then cut off his head. The knight's words are always true. If he says he wants to treat his brain, he must treat it well. In the mirror world, except for everything being the opposite, there is almost no difference from the real world. Except for loneliness. But fortunately, they are not alone. Naval Headquarters. Vice Admiral, you are back. Borsellino nodded and walked towards the direction of Marshal Kong's office. He had already known about his return, and several elite naval officers were waiting early. Kuzan and Sakaski, both vice admirals, crossed their legs, and the Navy hero Garp, who was dozing on the chair beside them, and the famous Admiral, Sengoku. They. Navy hero Garp, who was in his 50s and almost 60 years old, had the qualifications to be promoted to Admiral, but he repeatedly refused. And the 60-year-old Sengoku was the one in the Navy who had the best chance of succeeding Marshal Kong. The most powerful generals in the Navy gathered here. Didn't catch anyone. You said you spent 5 days investigating on Magnetic Drum Island, but you didn't see anyone. Marshal Kong sat behind a huge desk, his huge figure like a giant King Kong chimpanzee. He looked at Borsellino with full dignity, and his tone was somewhat dissatisfied. You are the most elite officer in the Navy. Not only did you catch those 2 vicious petty criminals, you couldn't even find them. If I find them, I will bring them back, Borsellino muttered, 2 damn little devils, so scary. Marshal Kong frowned, Lieutenant General Borsellino? Can't find it? Is this your answer to me? Chapter 101. No way, it's really scary, Borsellino spoke in a natural tone, like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water, and he also pulled Articuno out to take the blame. Cusin is right, the power of the devil fruit that the other party possesses is indeed too powerful, and he can freely enter and exit the mirror world. This flawless hiding ability is really terrifying. The other party must have quietly left the mirror world before I arrived. Fortunately, they didn't seem to do anything dangerous, so it didn't matter if I didn't catch them. You are wrong, Borsellino, a cold voice interrupted, their existence itself is a huge danger, and they should be ruthlessly eradicated. Cusin, you should have killed them completely without mercy when you first saw them. Cusin raised his eye mask and said, Sakaski, you can't say that. I think if we cancel the bounty on the 2 of them, maybe we don't have to worry about this danger, but we will have 2 more powerful companions who can stand on their own. There are already enough powerful enemies on this sea. What a joke! Sakaski shouted, blowing out the smoke from his mouth. We are the Navy, we are absolute justice, justice cannot tolerate even a grain of sand. You say that, are you ready to compromise with evil? Did you let him go on purpose? If it's absolutely just, what are the 7 warlords of the sea? Enough! Marshal Kong slapped the table and said, this is the Navy headquarters. You guys are making so much noise. What do you think this place is? Everyone fell silent. Garp was also woken up by the loud noise and yawned. He glanced at the serious faces of the crowd. Not knowing what was going on, he decided to take out some senbei to eat to calm down. Marshal Kong frowned and thought for a while. This Kamen Rider, with the ability to travel through mirrors at will, is really troublesome. We can't keep sending people to look for them. I'm afraid the ordinary Navy won't pose any threat to them. Marshal Kong frowned. As the highest-ranking marshal in the Navy headquarters, he had endless affairs to deal with every day. He didn't have the time to care about such a small matter of a 100 million level pirate. But the opponent's potential was visible to the naked eye. If he was left alone, he might be the next Red Hair. Moreover, such a life-saving ability, once it grows, will even be more troublesome than 10 Red Hairs. If we don't take care of these 2 little brats, they will definitely be another disaster in this sea in the future. Sakaski said in a deep voice. Marshal Kong, I propose to appoint a general above the rank of lieutenant general in this headquarters to specifically carry out the operation of capturing Nico Robin and Kamen Rider, and strangle them in the cradle before they become powerful. They. Office was silent. Borsellino suddenly said, Sakaski, are you kidding? A lieutenant general of the headquarters, doing nothing but searching the sea for the 2 pirates hiding in the mirror, who are only small pirates worth 100 million, not even pirates. Do you really know what you are talking about? Do you know how serious the situation at sea is now? Kaido, the king of beasts, defeated Gecko Mariah and the situation became quiet for a while, but Whitebeard and Big Mom are still ready to make a move. After Roger's death, all the ambitious pirates in the New World are now eyeing the position of the remaining Emperor of the Sea. The Red Hair Pirates, one of the strongest contenders, are missing. Unexplained rebellions have occurred in many places around the world. No one knows where this revolutionary army came from. Except for their leader Dragon, no one even knows how many officers they have. Hearing the names of the revolutionary army and Dragon, Garp raised his head slightly, but soon lowered his head again and dozed off. All the pirates are waiting for the Navy to show their weakness. At this time, you actually have such a proposal. Do you think we have the manpower now? Borsellino said bluntly. He had already wasted a lot of time to capture these 2 little devils. How could he make another trip? Another trip would cost extra money. Okay, if you have nothing else, you can all go down. Marshal Kong waved his hand and drove away several people in the office. He just felt tired and wanted to retire early. Even though the Navy is so powerful, it is still a little overwhelmed. Otherwise, how could the law that allowed the vicious pirates to become the 7 warlords of the sea be passed? After Borsellino finished his work report, several naval generals left the marshal's office together. Sakaski snorted coldly and left alone without a word. Garp laughed and said, Borsellino, you failed completely this time. There's nothing I can do, Borsellino pouted, looking nonchalant. I used my observation haki to almost wrap the island like a ball of wool, but I didn't even notice their shadows. What Articuno said is really right. By the way, why did that guy call you Articuno? The air seemed to be a little colder, and Kuzan said faintly, I don't know either. Also, don't call me that. Oh, sorry. Borsellino apologized without sincerity. As they graduated from the training camp of the Navy headquarters, Sakaski and Kuzan had more and more disagreements on many things. He and Kuzan had a good relationship, so it was okay for them to joke with each other. Is it that your observation haki is too weak, Borsellino? Garb laughed. In front of you, the old man who is a naval hero, it seems to be true, Borsellino shrugged indifferently, but these 2 new recruits, worth about 100 million, are indeed worthy of their bounties, and may even be a little low. I'm afraid I'll have to be extremely careful when I meet these 2 Marines in the future. Another amazing young man is heading for the sea. Alas, Roger, that guy, even if he is dead, he has turned the world upside down. Several people sighed together, and then saw Kuzan silently walking to the side. Hey, Kuzan, what are you going to do if you don't go back to the office? I'm going to go find them both. I've met them and I know them better than you do. Kuzan stopped and said without looking back, please help me deal with my affairs first, I must find them before they make a big mistake. Kuzan, what do you mean? It sounds terrible. Besides, they are gone. Where are you going to find them? Borsellino asked. The other party should have run away by now. Although I have only met him once, I know what kind of person he is. Kuzan closed his eyes, and his mind still clearly remembered the scene at that time. The other party was holding the crying little girl, his eyes were full of determination, and the other party angrily questioned him what justice was. At that moment, he was speechless. All in all, the other party is not a simple bunch. Sakaski is right about one thing. They are very likely to cause trouble. This time they did nothing, which is definitely not normal. I can guarantee that they must still be on that island, plotting something. I don't know what they want to do, but we all know what happened with O'Hara. It was us who forced them into the current situation. No matter what, my sense of justice will not allow me to watch them continue to make mistakes. No matter what, I must stop them. Kuzan waved his robe, and the large cloak of justice fluttered in the sea breeze. Another week passed, and Kizaru still did not show up, but outside the mirror world, there was a new guest in the castle. Lu Cheng looked at the beautiful doctor over 100 years old speechlessly. Ms. Kulha dragged her bags and moved into the castle. It's only been half a month since Valpo moved out. Kulha, you are in such a hurry to move in. What will you do if he comes back? I don't know if Kulha has thought about this problem. She quickly moved all the things into the castle. The beautiful doctor who is over 100 years old still looks very strong. But when she moved things in again, Lu Cheng found that she seemed familiar. White fur, small feet, and the whole body was wrapped tightly in bandages, but Lu Cheng still recognized the other party's identity at a glance. After all, the characteristics are too obvious. Damn, Chopper, why are you unconscious again? The beautiful doctor who is over 100 years old was packing her luggage expressionlessly. Suddenly, she heard a noise behind her. She frowned and turned around. In the empty castle, there were 2 figures, one big and one small. Lu Cheng grinned, showing a bright smile and said, "Hello, old lady, see you again. What a coincidence. I see you so soon, old lady." In the castle, Lu Cheng walked out of the mirror world with little Robin, and smiled and extended his hand to Kulha to say hello. But although he was friendly, Kulha was not friendly at all. Kulha looked at Lu Cheng and the other man who suddenly appeared, calmly drank the rum in his mouth, and then... whoosh! Kulha raised her hand and threw a bottle at Lu Cheng's face. The bottle shattered with a snap. Then, she jumped up and kicked Lu Cheng with a straight punch, knocking him out and landing heavily on the carpet. "You rude little brat!" Kulha put her hands on her hips and taught him, "Do you know how to speak? Look carefully, I am a beautiful lady over 120 years old." Little Robin covered her mouth and laughed, almost laughing her eyes off. She tilted her head and looked at Mr. Knight, who was lying on the carpet with his arms and legs spread out after being punched. "Mr. Knight is too naughty. I have to bet with myself whether I will get beaten if I call out old lady. Obviously, it looks like even if we win, we'll still lose." Kulha stretched out her hand to tidy up her hair and chuckled, "You little brat, didn't you go to the sea to cause trouble for Valpo? Why are you still here?" "This is a long story." Lu Cheng sat up straight, "But old woman, why are you here? Isn't this the palace?" Upon hearing this, Kulha jumped up and kicked Lu Cheng's head with a fierce kick like a knife. With a loud bang, Kulha stepped through the carpet and even the floor below, leaving a big hole. Lu Cheng dodged Kulha's kick slowly and stood beside little Robin. "You're worthy of being a kid with a bounty of 100 million, Kulha pulled her feet out of the ground. "You enter the Grand Line, is your goal also to reach the end of the Grand Line?" Lu Cheng thought about it. In the original work, Kulha seemed to have mentioned the Will of D after Chopper followed the protagonist group away, and seemed to know some truths about the world. "Old lady Kulha, do you know something, such as what is at the end of the Grand Line?" Bang! "You little bastard!" Kulha threw a punch without any hesitation, but Lu Cheng dodged it easily. "I've already told you that I'm a beautiful lady over 120 years old, so watch your words. And what is the end of the Grand Line? Should you ask me this question? Who are pirates?" Lu Cheng spread his hands and said, "You may not believe it, but we are not pirates." Dr. Kulha turned and walked aside. "Since you are here, please help me move the things. There are a lot of things. I am really old now. But I am still a beautiful woman over 120 years old. Boy, do you want to know how I stay forever, the secret of spring?" "I don't want to." Lu Cheng stretched out his hand and dragged the heavy object beside him. "Are you just going to move into the palace? And what happened to that little guy?" He pointed at the unconscious little Chopper. "After all, the palace is very big, it would be a waste not to live here. What about that little guy?" Kulha took a look and said, "It seems that someone mistook it for a monster and beat it up. Didn't you say it was your pet last time? I saw it and just picked it up." "Thank you so much." Little Robin asked curiously, "Sister Kulha, you are also a citizen of the Drum Kingdom, right? Is it really okay for you to live in the palace like this?" "Ha, she knows how to call me sister. The little girl is cuter." Kulha pushed her sunglasses and raised her head. "I am more than 120 years old. I have lived here before the father of that idiot Walpo was born, and before this place was called the Drum Kingdom. Little girl, why can't I live here?" Little Robin. "My grandmother is really very old." Chapter 112. Kulha looked at the two people in front of her, one taller than the other, and asked again, "You are still here, didn't you find that idiot Valpo at sea?" Lu Cheng shrugged indifferently. "Don't worry about that idiot, he will come back sooner or later. Otherwise, mother-in-law, let us stay here for a while, and I will kill him when he comes back before leaving. It's up to you." The castle is huge. Kulha waved her hand and began to pack up clothes and daily necessities, including furniture, food, and other miscellaneous items, including a medium-sized sled. It seemed that she was really planning to live here for a long time. "I'm going to get a sleigh and catch some rabbits to pull it." Kulha was talking when she remembered something. "Walpo escaped. You left in front of Dalton and disappeared for so long. You wanted them to think that you left the island and went to the sea to hunt down Walpo, right? Are you so sure that Walpo and his men will come back after they get the news that you left the island?" "My mother-in-law is not stupid." Lu Cheng laughed. "As expected, she is a beautiful lady over 120 years old. That's right, a fool like Valpo, without the status of a king, can't survive in this sea. Sooner or later, he will roll back here." Kulha glared at Lu Cheng, but this time she didn't mind Lu Cheng calling her old woman. She thought for a while and said, "I see. So that's what you were thinking, if you do this, there will really be no king on this island." Seeing that Kulha seemed to have guessed something, Lu Cheng laughed and said, "Mother-in-law, if you have guessed it, are you going to stop me? I'm already over 120 years old, and whatever you want to do has nothing to do with me." Kulha snorted and threw Chopper over. "Your pets, Take care of them yourself. Lu Cheng caught the furry little chopper and handed it to little Robin. Warm stove, soft lights. Am I dreaming? Chopper slowly opened his eyes and found himself in an unfamiliar environment. He was a little dazed, but he quickly reacted and subconsciously wanted to escape. It was a monster. If it didn't run away quickly, someone would come and hurt it soon. It tried to struggle to get up, but found that its whole body was in great pain. It was wrapped in bandages all over. It was so weak that it couldn't even move. Awake! A familiar voice came. You are seriously injured. It is best not to move. Just rest for a few days. Your recovery ability should be able to take effect. Seeing that familiar figure, Chopper's somewhat nervous heart quickly calmed down. Yes, did you save me? No, it's Granny Kulha. Of course, don't call her Granny in front of her, or she will get really mad. Chopper opened his mouth and said weakly, thank you. Aren't you afraid of me? What's there to be afraid of? Little Robin reached out and stroked the other's snow-white fur. It was soft and warm, and the touch was so good. She asked with a smile, do you look scary? How to say it, Mr. Knight has a big appetite, and he accepts all kinds of beasts, monsters, and big fish. Even if it is a real snow monster, Mr. Knight may have to think about whether the other party is delicious. What? More, this is just a little reindeer who ate the human fruit. What's there to be afraid of? Tears welled up in Chopper's timid eyes. His voice was childish, and he spoke human words. It sounded like the cry of a little deer, but it was not unpleasant. But, I am obviously a monster. Everyone says so. Ah, little Robin opened his mouth. Why, you are so cute. But I have a blue nose, and I am neither a human nor a deer. Wouldn't you be afraid of me when you see me? It's impossible to be afraid. Little Robin understood a little. That's why. You are just a reindeer who happened to eat the human fruit. You are not a monster. Do you know what a devil fruit is? The little reindeer shook his head. Devil fruit, that's it. Little Robin smiled slightly, and suddenly a dozen arms grew out of his face, flying wildly out of control, instantly scaring Chopper so much that he screamed. If he hadn't been tied up with bandages and couldn't move, he would have probably run away by now. Ah! Monster! Hey, you're rude. Little Robin put his hands on his waist. He learned this action from Mr. Knight and used it without noticing. I didn't say you were a monster, so you said that to me. But the waving arms on his face really made Chopper unable to remain calm. In this kind of horrible appearance, you still say you are not a monster? Little Robin laughed. Arms withered like petals, carrying the fragrance of flowers, completely annihilated. Once again, the cute and playful face was restored. The little reindeer was finally no longer afraid. Is the devil fruit such a thing? Although it still didn't quite understand what the devil fruit was, it didn't matter. It was no longer so afraid. At this moment, the door creaked open, and the little reindeer, who had calmed down, felt his heart jump up again. But when he saw who was coming in, he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, you're awake. Just in time. I just got some hot soup from Kulha. It smells delicious. I'll give it to you two to try first. The little reindeer watched the man come in with two porcelain bowls, one large and one small. He handed the small bowl to little Robin and placed the larger bowl, which he was going to drink, on the bedside. Little Robin, feed it first, I'll go get another bowl from Kulha. Really, this old woman is so stingy. I just drank a few bowls of her soup, and she actually wanted me to help her hunt. Lu Cheng opened the door again and walked out. If only Akuri was still here, it would be great. It's so cold, I don't want to go out. My name is Nico Robin, and that's Lu Cheng, you can call him Mr. Knight. Little Robin smiled, blew gently, and fed the little reindeer a spoonful of hot soup. Do you have a name? Gurgle. The warm feeling spread from the throat to the bottom of the heart. The little reindeer's eyes were red. He whimpered but couldn't say a word. Okay, don't cry. It doesn't matter if you don't have a name. I'll ask Mr. Knight to help me think of one when the time comes. Little Robin put his hands together and said to himself, then he looked at the little reindeer. How could you stay near the cable car? When Granny Kulha told me, I was terrified. Lu Cheng and Little Robin had originally planned to go down the mountain to deal with this cute little snow monster after they had resolved the matter of Walpo. However, they were disturbed by Vice Admiral Kizaru and forced into the mirror world. He did not dare to show up for more than half a month, so naturally they could not take care of the little snow monster. Originally, it was thought that little Chopper's ability to survive alone was not weak, and it would not be a problem for him to survive independently for a period of time, just half a month, so there was no need to worry at all. But according to Kulha's words, this little guy stayed near the cable car and refused to leave, so he was seriously injured by some villagers. After hearing this, Lu Cheng and Little Robin didn't know what to say. It was not difficult for them to guess each other's thoughts. The other party was waiting for them to come back and refused to leave. He was probably afraid that when he left, the two of them would suddenly leave and he would never see them again. I saw you go up the mountain from there. As soon as the little reindeer opened his mouth, he realized that he had said the wrong thing. He lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to follow you." "Oh, you mean that?" Little Robin blinked and reached out to touch the other's soft fur. It felt good, and warm, so cute. Looking at Chopper's tearful eyes, Little Robin retracted his hand. "We knew it a long time ago, otherwise why do you think we walk so slowly? Aren't you just afraid that you can't keep up? If you want to follow us, why don't you come here by yourself?" The little reindeer finally couldn't help crying and burst into tears. "Why are you crying?" Little Robin squatted down and reached out to touch the little guy's furry head. "Maybe it's because it's a little kid, and a crybaby." Lu Cheng has already walked back, followed by Kulha who rushed over after hearing the news. "Talent, no, because," the little blue-nosed fellow raised his big watery eyes, tears streaming down his face, "because you didn't think of me as a monster. So pitiful, but also so cute." Little Robin thought to himself as he looked at Chopper. And the crying sound was also so strange, like a deer and a human. Is it because he hasn't completely mastered the power of the devil fruit? Lu Cheng pushed the door open, nodded when he heard it, and said in great agreement, "That's true, if the snow monster is so weak and still looks so cute, it would be really disappointing. After all, the snow monster is so cute. If you punch it, it will probably cry for a long time." Inside the house, Kulha lowered her head and carefully examined the blue-nosed snow monster. When she rescued him before, he was unconscious, but now that he is awake, he looks quite different. Woo, woo. Being stared at like this, the little reindeer couldn't help but whimpering in fear. Little Robin heard the whimpering, lowered his head and softly comforted him, "Don't be afraid, it's okay. When I saw it following you before, it wasn't like this," Kulha said slowly. At that time, the other party was still a four-legged reindeer, but now, it has become a little guy with two tufts of antlers on its head and can stand on 2 feet like a human. It's a bit strange indeed. Devil fruit. Lu Cheng added with a smile. "I see," Kulha said slowly, "it's actually a reindeer that ate a devil fruit by accident, right? What good luck. I really thought a snow monster had appeared, so I plan to go check it out in a few days." Lu Cheng drank the hot soup and said casually, "Where do so many monsters come from? It's just a reindeer that ate the human fruit. Look at this guy's tiny arms and legs. Can this be called a monster?" "Little Robin," Lu Cheng snapped his fingers, "show it what a monster is." "Little Robin. Mr. Knight, it has been performed." "What?" Lu Cheng opened his mouth wide. "How can it be performed? I haven't seen the guy's expression at that time. It's funny to think about it. No, you have to perform for me again." "Hey! You little brat!" Kulha was speechless when she saw this scene, and kicked him. "Don't be more childish than a child." "That's right." Little Robin lowered his head and said, "Mr. Knight, please stop making trouble. By the way, little guy, how did you live in the past?" Little Robin asked curiously. Several people drank the broth and listened quietly to the little reindeer telling his story. "A little guy abandoned by the deer herd since childhood, how pitiful." Robin looked at the little reindeer in silence. "Why is Blue Nose a monster? He is so pretty." Lu Cheng supported his chin with both hands, pretending to be deep. He said, "Because the strong are always lonely, I often don't fit in with others because I am too handsome." "Is that so? Isn't Mr. Knight very popular with the big sisters?" Little Robin turned her head, looking confused. She vaguely remembered that every time she went to the Navy branch to collect the bounty, there would always be many Navy girls who wanted to treat Mr. Knight to a meal. "That's your misunderstanding." Lu Cheng reached out and turned Little Robin's head back. "Special people will always be out of tune with the group, and the same is true for animals. Kulha sighed and concluded. I still think my explanation is more reasonable, Lu Cheng said weakly. Mr. Knight, can you please stop making trouble? Little Robin felt like he was about to break down. Chapter 113. Soon, they finished all the delicious broth and immediately felt warmed up. So comfortable. In winter, you still need to eat more meat to feel comfortable. There is no meat left, you ate it all, when are you going to go out hunting? Kulha glared at Lu Cheng, this guy was such a big eater. Little Robin, it's really hard for you to take care of this guy. Hey, don't try to sow discord between me and the crew in front of me. How can a guy like you be a good captain? How can I not be a good one? Lu Cheng waved his arm and said confidently, the so-called captain is the person who gives orders on the ship. What he said made a lot of sense, and I was speechless. Kulha smiled slightly. These two little guys are really interesting. That's right. Lu Cheng touched his belly, looked at Chopper, and said, you don't have a name, right? We can't always call you Hey, I've already thought of a name. They. Little guy turned his head, looking confused. He was going to have a name. Round and round, although there is a little less meat, Lu Cheng looked him up and down and said, let's call it reserve grain. Grain reserves, ah. The little reindeer is terrified. Don't scare the patient, you little brat. Kulha kicked Lu Cheng away and said, can you give him a more normal name? This name is great. Little Robin, what do you think? Lu Cheng glanced at Little Robin, who smiled at Mr. Knight and said nothing. That means, Mr. Knight, what do you think? Lu Cheng retreated. Then let's call him Tony Tony. Chopper, I heard that Tony Tony means something. Lu Cheng slapped his head and said, I can't remember it, but it should mean very strong, so let's call it this. It means that it can easily push down a tree with its horns. You don't even know how this name came about. Kulha sighed and said, forget it, you are right, it does mean strong. Tony Tony Chopper, Lu Cheng nodded, very satisfied. How about it, do you like it? Tony Tony, Chopper. The little reindeer, no, it should be called Chopper now. Chopper raised his head, his big watery eyes flickered and sparkled. Tony Tony, Chopper. Tony Tony, Chopper, Chopper. Lay on the bed, covering his mouth and giggling. I have a name, I have a name. Kulha glanced at the silly little reindeer and shook her head. Boy, I remember you said before that you wanted to learn medicine, right? To be exact, it's not me, it's Little Robin, Lu Cheng laughed, but it seems that I haven't finished what I promised you. After all, Valpo is still alive and well, and in his system, the task of curing the Drum Kingdom has not been completed either. Sooner or later, Kulha waved her hand and said, just consider it as an advance payment. That's fine, Lu Cheng stretched lazily. Anyway, it seems that Valpo will not come back for the time being, and we need to stay on this island for a while. Anyway, we have nothing to do. Lu Cheng nodded, and Little Robin went up to call Kulha teacher obediently. Let me make it clear first, this is just a deal, I am not your teacher. I understand, Lu Cheng nodded. Kurikas also said so at the beginning, but Lu Cheng thought about it. Teaching 1 is teaching, teaching 2 is also teaching, why don't you teach Chopper medical skills as well? You want me to teach a reindeer medicine, what's going on in your head? Kulha looked at Lu Cheng as if he was a fool. Lu Cheng shrugged. I think this little guy is so timid, it's definitely not feasible to rely on it as a combatant, why not transfer it to logistics, at least it has a skill, right? Kulha frowned. You want to take it to be a pirate? Ahem, Lu Cheng coughed twice, it's a partner. Kulha looked suspiciously at Little Robin, who was stroking Chopper with a satisfied expression, and said, don't lie to me, it's obvious that he is treating the other party as a pet. Kulha didn't care what the other party was thinking, but she also had no interest in taking a reindeer as a student. This was just a joke. You little brat, don't treat medical skills as something you can joke about. Medical skills are very difficult. Even among humans, there are not many good doctors who can learn medical skills, let alone a reindeer. If you ask me, even if you add up all the reindeers in the world, it would be hard to find a reindeer that is good at medicine. This is something that has a 1 in several million chance, and the difficulty is about the same as you finding a great secret treasure. Lu Cheng laughed loudly when he heard this. If you say that, I feel relieved. The great secret treasure is out there, and I will find it sooner or later. So, in this case, it doesn't seem that difficult for reindeer to learn medical skills. You little rascal, the old woman said indifferently, don't think that you can trick me into taking a reindeer as my apprentice and teaching me everything I have learned in my life just by being casual and making excuses. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? You've seen through it, mother-in-law. Lu Cheng tilted his head to avoid Kulha's kick to his face. Such a perfect plan, how did you see through it? Kulha. Forget it, let this little guy listen next to you. Whether he can learn it or not is up to him. Boy, I tell you very clearly that reindeer cannot learn medicine. It is impossible. Lu Cheng curled his lips. In front of you is the only reserve food in the world with medical and research talents. No, it is a little reindeer. It can only be said that the world is so big. Even if you, Kulha, have lived for more than 100 years, there are still some unexpected things that you can't think of. Since you asked me to help you take care of your pet, Kulha said to Lu Cheng and Little Robin in a serious tone, in addition to solving the problem of Valpo, you also have to solve the food problem. Food problem? Lu Cheng asked with some confusion. Kulha kicked him and said, boy, stop playing dumb, why is there a food problem? Don't you know what's going on? Lu Cheng laughed and said, that's a deal, mother-in-law, how do you think bear paws taste? Don't think about catching mountain bears. You little brat, just catch some labangs. Lu Cheng shook his head with some regret. That's such a pity. It's not a pity at all. Kulha shouted. Just like that, Little Robin became Kulha's apprentice, and Chopper became a pet who serves tea, water, and medicine. But it would be great if he could learn medicine. Why would he need a bicycle? Even if he is a student, with Chopper's talent, it shouldn't be a problem for him to learn medicine. Anyway, when he leaves, he can just pack up all of Kulha's medical books and take them away. I'm sure he won't mind. Lu Cheng waved his hand and said, come on, Little Robin, let's go hunting. Although the Navy is likely to leave, it is more reassuring to keep something like 79 million with you. Speaking of which, the first goal of the two coming to this island was to study medicine, but they happened to encounter Valpo issuing such a stupid decree, which made Little Robin unhappy. Little Robin is unhappy, and Mr. Knight is unhappy. And with Lu Cheng's violent temper, he naturally couldn't help but brainwash Valpo. Days passed by. In this way, Chopper and Little Robin began to learn medical skills from Kulha, while Lu Cheng continued his daily training. He also felt a sense of crisis. Although he was ready to confront the Navy when he decided to show up with Little Robin, he did not expect that the Navy would directly dispatch Vice Admiral Kizaru to catch him. Obviously, his actions still produced some chemical reactions. The butterfly effect is expanding. In the original work, Aokiji still mostly held a laissez-faire attitude towards Little Robin. A big reason for this attitude was that he believed that Little Robin himself was not a big threat. But now it seems that after adding himself, the Navy seems to have increased its risk assessment for the two of them. After all, one of them has the ability to decipher the secret of the blank 100 years, and the other can fight and run, and is not afraid of the Navy. If the two are separated, it can only be said to be troublesome, but if they are combined together, it is enough to make the world government and the Navy feel like a thorn in their throats, and it will be as uncomfortable as possible. This is also a manifestation of 1 + 1 2 to some extent. Although the Navy was inexplicably more afraid of him, he did not regret his actions. Although the two of them could still hide and develop for a few years, and then come out when they were invincible. But what can I say? He and Little Robin did nothing wrong. Why hide every day? Now his strength has improved a lot. He can't say how powerful he is or how invincible he is, but at least he has the strength to walk in the sun with Little Robin. Even if he is not a match for those powerful people, at least he will have some strength to fight them. At least he will not be like before, when a knight kicked Aokiji and didn't even hurt him. But now his strength has become much stronger. The day when he can punch the 4 emperors and kick the admirals should not be too far away. Chopper and Little Robin started with the simplest medical skills. Kulha threw a bunch of books to them and asked them to read them first and ask if they didn't understand anything. Little Robin, needless to say, liked reading books. He also learned a lot of medical knowledge from Kurikas, so he was naturally familiar with it. Little Chopper also cherished his life now that he was not treated like a monster, and he studied very hard. Soon half a month passed. Have you all finished watching? Kulha looked at Chopper and Little Robin and was very surprised so fast. Even this little reindeer has finished reading it. Little Robin was not surprised that he had finished reading it. After all, the other party had learned medical skills. If he could make the little guy Kulokas praise him so much, his talent must be not bad. But the little reindeer's words. It was incredible that he could finish reading so quickly. She originally expected that it would take Robin at least 1 or 2 months to finish reading these books, and she did not hold much hope for this little reindeer, just to meet Lu Cheng's request. But she never thought that there seemed to be a little surprise. Little Robin nodded. This knowledge is very interesting. The medical concepts of Mr. Kulha and Mr. Kulokas are indeed different. I have been inspired a lot. It's very interesting, little Robin concluded. Chopper held a pile of thick books, stood on tiptoe and pushed them onto the table, and said obediently, Dr. Kulha, this knowledge is amazing. Fortunately, Sister Robin helped me to finally finish reading it. Sister Robin is also amazing. She finished reading it a long time ago and has been waiting for me. How long did it take you to finish reading it? Kulha looked at little Robin with some curiosity. 3 days. Nowadays, multitasking is not too difficult for little Robin, even reading several books at the same time. Although it will still make his mind confused if he does this for a long time, it will be no problem if he arranges his work and rest schedule properly. The skill of multitasking has always been the focus of little Robin's training. After all, it is not easy for one person to operate such a large ship. Especially in the bad weather of the Grand Line, it is even more difficult. Not to mention that he has to serve many meals at the same time to fill Mr. Knight's appetite. Kulha looked a little strange. She realized that she seemed to have underestimated the 2 little guys. She looked them up and down as if she was meeting them for the first time. Dr. Kulha, little Chopper's eyes sparkled, after I learn this knowledge, can I become a doctor? Can I treat other people? Can I help others? Little Chopper asked a lot of questions at once, his eyes sparkling with expectation. Kul hadn't expected this. Kulha looked at Chopper strangely, and said lightly, when I met you, you were being chased and shot by someone with a gun, and you almost lost your life. If I hadn't come, you would probably have been shot to death. But now you still want to help others. This. Little. Chopper opened his mouth, speechless. He had never thought of this before. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that what Dr. Kulha said made some sense. Chapter 114. Little Chopper fell into deep thought, he stroked his chin, his face solemn. This is indeed a big problem. If someone hurts you, you shouldn't help them. This seems reasonable, but for some reason, this conclusion makes little Chopper feel uncomfortable and even a little restless. It habitually wanted to find a place to hide. But when it turned its head and saw Sister Robin smiling beside it, it suddenly understood. Although there are many fierce people in this world, there are also gentle people like Sister Robin and Mr. Knight. I also want to be such a person. Dr. Kulha, I have figured it out. As long as I help others, they won't hurt me. As long as I become a doctor, they won't be afraid of me, is that so? Chopper's words were a little apprehensive, but his eyes were full of expectation, like a child eager for affirmation, with wishes and expectations. Kulha was a little speechless. You little thing, your requirements are really low. But such a shining look really makes it hard for people to think of hitting him. That's not necessarily true. Kulha took a sip of wine and said in a light tone, it's useless even if I become a doctor. I treat people every day, but after the treatment, they still won't thank me. Little Robin. That's because your fees are too high, Grandma Kurha. It has nothing to do with whether you are a doctor or not. The simple little Chopper was confused again. It was really hard for him to figure out such a complicated thing. But fortunately, he didn't have to think about it anymore. Kulha asked the 2 of them a few questions as a test. When little Chopper heard Dr. Kulha's questions, he stopped thinking about them and answered the questions one by one. Soon, Kulha was in a good mood, which made little Chopper confused about what happened. Little Robin understood, but just smiled. You don't have to call me Dr. Kulha, just call me Teacher Kulha. Kulha was in a good mood, she stood up and smiled generously, you can also call me Dr. Kulha. Chopper shouted happily after hearing that, Dr. Kulha. Kulha nodded with satisfaction. She had originally planned to teach casually and make a simple deal. Even one of the 2 people she was teaching was not a human. But now it seems that the 2 people are very talented. She can't help but feel good. She stood up and said, where is that kid? Did he go out hunting again? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Lu Cheng pushing open the gate of the castle, and returning to the castle with his family and a group of labangs. These little guys used to be quite fierce. Lu Cheng stretched out his hand and flicked the snow off his shoulder. They were so enthusiastic when I first saw them, but now they run away when they see me. Isn't it just inviting them to be guests in my stomach? Why are you so scared? Chopper trembled when he heard this. Mr. Knight looked so scary. Kulha glanced at him and said, "That idiot Valpo hasn't come back yet? I didn't expect this idiot to be so vigilant." Lu Cheng spread his hands and said, "Maybe he lost the permanent pointer and couldn't find the way back." "That guy isn't that stupid," Kulha sighed and said, "Now I hope that idiot will come back soon." "Does Teacher Kulha hate Valpo so much? Do you hope he will come back soon?" Little Robin asked curiously. Kulha shook her head. "I am worried that if that bastard Valpo doesn't come back, he will eat all the animals on the island." "Not really, not really." Lu Cheng spread his hands and said, "Don't worry, old lady. I think there should be enough food for the animals on this island for 2 months. Does that mean you will eat them all to extinction in 2 months? Little Kyoba was trembling, and at this time he heard Lu Cheng say, "I met a herd of deer when I came back. I wonder if it was the herd you lived with when you were a child. Next time I will bring 2 back for you to taste." "Ah! Mr. Knight is so scary." Little Chopper felt like he was going to die of fear. Little Robin glared at Mr. Knight speechlessly. "Mr. Knight, stop scaring me." Chopper is about to roll his eyes. "Are you so happy to hear that you can eat venison?" Lu Cheng held up his chin with his hand and said, "Why don't I go catch some now?" Hey, hey, how can you tell that Chopper is happy? Don't do this. Valpo, please come back soon, this country needs you." Snowflakes fell one by one. In the snow, a figure wearing red armor stood in the wind and snow, being surrounded and beaten by 2 identical armored figures. "Wow! Mr. Knight's armor is so handsome." Little Chopper's eyes lit up. No matter how many times he looked at it, he felt that Mr. Knight's armor was really handsome. In front of the window, Little Robin lay on a chair, flipped through the book in his hand, smiled and took a sip of black tea. "Mr. Knight would be happier if you told him to his face." "But what kind of training is this, Mr. Knight?" "I don't know." Little Robin calmly put down the tea in her hand, muttering unconsciously, "So the flower fruit can be used in this way? Why is Mr. Knight more skilled than me?" She stretched out her hand, and a human figure grew on the carpet in front of her, but it shattered with a bang when it was halfway grown, turning into petals that floated on the ground. "Failed." Little Robin stood up. "How did Mr. Knight do it?" She waved her hand and pulled Job over. "Let's go, take a break today and go see Mr. Knight's training." Lu Cheng closed his eyes, and there was a whistling sound of wind in his ears. His body slightly moved sideways to dodge the punch from the petal clone. He used the copy advent to copy the ability of Little Robin's flower fruit, and used the ability of the flower fruit to create 2 clones to accompany him in training. Except that these 2 petal clones cannot use cards to strengthen combat, their strength is almost the same as his original body. He wanted to create a few more petal clones, but it was his limit to devote some of his energy to controlling 2 clones. Although his physical fitness can still support him to continue to use the power of the flower fruit, it is useless to create more clones if he can't control them well. He swung his fist suddenly and blasted away the clone armor that attacked from behind, but ignored the attack from the front and was kicked away. "Hey!" Lu Cheng exhaled, and rolled over. A big hole was punched out of the place where he was lying. Although he avoided the attack, Lu Cheng felt no joy in his heart. He still failed. He sat up and released the 2 petal clones. The 2 armored figures withered like petals and disappeared quickly. "It still doesn't work." Lu Cheng stood up and took off his armor. "Next time, plug your ears too." He wanted to use this method to train himself to master the observation haki, not relying on the eyes, but relying on the sense to distinguish the attacks from the enemy. But the problem is that after Lu Cheng closed his eyes, although he successfully avoided the attack from the petal clone, he did not rely on the sense, but the hearing. Observation haki is not so easy to control after all. But it will be soon. I have accumulated so much for so long, and I am only 1 step away from that step. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Lu Cheng has a hunch that when he truly masters the double domineering, his strength will definitely reach an unimaginable level. At least it will definitely be enough to deal with Articuno. He breathed a sigh of relief. After this experience, he will pay more attention next time he trains. He touched his stomach and was actually hungry again. Mr. Knight is so awesome. Lu Cheng turned around and saw the sparkling eyes of little Robin and Chopper. He waved his hand and pretended to be calm. It's just so, just basic operations, no need to shout 6. 6? Mr. Knight is saying something weird again. Little Robin thought of this, but she quickly dismissed it. She jumped over excitedly, hugged Lu Cheng's arm, and swung it vigorously. Knight, is this the ability of the flower fruit? How did you do it? I didn't even know there was such an ability. For little Robin, the flower fruit can basically only be used to grow organs in various places. She has never thought of using the flower fruit to create a clone with the same strength as the original. It's very simple. Just think about it, Lu. Cheng waved his hand casually, but he felt a little proud in his heart. You are indeed worthy of being called Mr. Knight. Little Robin praised again, and Lu Cheng finally couldn't control his pride and laughed with his hands on his hips. How did they do it? This question, Lu Cheng lay on the chair and stretched out his hand leisurely. Little Robin immediately handed a drink to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng drank it with satisfaction, and then continued before talking about this question. How do you think you can maximize the power of the devil fruit? How to maximize the power of the devil fruit? Little Robin has never thought about this question, and as for Chopper, he has never thought about it. Well, it is just a pet. In addition to this, it is also a doctor, a non-combatant, and does not need to consider such complicated issues. Lu Cheng didn't care about Chopper's reaction. As for how to increase the power of the human fruit, Lu Cheng couldn't think of a suitable method. After all, he also used the copy to bring down Chopper's evil. He copied the fruit ability and tried to use the other party's fruit. But the conclusion he came to was that it had no effect at all. This was basically a useless devil fruit, at least for Lu Cheng. The human fruit may only take effect after being used by animals. Lu Cheng came to this conclusion. He is a human, and after using the power of the human fruit, he did not have any strange appearance. Of course, it is also possible that Chopper's human fruit is just the most common human fruit, which really only has the function of turning into a human. If it is a human fruit, a fruit like the giant, perhaps he can still grow bigger and become an Ultraman, but Chopper's fruit can only turn into a human. If there is any effect, it is that the power is slightly stronger. But if he wants to strengthen his strength, he also has the ability of the bull fruit. Regarding the ability of the human fruit to strengthen the body, Lu Cheng compared the effects of several devil fruits and concluded that it is similar to the flower fruit. But the problem is, the flower fruit has other additional abilities, but the human fruit has none of them. So Lu Cheng is helpless with the human fruit now, and he has no idea at all. However, in the original work, Chopper seemed to have used the Nongba ball he had researched to develop multiple different forms of transformation that belonged to him alone. So Lu Cheng thought about it for a short while, and decided to let the little guy tinker with the development of the ability of the human fruit by himself. He just needed to give a direction and not get involved. Anyway, after this little guy Chopper learns medical skills, he will think about doing some weird research without being told. In a sense, this little guy is also a research maniac. Lu Cheng doesn't have to worry too much. He just needs to make sure that it doesn't do random experiments and blow itself up. But yes, flowers and fruits, he still has a lot to say. Just like exercising, as long as you use it more, the power of the devil fruit will naturally become stronger. Little Robin waved his fist seriously. Mr. Knight, am I right? That's right, but this is the most basic way to exercise, or rather, it's the most reasonable thing to do. Lu Cheng nodded, confirming little Robin's answer. But this can only help you use this fruit better. It is difficult to make more breakthroughs. Little Robin blinked and listened carefully to what the knight said. I think, Lu Cheng lifted his chin and said, as for the power of the devil fruit, its upper limit is actually more determined by the user's imagination. Chapter 115. Think, imagination. Little Robin opened her mouth. This was the first time she had heard such a strange term. Yes, imagination. If one's physical fitness and ability determine the lower limit of the devil fruit, then imagination is the upper limit of the devil fruit, because the devil fruit itself is a very strange thing that cannot be explained, and this is even more true for many special fruits. Perhaps your brilliant idea can produce a greater effect than all your previous efforts, because, compared with your ordinary training, this is a brand new breakthrough in an unprecedented field. Is that so? Little Robin nodded. She understood Mr. Knight's meaning. Is the clone you used before the same? Is it because you thought of such a use, Mr. Knight, that you can use it? Even if my physical fitness is good enough, as long as I can't think of such a use, I can't use it in this way. Lu Cheng nodded, and little Robin pouted. But Mr. Knight, now I know this method, but I still can't use it. Then this is the problem of the lower limit of the devil fruit. Lu Cheng smiled and touched little Robin's head, and comforted her softly. Your physical fitness is not enough to exert the power of the devil fruit. This is normal. After all, you are still young. When you grow up a little bit and practice more, there will be no problem using such abilities. And like I said, different fruits have very different effects on different people. In my opinion, the potential of this flower fruit is very huge. Lu Cheng smiled, but his tone was surprisingly serious. And little Robin also has great potential. Really? Mr. Knight, you are not lying to me. Little Robin was a little happy when she heard it, but she looked at Mr. Knight with some suspicion, wondering if Mr. Knight was teasing her on purpose. This was not the first or second time. I won't lie to anyone but my lovely little Robin. Lu Cheng looked at the little Robin with a red face and couldn't help laughing. This little girl is still so easy to tease. He stopped laughing after a while, looked at little Robin seriously, and said / I'm not lying. I discovered this when I used this clone's ability before / Lu Cheng's serious face also made little Robin feel a little relieved. After all, the serious knight was still very reliable. Lu Cheng continued, although my physical strength can allow me to create more clones, I can no longer spare more of my mind to control them. So for me, this flower fruit can only control 2 clones at most. Lu Cheng paused and continued, but for you, little Robin, as long as your physical fitness is good enough, the number of clones you can control should be far more than mine. With your current level, little Robin. Lu Cheng thought about little Robin's ability and asked, it shouldn't be a problem to do 4 things at once, right? Little Robin nodded. If it was just simple control, it would be no problem to do 4 things at once. Even if they were doing the same type of simple things, such as cleaning several rooms at the same time, she could do more. But if it was something that required extreme concentration, she could only do 3 things at once. That's already amazing. Lu Cheng nodded. If you can do this now, what you can do in your level will only be higher in a few years. Lu Cheng held his chin with his hand and continued, and the strength of this clone is basically the same as the original body, which is very practical. If this is the case, the physical skill level itself is very important. In the original work, Robin's taijutsu and haki abilities seem average, but that's understandable. After all, he has been in this environment of being hunted since he was a child, and survival is a problem, not to mention finding a place to hone his taijutsu. After all, taijutsu still needs to be taught by someone. Without Red Hair's guidance on his 6 styles, his progress would not be so rapid. Moreover, the other party has mastered the ability of the devil fruit since childhood, so naturally he will habitually focus more on the development of the devil fruit ability. After all, with powerful power that can be obtained more easily, not everyone can calm down and continue to develop themselves. And there is another very important reason. Robin is not a fighting maniac like Luffy and Zoro. Instead of looking for someone to fight, she prefers to read quietly or do archaeology. Lu Cheng thought about it seriously. Should he improve little Robin's physical skills now? But now little Robin's height is not even as high as his chest. It seems a bit too early to practice physical skills so early. It's better to wait until she is a little older. If she doesn't grow taller after training, it will be a big loss. Little Robin nodded in joy, and Chopper's eyes lit up. He hugged Lu Cheng's thighs, his eyes sparkling, as if water was flowing, making those watery eyes look particularly cute. How could the little thing look so cute? Lu Cheng couldn't help but stretch out his hand and stroke it. It was soft and felt good. What about me? What about me? Chopper's eyes were full of expectation. What about my ability? Do I also rely on my imagination? Lu Cheng was silent for a moment. How should he answer this question? Should he tell him that he didn't know how to improve his ability? It would be embarrassing to say it directly. But this problem is also easy to solve. With a crisp bang, Lu Cheng hit Chopper on the head, giving Chopper a head bang. Chopper held his head pitifully, not knowing why the knight suddenly wanted to hit him. Imagination, imagination, Lu Cheng looked at Chopper with a sad face. My Dr. Chopper, you are going to be a great doctor in the future. Are you going to tell your patients that their illness can be cured just by imagination? What a joke! Lu Cheng's face was full of seriousness, as if he was angry at the lack of argument for a doctor. The most important things are seriousness, concentration, and the most valuable knowledge. Go and study hard. Got it? Mr. Blue Nose Chopper. Ah, Mr. Knight is so scary. Got it, got it. Little Chopper was frightened and nodded repeatedly in fear. Mr. Knight was so scary. It was easily done. Lu Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Such a trivial matter could not be difficult for the wise Mr. Knight. It was a piece of cake. He stood up and stretched, but saw little Chopper hiding timidly with his nose in his hands. Was he frightened by what he had just said? Lu Cheng scratched his head. Is he so timid? But he soon discovered something was wrong. Little Chopper didn't look like he was disappointed after being criticized, but was simply in a daze. He covered his nose, wondering what he was thinking. Nose, Lu Cheng thought about it and suddenly understood something. This little guy has a lot of problems. Forget it, anyway, I specialize in treating problem children. He reached out and pulled Chopper over, pulling him to the floor-to-ceiling mirror not far away. Why are you touching your nose? Do you think blue noses are beautiful? Lu Cheng looked at the reflections of the two people in the mirror and asked casually. No, no, Chopper shook his head repeatedly. He looked at Lu Cheng cautiously and said, when I met people before, they all said I was a monster. It was because, that's because. Chopper's voice became weaker and weaker, and soon it was inaudible. Lu Cheng raised his eyebrows when he heard it. What's the big deal about a blue nose? Lu Cheng snapped his fingers. Chopper, Chopper, transform for me. Chopper was slightly stunned and didn't react for a long time. Lu Cheng patted his head. Why are you standing there? Cooperate with me and quickly transform into a handsome snow monster. Chopper didn't understand, but still obediently turned into a snow monster. Soon he changed from a short semi-human form to a tall and burly snow monster with white hair all over his body. Lu Cheng patted his head. When will you understand? Ordinary people think you are a wild monster, not because of your blue nose, but because you look so strong. Lu Cheng and Chopper in human form stood in front of the mirror and pointed at the mirror. Look at how much taller you are than me. You are such a burly big guy, you can give people pressure, okay? Chopper looked in the mirror and seemed to be much taller than the other person, almost half a head taller. So, whether it's a blue nose, a green nose or a red nose, it doesn't matter. After all, what's wrong with a blue nose? I know a guy whose nose is as big as a red ball, and he wasn't considered a snow monster, right? But it seems that he really hates being called a red nose. Lu Cheng talked for a long time, and then said to Chopper earnestly, so people are not afraid of blue noses, but the unknown and power. Because they don't understand you, and because they are afraid of the power you have, so people treat you as a monster. But will anyone be afraid of you when you turn into a deer? Chopper shook his head. All this has nothing to do with your nose. And look at what you have become now. Although you have become a human, your nose has not changed at all. It still looks exactly like a deer's nose. Doesn't it look weird? Chopper, who had turned into a humanoid man, touched his nose. He was dizzy from what Lu Cheng said, so he could only nod blankly. Got it? Don't bother with these stupid questions anymore. Go study hard, boys. In order for you two to learn medicine, I have to go out and hunt more than a dozen wild animals every day. You have to be worthy of their sacrifice. They are using their lives to create learning opportunities for you. Little Robin was listening on the side, and when he heard this he burst out laughing. But the problem is, Mr. Knight, weren't those beasts eaten by you, Mr. Knight? Ahem, Lu Cheng coughed twice lightly, without any embarrassment. As the captain of a ship, he should be calm and composed. It's not a big problem. Didn't you drink some soup too? After that, he glared at Little Robin fiercely. Don't talk to the captain like that. Where is the captain's dignity? Little Robin giggled, put out his hand to cover his mouth, and stopped talking. Lu Cheng hooked his hand around Chopper's shoulder, and stood shoulder to shoulder with him in front of the mirror. Pointed at his nose and said, I thought about it. People are afraid of you. It can't be said that it has nothing to do with your nose. After all, you have become a human now, but your nose is still a deer's nose. It doesn't look like a human, and it doesn't look like a deer. People will be scared when they see it. It's normal to be mistaken for a snow monster. There's nothing we can do about it. It's your own problem with your transformation. But, Chopper nodded, and suddenly said with some grievance, but when I turned into a deer, every time I spoke, they still chased me and wanted to beat me. Little Robin was speechless when he heard the two talking. If a deer like you suddenly spoke, anyone would be scared, right? Because the deer can talk and will hit you, Lu. Cheng thought about it seriously, and said with a smile, that's their fault. They have never even seen a talking deer. When I capture Walpo one day, we will go and teach them a lesson together, okay? Yet. After listening to Lu Cheng's words, Xiao Ba nodded stupidly. So, Lu Cheng nodded, how to use the power of your human fruit? I can't think of any good way for now. However, I think this may be more of your own problem. When you use the power of this fruit, you still subconsciously think of yourself as a deer, so even if you change into a human form, you still retain many deer characteristics. You care too much about your blue nose, but you can't get rid of its influence on you. Why don't you imagine that you have a human nose next time when you use the power of the devil fruit? I understand, it just depends on imagination, right? Chopper nodded seriously. That's all you understand? Lu Cheng hit him hard on the head. Wrong, for a doctor, this is called knowledge. Remember, never talk about imagination to your patients, they will be scared to death. Yet. Chopper nodded stupidly. Chapter 116. Time passed day by day. Before they knew it, Lu Cheng and Little Robin had been in the Drum Kingdom for almost 2 months. But Valbo, whom he missed so much, had not returned yet. Could this guy really have died at sea? Kulha glanced at Lu Cheng, who was eating and drinking beside him, and shook her head. If that idiot doesn't come back, you will really eat up all the creatures on this island. No, Lu. Cheng chewed the food in his mouth and said vaguely, don't worry, mother-in-law. There are only a few labangs left. I haven't dealt with the mountaineering bears yet. They still have a lot. I told you not to go after those bears. Kulha shouted, and suddenly stood up. I plan to go to town to buy some things. I haven't been to town for a long time. When Valpo escaped, he did not escape alone. He also took with him the country's defense soldiers and, more importantly, the country's remaining 20 doctors. It is no problem to say that he ran away with the medical resources of the whole country. In this case, once the people on this island get sick, it is basically difficult to find a doctor to help them, so Kulha will go down the mountain once in a while to provide assistance to those in need. Are you two going to buy anything? Kulha asked. We do need to buy some daily necessities. Little Robin thought for a moment and made a shopping list. Kulha nodded, but when Little Robin was about to give her money, she shook her head, saying she didn't need it. She almost said that Lu Cheng and Little Robin were too narrow-minded. What is Bailey? I haven't used this thing for many years. Kurha pushed her sunglasses and said with disdain, little girl, you have to know who I am. A young and beautiful lady over 120 years old. Little Robin replied expressionlessly. That's right. Kulha nodded, and she glanced at Lu Cheng. That brat doesn't understand this. I'm a doctor, do I need to spend money on this island? As a doctor, I treat patients, so it's only natural that they give me more food and daily necessities, isn't it? And you emptied the patient's house just because he was sick, right? Lu Cheng was speechless. Dr. Kulha, I think you are the real pirate, right? Kulha laughed when he heard it. I can't be called a pirate, it's more like I'm a bandit. You are going to be the king of bandits too. Lu Cheng shook his head. In that case, old lady, we don't need your help to buy things, we can buy them ourselves. Kulha looked at the two of them, smiled and said, you two are pirates, not only don't rob things, but you spend money to buy things. If you want to rob, don't rob the poor. Lu Cheng casually spread his hands. If you want to rob, it's better to rob the pirates. All their belongings are on a ship, and their heads are valuable. Robbing them is the most cost-effective, right? That's true. Kulha nodded. The wind and snow were howling. Lu Cheng and Little Robin had been on this island for almost 2 months, and they had basically not seen a few days of clear weather. It can only be said that Winter Island is worthy of being called Winter Island, as it snows almost every day. In the wind and snow, Dr. Kulha leisurely walked down the mountain and stepped into the town called Bighorn. A young-looking reindeer followed closely beside her. It looked no different from an ordinary reindeer, except that its striking blue nose was different from that of an ordinary reindeer, which made people look at it a few more times. Lu Cheng and Little Robin did not walk with Kulha and the others. They wore large cloaks and fur scarves that covered half of their faces, and walked into the village slowly. The faces of the two were covered by the shadow of the large hood. In such a snowy town, no one thought it was strange that they dressed like this, because almost everyone did so. A quick horn sounded. Lu Cheng and Little Robin looked over curiously. They saw a group of young men holding knives and guns and weapons, hurriedly running to the center of the village to gather. The leader was Dalton and Akuri. Akuri seemed to realize something, and tilted his head slightly to look at Lu Cheng and Little Robin. His expression changed slightly, but before he could react, Lu Cheng had already walked away with Little Robin as if nothing had happened. Everyone hurry up and take up your weapons. Now that we have no king, we have to defend our village by ourselves. This country belongs to every one of us. We must protect it and never let that bastard Valpo come back and take this country away. The same goes for the pirates, everyone hurry up and get going. The group left with high morale. Little Robin turned back with some curiosity, watching a group of people hurriedly leave on a sled. Mr. Knight, they are, Little Robin asked curiously. I guess they were attacked by pirates. Lu Cheng glanced at it casually and didn't take it seriously. After all, on the sea, islands without a country like this are the most chaotic and are also vulnerable to pirate attacks. Pirates like to attack towns like this because they don't belong to any country, and even the navy won't come to such places. Little Robin nodded and said, no wonder the king is so bad, but so many people still want to protect him. But some people are not worth protecting, gradually faded away, gradually disappeared in the snowstorm. Mr. Knight, they are just ordinary villagers. If they encounter pirates, will it be dangerous? Little Robin suddenly asked. That's for sure, Lu Cheng nodded. Dalton and Akuri were quite strong. If they met ordinary pirates, they should have no problem winning. But if the ordinary villagers were injured in the battle, it would be inevitable. After all the elite soldiers of this kingdom had been taken away by Valpo. Mr. Knight, should we help them? Little Robin asked. No need to. Lu Cheng smiled and patted her head as he looked at Little Robin, who looked a little worried. Don't worry, and don't be afraid of sacrifice. Lu Cheng's voice was very soft, but every word fell into Little Robin's heart very clearly. Little Robin, you have to understand this truth. There is no hope and peace that can be easily obtained without bloodshed and struggle. Did you see their fighting spirit? Without the king, they became more determined. Little Robin nodded, not quite understanding. In this island with 4 seasons of winter, there is always such wind and snow. Although this land is cold, there are still people who love it deeply. Let's go, Chopper. Kulha carried the bottle of wine and glanced at the familiar village here. I can already smell someone sick. After saying that, he strode to a closed door, kicked it open, and when everyone looked back in surprise, he smiled and said, Little devils, are you happy? It's Dr. Kulha, great, great. A cry of surprise came from the room. Chapter 117. Kulha took a quick glance and soon saw the patient lying there. She walked over and began to treat the patient calmly and skillfully. What's going on with this reindeer? How can it talk? Like a monster, can monsters heal people? Is it really okay to treat people with such a monster? The discussion in the crowd clearly reached Chopper's ears, and he lowered his head involuntarily. He silently handed the medical supplies to Dr. Kulha, but tears had already appeared in his watery eyes. You guy, Kulha frowned and cursed angrily, you've been with that brat for so long, how come you haven't learned anything? Why do you care what others say and do? Didn't that brat tell you what to do when you encounter such a situation? Chopper's body trembled slightly, and Lu Cheng's words to him emerged in his mind. The other party did teach me, but... Kulha looked at the silent reindeer with his head down, feeling distressed and disappointed. She opened her mouth and was about to say something when she saw Chopper suddenly raise his head, close his eyes, and tremble with fear, but still roared loudly. I'm not a monster. I am a reindeer, but I am also a human being, and beyond that, I want to be a great doctor. I have a name, I'm Tony Chopper. The room was silent, and everyone was at a loss. The room fell into a dead silence. At this time, the patient lying on the bed spoke softly. The voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. Thank you, Dr. Chopper, I feel much better now, thank you very much. Tears finally flowed from Chopper's eyes. Kulha looked at this scene with a look of relief on her face. She smiled and said, "Since this is my assistant, Dr. Chopper's first visit, I will charge you half of the medical fee this time." In the snow, a tall, white figure that looked like a snow monster carried a box of food and followed Kulha out of the village under the gaze of everyone. "Dr. Chopper, how is it? How do you feel about your first visit?" The tall figure did not speak for a long while before answering, "Teacher Kulha, it's great." "What? It's great to be a doctor." The wind and snow were still strong. A man and a reindeer were walking between the snowy mountains. Kulha was sitting on a sled, and the little reindeer was pulling the sled, with a box of wine and a bag of food on its back. Low voices and laughter were heard in the wind and snow, but soon, the voices of the two people became smaller and smaller. In front of them, a large group of reindeer appeared in the snow. The leading reindeer had several hideous wounds on its forehead, and was leisurely leading its tribe to look for food in the snow. Chopper's pace slowed down involuntarily. He stared at the reindeer herd and the leading reindeer. The snow-white fur on his body seemed to be trembling. Kulha noticed these changes and frowned. The leading adult reindeer let out a low roar, paced, and led the other reindeer towards Chopper, who was shaking even more. Perhaps the other party still remembered this blue-nosed alien, or perhaps it was angry that Chopper was willing to carry humans. The adult reindeer lowered its head and pushed Chopper to the ground, knocking him to the ground. "Chopper!" Chopper heard the voice of Teacher Kulha, turned around and saw that the huge reindeer had lowered its head and was heading towards Dr. Kulha. "Stop it!" Chopper shouted anxiously, "Don't hurt Teacher Kulha!" It roared loudly, and then its figure quickly grew larger, and its huge shadow covered the entire snowy ground. Chopper panted and sat on the ground. His body was covered with bruises and scars. Beside him, the reindeer fell to the ground. "You little bastard," Kulha cursed, but she didn't look at Chopper, but at the corner not far away. "You two little brats, you have been here for such a long time, and you just stand there watching a group of reindeer bullying a beautiful woman like me who is over 120 years old. Grandma is still strong even though she is old," Lu Chang replied with a smile. Chopper turned his head and found two figures standing quietly in the corner not far away. It seemed that they had been there for a long time. Lu Chang nodded with a smile. "And isn't Chopper very powerful? And quite brave? I don't need to do anything at all." Lu Chang responded with a wine bottle. He reached out and caught it. "Mother-in-law, please take good care of the wine. It's a good thing. How can you waste it like this?" Lu Chang smiled and walked to Chopper, gave him a thumbs up and shook his head. "Scars on the body are a man's medal. You little brat, don't just stand there and talk without any hesitation," Kulha cursed. "This little guy is just a brat at best. What kind of man is he? Boys will eventually grow up to be men, so just get used to it." Lu Chang shrugged indifferently. He looked at the fallen reindeer and said, "How about we take two back, Chopper? They are quite fat. They should taste good whether they are used for stew or braising." The fallen reindeer were terrified when they heard this. They were unable to get up, but now they stumbled and trembled, and soon fell down again because of exhaustion. Why did this person who suddenly appeared say such horrible words? "Mr. Knight," Chopper looked at Lu Cheng, who was drooling and showing a terrifying smile, and mustered up the courage to speak, "Why don't we just forget it?" "Oh!" Lu Cheng turned around and showed a terrifying smile. "What did you say just now?" "Wow! What a scary smile!" Chopper was so scared that he was scared to death, but he still plucked up the courage and looked directly at Lu Cheng. "Ride, Sir Knight," I said, "let's let them go." Lu Cheng looked at the other's trembling feet and suddenly grinned. "Dare to say no to the powerful, this is the real courage." Lu Cheng nodded seriously. "Chopper, I declare that you are now a man." Little Robin burst out laughing, and Kulha also shook her head helplessly. The laughter drifted with the wind and snow, drifting far away. The cold wind was howling. Lu Cheng stood on the top of the magnetic drum mountain, looking at the tiny figures running in the snow below. Dalton led the residents, spontaneously holding shotguns and other weapons, and kept patrolling the coast. Although they had just defeated the pirates who suddenly attacked, they did not let their guard down easily. It was not the first time that the brutal pirates had made a comeback. Dalton held up a telescope, observing the unobstructed sea through the wind and snow, and carefully watching the skull flag that might appear at any time. "And there is still no news about the bastard who abandoned the country and fled." Dalton's face showed a firm look. This time, no matter what, he will never let that bastard Valpo return to this country again. Although this country has no name, there are still many people who want to protect it. Valpo hasn't come back today. Lu Cheng walked back into the castle and saw little Robin waving at him from afar. What's wrong? What happened? He walked over quickly and saw little Robin holding up a freshly baked newspaper and waving it in front of him. Mr. Knight, look at this, is this the uncle called Long? Lu Cheng was slightly startled, and picked up the newspaper to take a look. As expected, the front page headline was a headshot of Long. However, Long's image this time was completely different from the last time he saw him. There were many red square tattoos on his left face, and his short black hair was combed behind his head. I don't know if it was because of the angle of the photo, but he looked extremely ferocious. He looked like a real bad guy. After not seeing him for so long, his image had changed so much. Lu Cheng was a little curious about what Long had experienced. He continued to cut down the detailed news in the newspaper. These should more or less help him resolve some of his doubts. The most dangerous criminals in the world. In the West Sea, several countries have rebelled under the instigation of each other. Chapter 118. After reading the newspaper, Lu Cheng shook his head. He finally understood what Long had done. The revolutionary comrades took action so quickly. This action ability is really amazing. West Sea, Kalha put down the newspaper in her hand, picked up the wine bottle beside her and took a sip. Is that your hometown? It seems to be more unstable than the other sea areas. A few years ago, the most dangerous demon child appeared, and now the most vicious criminal in the world has appeared. Tisk tisk tisk, Kalha smiled and looked at Lu Cheng and little Robin. Or is it you Zihai, are there more dangerous people like you? No, I don't talk nonsense. Lu Cheng waved his hand and immediately issued 3 consecutive denials. Little Robin is fine, she was born in the West Sea. But no matter what, this guy Long is definitely not from the West Sea. Lu Cheng waved his hand and said that has nothing to do with us. The main thing is that the world government is sick, just like Walpo's brain, mother-in-law, do you understand what I mean? You little bastard, I'm still a beautiful woman, don't yell. Kalha leaned back in her chair, put down the newspaper in her hand, held the bottle in one hand, and drank a few gulps. Subvert the country, no wonder the world government is so anxious. For the world government and the celestial dragons, what they are afraid of is not actually the pirates. Even those sea emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, and all kinds of brutal pirates, no matter how powerful they are on the sea, in fact, it has no effect on the world government and the celestial dragons. No matter how powerful they can't be compared to them. The troubles on the sea are left to the navy to solve. For the world government, as long as all of your countries are still under his rule and all the sky gold they should receive is received, they don't care about anything else. But just like the truth hidden in the blank 100 years, they are afraid of the truth controlled by O'Hara, because those things are truly able to shake their rule. The same is true of what Dragon did. He set off a war of rebellion, and once such a war is ignited, it will not stop. This is what the aristocratic governments fear the most, so it is no wonder that the world government directly gave him the title of the most dangerous criminal in the world. Lu Cheng took a look at the other party's bounty, which was as high as 1 billion. It was really beyond imagination, but Lu Cheng felt that this should be just the beginning. As long as the revolutionary army continues to make trouble, this guy's bounty will only get higher and higher. He shook his head, put down the newspaper, and looked at the snow in front of the door. Little Robin and Chopper were not very interested in the news. While they were watching the news, they had already run to play snowball fights and were throwing snowballs at each other. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The snowballs whizzed back and forth in the sky and kept hitting Chopper and Little Robin. Mr. Knight. Lu Cheng turned his head when he heard the voice, only to see Little Robin waving at him with a smile. Mr. Knight, you've been fooled. Bang. A snowball hit Lu Cheng's face straight. Little Chopper, who seized the opportunity, blinked and covered his mouth to laugh. Lu Cheng wiped the snow off his face. This little thing is quite brave. Little Chopper was having some fun, and rolled another snowball and threw it at Kalha's head. You stupid apprentice! Kalha kicked hard, and the snow covered Chopper's face. Don't disturb me while I'm reading. Woo! Chopper was buried in the snow, and it took him a long time to crawl out. But just as he could see everything clearly, a large shadow had already covered him. He felt something was wrong, so he looked up. He saw Lu Cheng standing in front of him with a ferocious smile on his face. In his hand, he had made a huge snowball that was bigger than Chopper himself, and his face was full of ill intentions. Help! Mr. Knight has killed a deer. Lu Cheng rubbed the snow off his hands and nodded with satisfaction. If you do teach these little guys a lesson, they will immediately start to act rashly. I wonder who is the boss here. But he didn't feel happy for long. Another snowball was thrown in his face. He turned around and saw little Robin laughing proudly with his hands on his waist. He looked so happy. I almost forgot about you, little guy. Lu Cheng was stunned for a moment, and then he rolled up a big snowball and threw it over. But when the snowball hit little Robin, she suddenly exploded and turned into petals that fell down. Lu Cheng was slightly stunned. At this time, little Robin suddenly jumped out from the side and hugged his waist. Little Robin asked with some pride, how is it? Mr. Knight, how is this clone? What else can he do? Lu Cheng picked up little Robin like a little chicken. Although mastering a new skill is worthy of praise, have you forgotten that you just threw a snowball all over my face? Regardless of what this clone is like, you actually dared to come to me on your own initiative. Let me think, how big a snowball should I make for you? Lu Cheng's face was full of ill intentions. Little Robin's face was dull. Shouldn't he praise me at this time? I finally mastered the ability of this clone. Mr. Knight, you have changed. Ah, Mr. Knight, please put me down. I was wrong. I will never do it again. It's too late, eat my righteous snowballs. In front of the palace, snowballs flew everywhere, and the battle continued. Kulha shook her head and went back to the castle to continue reading. Chopper, who had transformed back into a giant humanoid, was wrestling with Lu Cheng in the snow, and little Robin was excitedly shouting, "Come on!" Suddenly, a few gunshots broke the tranquility of the entire Drum Kingdom. The villagers' shouts could be heard faintly from the bottom of the mountain. Chopper turned his head in confusion. The distance was too far, and he didn't hear clearly what they were shouting. But Lu Cheng heard it clearly. Lu Cheng slowly exhaled and smiled brightly, "Haha, this guy finally knew to come back. If he doesn't come back, I will eat all the animals on this island." Hey! Chopper looked at him strangely, "What's wrong? What happened?" Little Robin smiled and replied, "It should be the former king who has returned." Chopper was slightly startled, and saw Lu Cheng holding little Robin in one hand, and said to Chopper, "Tell old lady Kulha that she can prepare dinner. I'm going to check Walpo's brain. I'm sure he'll be hungry when I come back." After saying that, he jumped from the top of the highest peak in the Drum Kingdom. He walked along the snow and disappeared from Chopper's sight in the blink of an eye. Valpo is back. The king is back. Looking at the sudden appearance of the ship on the sea, the villagers of the Drum Kingdom screamed in fear. Suddenly, several voices came out. "Shut up, he is no longer our king. Such a person is not qualified to be our king." People were talking about it. An older hunter looked at the nervous young man and scolded him with some dissatisfaction, "What are you still doing here? Go back to the village and call people, and inform Dalton that Valpo and the others are back." He adjusted the hunting rifle in his hand, and a trace of determination flashed in his turbid old eyes. No matter what, this time, he can't let him come back to harm the country again. This is their own country, no matter what, this time they have to protect it. A huge pirate ship that looked like an iron barrel emerged from the sea. The huge ship approached the shore little by little. Accompanied by loud laughter, large numbers of soldiers dressed in the uniforms of the Drum Island soldiers, but dressed as rough as pirates, walked down the sailboat in rows. "Ha ha ha ha, my people, your king is back again!" Walpo roared, and his laughter echoed across the Drum Kingdom. "Why don't you come quickly to welcome my return?" In a snowy forest, a black and a tan bison were running wildly. They were both wearing thick guard uniforms, and their heavy hooves stomped on the snow, making a sound like thunder. Dalton and Akuri had completely transformed into bison, and were so fast that they were almost flying close to the snow. They had received news that the bastard Valpo had returned again. Dalton's huge bison eyes were full of bloodshot, and a raging rage was burning in his heart. "You are back again! How dare you come back! How dare you come back! Valpo, this time, I will never let you poison this country again. I will definitely drive you out. Ah ha ha ha! I'm finally back to my magnetic Drum Kingdom." In the wind and snow, Valpo's wild laughter echoed, and on the snowy ground of the port, countless shotguns and corpses fell in a pool of blood. Following the laughter, these people dressed in the uniforms of Magnetic Drum Island soldiers made way. A tall figure appeared behind him, and it was Valpo, the former king of Magnetic Drum Island. His hair was a little messy, and he looked a little embarrassed by the sea breeze. He was wearing a thick fur coat, and he was riding leisurely on the back of a hairy hippo that looked stupid. The two people following him, one was an Afro gorilla wearing boxing gloves, and the other was a man with a bow and arrow on his back, dressed strangely, and looked like a clown. They were Valpo's two trusted men, Chromalimon and Jace. Chromalimon took a look at the pool of blood in front of him and snorted coldly. They actually sent people to guard the coast. Who gave them the right? Jace stretched out his hand, grabbed the head of a snow country resident, and threw it away. How dare these idiots shoot their own king? What on earth were they thinking? The hairy hippo with a stupid face slowly got off the boat, and Valpo, wearing a hippo cloak, sat on its back. His body was so huge that it took him a long time to slowly move in front of everyone. He was holding a piece of metal part removed from the machine in his hand, and he was opening his huge iron mouth and biting it off with relish. It didn't look like he was eating a piece of iron, but like eating a piece of sugarcane. Everyone could clearly hear the crunching sound when he was chewing steel. It was creepy. While chewing the iron, Valpo looked out at the snow-covered scenery of the island. He said lazily, "I'm finally back. Fortunately, I brought the permanent pointer with me before leaving. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take to return to my beloved country." Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Those two pirates who came to cause trouble for me, I guess they never thought that I would come back again. Ha 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 ha. That's right, this is your Majesty Valpo's country. The afro-haired Chromalimon and the archer Jace also quickly and skillfully echoed and flattered Valpo. Your Majesty, you are so wise and brave, those two stupid pirates would never have thought that you are back. How could their simple minds think of such a brilliant plan? Beside their feet, many residents of the snow country were lying in a mess. They didn't even dare to fight the brutal pirates. But when dealing with the mobs in their own country, Valpo and his men were very good at it. Hey, Chromalimon, did you find out? Valpo swallowed the metal parts in his mouth, then reached out and picked up the hunting rifle beside him and started chewing it. Are those two guys still on this island? Did they leave a long time ago? After a severe torture, the patrolling residents were forced to answer Valpo's questions. Report to Lord Valpo, those two stupid pirates followed us when we left more than 2 months ago, and have never appeared on the island since then. As expected, His Majesty Valpo is so good at predicting things. Jace immediately began to flatter him. Those two stupid pirates were completely manipulated by your Majesty, Valpo. Chromalimon is not to be outdone. Haha, of course. Valpo laughed triumphantly. He was completely relieved. He opened his huge mouth that was totally disproportionate to his body, threw the shotgun into his mouth, chewed it vigorously, and soon swallowed it completely. Ha ha ha. Those idiots. My ship can dive underwater. Those two stupid pirates are dreaming of catching us. But these guys actually dared to shoot at me. Valpo snorted coldly after laughing. Ask them what happened on this island. An old hunter with blood on his face raised his head angrily, looked at Valpo and said fiercely, "Get out of our country, you are no longer our king." Yours, country. Valpo was slightly stunned and grabbed the other party in his hand. What your country? This is my country, mine. You filthy worms, you useless reptiles, dare to touch my country. How dare you speak to your noble king like this? Chapter 119. Valpo shouted angrily. The sound from the huge steel mouth sounded like a deafening roar, and the old hunter turned pale. His face, which was already pale due to excessive blood loss, looked even more bloodless. But he still gritted his teeth and said, "This is no longer your country, this is our country. Look at yourself now, do you still look like a king? What's the difference between you and a pirate now? What kind of country can let a pirate be the king?" Valpo was slightly stunned. He lowered his head and looked at his miserable appearance. He had suffered a lot on the sea during this period. It was all because of those two damn pirates who forced him into this state. Although he did look like a pirate now, this bastard actually dared to treat him like this, and spoke to the greatest king of the Drum Kingdom like this. "I am the king. I am the king, and I have the final say in everything in this country. I can drive away doctors if I want, I can issue any decree I want, I can kill anyone I want, and no one in this country is allowed to resist me. Walpo roared. You are a pariah, you are tired of living. A crazy smile appeared on Malpo's face. The old man was pale, but still gritted his teeth and said, get out of our country, otherwise, Dalton and others will not let you go. Dalton, Valpo called out the name, and he asked in confusion, this guy wasn't killed by those two pirates. Valpo frowned. I asked him to stop those two pirates for me, and this guy dared not obey my orders. Those who disobey the king's orders have no reason to live. As for you, you dare to call me a pirate? Let me teach you lowly people how to talk to your most honorable king. Walpo showed a crazy smile on his face, looking at the pale old hunter. He opened his mouth and bit the other party with his bloody mouth. Boom! Valpo's huge body fell heavily and flew out. A black bison stomped its hooves angrily, bringing up snowflakes all over the sky. He glanced at the residents of the snow country lying in a pool of blood, and his huge bull eyes were full of anger and bloodshot. Valpo, you bastard, I will never forgive you. Dalton, oh, you're here. Walpo's huge body got up from the ground, looked at Dalton, and sneered. You came just in time, you are the one who organized this mob to attack me? Do you know what you are doing? Valpo shouted at Dalton, as a commoner, you actually dared to attack your most precious king. There is no need for you to live like this. Dalton had now returned to his half-human minotaur form, breathing heavily from his nose. I should be the one saying this, you sinner who abandoned your country and fled, you are no longer worthy of being our king. Dalton's huge voice echoed on the island. Lu Cheng, who was riding a motorcycle at high speed, heard the voice and couldn't help but smile. Dalton, do you know what you are saying? Walpo laughed and said, I am the king, remember, I am the king. No one can resist me. Anyone who resists me must die. As he roared, the soldiers holding guns rushed towards Dalton and Akuri viciously. Dalton waved the huge sword in his hand and immediately knocked all the soldiers who rushed towards him away. But more soldiers had already rushed up. Akuri's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he raised the huge war hammer in his hand and hammered down hard at the soldiers who rushed towards the two of them. The sound of gunshots continued. There were too many soldiers around Valpo. Seeing the two strong men with bull heads and infinite strength being so brave, the soldiers stopped fighting in close combat and raised their guns to shoot at the two men. Valpo, get out of here! Dalton roared, raised his sword and rushed towards Valpo, but a black ball of electricity flew over and instantly blew him to the ground. Chroma Limon grinned and sneered, what do you want to do to our great king, you rebel? Akuri noticed the situation here, he roared, and the iron hammer brought out a whirlwind, knocking all the enemies around him away. Ah! As he roared, his body suddenly grew larger, becoming as strong as a real bull. He lowered his shoulders and charged towards the hairy hippo under Walpo's butt. Although the hairy hippo was heavy enough, it was still knocked away by Akuri's shoulder, knocking Valpo, who was riding on it, to the ground. Akuri ignored the arrows shot by Jace and smashed Valpo's head with a pair of hammers. With his strength, this hammer would definitely smash the opponent's head. The hammer came down heavily and hit Valpo's face hard. Akuri suddenly felt that the feeling in his hand seemed a little wrong. It didn't feel like smashing the opponent's face. His eyes suddenly widened, and he saw Valpo in front of him suddenly opened his bloody mouth. The huge steel teeth bit hard on his hammer, and actually bit the hammer that was half the size of a man. Akuri was shocked, and he stretched out his hand and pulled it hard. There was only a click in his hand, and the steel hammer head had completely disappeared. The huge steel hammer was actually bitten off by the opponent. Valpo chewed the huge iron ball in his mouth. The huge iron ball was chewed up by him at a speed visible to the naked eye. He swallowed the huge iron hammer in one gulp, looked at Akuri, and licked his lips. Where did you come from? Do you want me to eat you too? Akuri frowned, looking at the empty hammer handle in his hand, frowned, swallow the fruit, can you even eat this? Damn it, even Dalton and the others are no match for him. Why? Why could a guy like this become our king? Whether it's pirates or navy, is there anyone who can drive this guy out? Who will save our country? Walpo turned around and laughed at the group of people lying in a pool of blood. You stupid lowlifes, this is my country, how dare you attack your king? Akuri fell to the ground, life or death unknown. Dalton, who had turned back into human form, also lay on the ground with blood all over his body. Akuri took most of the attack, which allowed him to retain the last bit of consciousness and not faint completely. Valpo looked down at him and stepped on his chest with a huge force, causing Dalton to cough up blood again. "Do you think you can do whatever you want just because I'm gone for a while? Dalton? Do you know how stupid your idea is?" He opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly in front of Dalton. "Now you know who your king is, right?" Dalton stared at him and shouted, "Get out of here! We will protect our country by ourselves. We don't need a king here anymore." Walpo listened to his curses, and his face became even angrier. He opened his bloody mouth and said sinisterly, "Since you want to be eaten so much, I will grant your wish." He opened his mouth, his eyes full of cruelty. The wind and snow became more violent. Buzz! A roaring sound came from the side. Valpo turned his head in surprise, not knowing where the sound came from. In the woods ahead, there was an earthquake. This huge sound sounded as if the woods were flattened by something. The snow fell down, and some birds in the forest flew up in panic. The dull sound was getting closer and closer, like thunder. In the forest, it seemed that some huge monster was flying at a very fast speed. Valpo frowned and turned his head to look in the direction of the forest. With a loud bang, huge trees were knocked open. A silver, strange car that Valpo and others had never seen before. It rushed out of the forest with a heavy roar. The snow was flying all over the sky, and all the trees in front of him were smashed into pieces. After rushing out of the woods, the motorcycle continued to move forward, rushing straight towards Valpo and others. The fierce momentum seemed to smash him into pieces. Valpo was shocked and quickly jumped off the sluggish hippopotamus, rolling on the ground and barely avoiding the blow. But the sluggish hippopotamus was not so lucky. With a bang, it was knocked to the ground by the strange motorcycle. The wheels of the motorcycle ran over its body fiercely, leaving a deep blood mark. Almost in an instant, the sluggish hippopotamus, which was famous for its defense in the snow country, fell in a pool of blood. The thick fur seemed defenseless under the weight of the motorcycle, blood was spilled all over the ground, and the huge body could not get up after being knocked to the ground. But after this collision, the motorcycle did not slow down, but rushed towards the soldiers at a high speed. Bang, 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 the sound of gunfire rang out, and the soldiers raised their guns and fired at the strange motorcycle. But it had no effect. The motorcycle seemed to ignore the attack of the guns and rushed towards the crowd with a bang. There were terrible screams from the crowd. The sound of gunfire and screams was endless, and blood was flying, dyeing the snowflakes red, like falling cherry blossoms, extremely bloody but also beautiful. The people hit by the motorcycle fell in a pool of blood, and some unlucky soldiers were even knocked flying. The motorcycle drifted in front of everyone, throwing the last few soldiers away with a loud bang, and then it came to a steady stop. "What on earth is this thing?" Walpo shouted angrily. Although he didn't care about the lives of these ordinary soldiers, they were his men after all. If they were all knocked down at once by this strange thing that suddenly appeared, and he didn't even have anyone to give orders, how could he not be angry? However, at this moment, the top cover of the motorcycle slowly opened, and an extremely playful voice came from inside. "Valpo, these useless soldiers of yours seem to be of no use. I'll help you clean them up." After the manhole cover of the motorcycle opened, two figures were revealed below. Lu Cheng, wearing a set of scarlet armor, sat steadily on the motorcycle and reached out to let go of the handlebars of the motorcycle. In his arms, a cute little girl with long black hair, about 10 years old, opened her cute big eyes and looked at Valpo's bloody mouth curiously. "Is this guy the bastard king that Mr. Knight mentioned? Is he the swallow fruit? That mouth looks so strange, and there is even a mouth that looks like iron." The cold wind blew, bringing with it a bloody smell. The soldiers who had surrounded everyone before had now all fallen to the ground, lying in a circle. The ground was in chaos as if it had been run over by some giant beast, blood was flowing, and soon it froze into ice, dyeing the snow blood red. There were only a few people left standing in the field. In addition to Valpo, only his two trusted men were still standing. The others were completely knocked over by this suddenly appearing motorcycle, and the sounds of pain and screams were endless. Valpo was stunned. More than 100 soldiers were so easily killed by this strange car that suddenly appeared. And the people who appeared in the car made them even more terrified. "Your Majesty, it's that guy hasn't left yet. It's that guy. Kamen Rider, it's really him." Walpo was horrified. Lu Cheng sat on the motorcycle and looked down at the people on the snow below. That guy hasn't left yet. The afro-haired Chromaliman was so frightened that he sat down on the snow. If we surrender now, is it too late? Jace was not much better. He looked up at the figure, his hand holding the bow and arrow shaking a little. The Icelanders who were lying on the ground opened their eyes and looked at the figure who got off the motorcycle. Lu Cheng got off the motorcycle leisurely and smiled at the few people. You are finally back. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Wait for me. Valpo was slightly stunned, but soon he shouted to his two remaining men. Come on, take him down. His two men, Jace and the guy with the afro, turned pale with fear. What a joke, is this a guy they can handle? But Valpo continued to roar. Why are you still standing there? You guys don't listen to my orders either? Or do you guys want to be eaten by me too? Hearing this, the two of them turned even paler. They roared and rushed towards Lu Cheng. The two of them attacked together. Perhaps because they were often partners, they had a good understanding of each other. They attacked Lu Cheng from the left and right. Chapter 120. But for those worthless guys like them, Lu Cheng didn't even think of dodging the opponent's attacks. He stood there motionless, allowing the opponent's attacks to bombard him, and even yawned out of boredom. In the end, he was really annoyed by the two of them, and his figure disappeared in an instant. The shave in the 6 styles of the sea can make the body move quickly, and he has now fully mastered this ability. This move was used on these two worthless little characters, and they couldn't even react. Lu Cheng walked around behind the two of them, casually stretched out his hand, pressed on their necks, and twisted it gently. Crack, crack. With a crisp sound, the necks of Chromaliman and Jace were broken by him with his bare hands. They didn't even have time to scream before they collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Although they hadn't completely died, it was obvious that they were no longer alive. Wow, so awesome! The residents of the snow country who were lying in a pool of blood couldn't help but shout in surprise after seeing this scene. A voice came. These two guys were the right-hand men of that bastard King Valpo, and they were extremely powerful. Even Dalton couldn't get much advantage from one of them. As a result, this man in armor who suddenly appeared casually killed them as easily as pinching a chicken. They also recognized who the two people were at this time. Aren't they the two strange pirates who clamored to kill Valpo before? So these are the pirates with a bounty of 100 million? It turns out to be so terrifying. I actually wanted to stop him from killing the king. He really wanted to die. Those who had fought with Lu Cheng and others all felt a chill on their backs. They really couldn't imagine how they had the courage to take the initiative to attack such a terrible pirate. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to have any interest in killing them. Maybe they didn't bother with ants like them. Otherwise, there would be few people alive here. Although Valpo's IQ was a little low, at least he knew the interests involved. He was originally afraid of Lu Cheng and the other pirates with high bounties. Now seeing Lu Cheng chopping down Chromaliman and Jess casually as if they were melons and vegetables, he couldn't help but feel even more panicked. Although the two little guys were far inferior to him, even if he wanted to take action against them, he would have to spend some time thinking. It was impossible for him to be like this man, as if he could just reach out his hand and end their lives directly. He was definitely not his opponent. These thoughts flashed through Valpo's mind. He was able to escape early last time because he didn't see the other party. But how could he escape in front of the other party this time? Although he was a little scared, he was still the king after all. Valpo gritted his teeth and said to Lu Cheng, You actually killed Chromaliman and Jess. Lu Cheng spread his hands casually. I'm going to kill you too. No, I'm not killing you. I just heard that there's something wrong with your brain, so I want to take it down and help you take a good look at it. Don't worry, from now on, I'm also a doctor. What a joke, you can be a doctor. You'd be better off being an executioner. When Valpo heard this, he was stunned and suddenly understood why Lu Cheng wanted to trouble him. Are you also looking for trouble with me because of those doctors? There is nothing wrong with saying that. Lu Cheng nodded and admitted it. After all, it was because the other party arbitrarily issued a decree that provoked Little Robin and made Little Robin unhappy. As Little Robin's guardian knight, he was naturally unhappy. Since he was unhappy, as for Valpo, the instigator, how could Lu Cheng possibly make him happy? Why? Why do you all dare to do this? I am the king of this kingdom. What I say is right, why don't you all want to listen to my orders? Valpo shouted angrily. You are a shitty king. I wasn't born on this island, Lu. Chang reached out and scratched his ears. This guy was yelling so loudly. I am the freest and most righteous Kamen Rider in this sea. Lu Cheng instantly appeared beside Valpo and kicked him to the ground. Who the hell are you? How dare you teach me how to do things? Dalton climbed up from the pool of blood, watching all this with a complicated look. The other party was obviously a pirate, but he suddenly appeared at the most critical moment and saved all of them. He felt extremely complicated in his heart. He and others could not protect their country by themselves, but they had to rely on two pirates who didn't know where they came from to protect it. What kind of talk is this? Although he said so, he still breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Cheng knocking Valpo to the ground so easily. Whether it was a pirate, a navy, or some other messy person, as long as we don't let this country fall into the hands of this stupid king again, he doesn't deserve to be the king of this country. After being kicked, Valpo got up from the ground with great difficulty. He suddenly shouted, "Where is Dr. 20? As Valpo shouted, a group of people dressed as doctors in white coats and white gloves suddenly appeared from nowhere. As soon as they appeared, they started to give first aid to the two unlucky guys whose necks were broken, Chromolimon and Jess, as if no one was around. Stop bleeding. Bone setting. Bandage. Operation. Antibiotic. Hemostatic agents. There was a scene of great enthusiasm. Then, in Lu Cheng's stunned eyes, this group of weird doctors actually completed the operation on Chromolimon and Jess at an extremely fast speed. Lu Cheng had clearly broken the necks of the two people before, and they should have died without a doubt, but they were rescued by this group of doctors in an instant. And this is not the most outrageous. The most outrageous thing is that the two guys with broken necks were able to stand up when the doctor's 20 operations were completed. Although they still looked sick, they could indeed stand up and move around. Lu Cheng even doubted whether the other party could still fight. This is too unscientific. Is this the strength of the top doctors in the former medical superpower? The effect of these 20 top doctors working together directly stunned Lu Cheng. Is this a medical skill or a fairy skill? It's too fake, isn't it? While Lu Cheng was a little confused, Valpo also began to activate his devil fruit ability. His devil fruit is called the swallow fruit, which can turn whatever he eats into a part of his body, or fuse them into something new. Swallow, big factory. With a roar from Valpo, this guy turned into a weird chariot in front of Lu Cheng. Valpo's lower body turned into a tank-like track, and his upper body turned into a huge gun barrel. It looked like a humanoid tank. Little Robin opened her mouth wide. Although she had seen a lot of weird things during her adventures with Mr. Knight, it was the first time she had seen something so weird. Lu Cheng was also a little speechless. What did this guy eat every day to turn himself into this? But soon Lu Cheng knew what this guy usually did. The chariot started rumbling, and Valpo's body moved to the side of Chromolimon and Jess, who stood up, then opened his big mouth and swallowed the two of them in one bite. Little Robin stared at this scene in amazement. Ah, eating people, even eating his own people. The ability of this fruit looks so weird. After devouring the two people, Valpo turned into a strange chariot with 3 heads and furry black hair all over his body. Why is there such a strange thing? Lu Cheng felt that his eyes were going blind. This thing was simply mental pollution. Lu Cheng felt that his sanity value was dropping rapidly. He suffered the greatest damage since he met Valpo. But seeing Lu Cheng's stunned look, Valpo thought Lu Cheng was frightened. This guy instantly forgot that he was kicked to the ground by the other party. He felt very proud and laughed at Lu Cheng. See? This is the ability of my swallow fruit. When he laughed, the gun barrel above his head also laughed. Lu Chengdu was trembling, and he was a little worried. Would the gun barrel fall off from laughing? And this guy suddenly stopped being afraid of him. Does he think he is fine again? Lu Cheng thinks that the other party may really have a brain problem, and it is not just something he said casually. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and Valpo actually fired at Lu Cheng at such a close distance. However, the other party's intention to fire was too obvious, not to mention at such a close distance. As soon as the muzzle of the gun shook, Lu Cheng sensed the other party's intention. Lu Cheng just moved slightly sideways, and the cannonball passed by his body and fell into the woods beside him. It exploded with a bang, flattening a large area of woods. Well, although it looks a little weird and ugly, the power is at least acceptable. However, such a stupid transformation. Lu Cheng was too weak to complain. Can't you make this chariot look better? I don't even want a transformation without good looks. There were several whooshing sounds. Jess, who had grown on the huge chariot, had already drawn his bow and arrow and shot at Lu Cheng, who was dodging the cannonballs. But Lu Cheng easily caught the arrow with one hand. After being swallowed by Valpo, the opponent's strength seemed to be a little stronger, but it was still not enough, and he was still a weak chicken. Although this swallow fruit is interesting, Valpo's strength is too weak. After watching Valpo's performance, Lu Cheng felt that this guy probably couldn't perform any other amazing tricks. There was no need to play with him. His body shook and disappeared in an instant. Lu Cheng rushed forward quickly and arrived in front of the Valpo chariot. He punched the weird and ugly face hard, and then Lu Cheng's shoulder sank and suddenly lifted up, hitting the belly of Valpo, which had transformed into the chariot, and lifted the huge body up high. Then 1, 2, 3, rider kick sent Lu Cheng's body into a spiral, and with one kick, he performed a handsome roundhouse kick, which sent Valpo flying more than 10 meters away. After a loud bang, the huge body fell backwards to the ground. This wave is called Kamen Rider's rollover roundhouse kick. The tracks of the tank turned powerlessly in the air, and Valpo fell to the ground. He couldn't get up even if he tried his best. The residents of the snow country, who were still lying in a pool of blood, stared at Valpo's miserable state at this moment in amazement. They could never have imagined that the king of Valpo, who had always been high and mighty, would have such a tragic day. Although he was hit by this powerful roundhouse kick, Valpo's huge size was not to be underestimated. He had a lot of meat and could withstand a lot of beatings. He fully demonstrated his duty as a sandbag. Whether he was powerful or not was a small matter. In any case, the person who started the fight had to have a good fight. Even after being beaten into such a mess, Valpo was still alive. His entire chariot fell to the ground, struggling, and yelled again, "Dr. 20, save me." Soon, the group of doctors in white coats and white gloves appeared from nowhere again. But this time, they rushed out with hammers, iron sheets, hammer nails and other things in their hands instead of scalpels and medical supplies. They hammered on the body of Valpo's chariot, working like blacksmiths, with a very skilled look. Soon, the parts of Valpo's body that were deformed by Lu Cheng were actually knocked back by the iron sheets and hammers. It was restored to its original appearance. Just patch it up and it can still be used after it stands up, right? Damn it, isn't your drum kingdom a medical powerhouse? But you ended up doing this? Are you researching medical skills or repair technology? If I didn't know, I would have thought you were a car repair shop. This is so fake, this is even possible. But little Robin is learning medical skills now, so can little Robin also learn this? Lu Cheng turned his head and looked at little Robin, who was also stunned. Little Robin saw Mr. Knight looking at him with a strange look. After all, he was very familiar with the structure of Mr. Knight's brain. After little Robin was stunned for a moment, little Robin quickly understood what Mr. Knight was thinking. She stomped her feet in annoyance. How could I learn these things? Mr. Knight, what on earth are you thinking about every day? If you enjoy the content in this channel, support me in Ko-fi, so I can upload more videos. The link in the description.